When the voice she wanted answered, Joanna Priest said into the telephone, "Oh, is that you, Gerald? I'm so sorry to disturb you when you're probably working, but Father hasn't come in yet. What do you think I ought to do about it?" Gerald Highland's slightly grating elderly voice replied, "Not come in yet? Edgar not come in yet? Edgar late for his dinner? Goodness me!" "No, Gerald," she said, "it isn't a joke. At least I think it isn't. I'm worried. I rang up the hay box an hour ago to find out if he was working late or something, and they said he'd left at the usual time. But what about Miss Wimpole, then? Hadn't she come back either? She always drives the car for him, doesn't she?" "Not today. She didn't go to work this morning. She'd a headache, she said. She'd been in her room all day." "Ah. Then Edgar was driving the car himself. Perhaps, after all, you've got something to worry about. Perhaps I'd better come round so that we can put our joint brains to the problem. I wish it weren't raining quite so hard, and if only these damned camels weren't giving me so much bother at the moment. I hate to leave them, even for Edgar." "Camels?" "Yes, camels," said Gerald Highland. "I'm trying to make some camels fire round a sand dune with ineffable oriental dignity, but they're being very awkward about it. It's in Chapter 7. Well, I'll be round in about 5 minutes. Don't get too worried, my child. I'm sure there's nothing wrong, really." That was at 8:45. The storm had started about a quarter of an hour earlier. As Joanna put down the telephone, she gave a sharp little hiss of a sigh. Staying where she was, seated on the arm of a chair, staring across the room with wide, rather resentful eyes, she let her hands fall together in her lap. She made no other movement. Joanna was 23. She was a slim girl, very erect, with a conscious, nervous dignity. Her face was a narrow oval. There was no makeup on the white skin, but only on her mouth a warm, red splash of lipstick. Her eyes were brown, the kind of brown eyes that seemed to be all iris, with a lustrous, slightly blank innocence in them. About them she had strong, dark brows. But her hair was fair. Its bright, smooth coils, rolled into a big knot on her neck, formed with her eyes and eyebrows a conspicuous, almost bizarre contrast. She was wearing shantung slacks, a silk shirt, and sandals. The room in which she had done her telephoning, and in which she was sitting in that uneasy posture on the arm of a chair, was a big room, panelled in light wood, furnished with armchairs and bookshelves. It had big windows, the sort of windows which, on the placards of an estate agent, change a sitting room into a fun parlour. There was a clock on the mantelpiece, a ridiculous yet graceful object in an old gilt case with smirking cupids supporting it. While Joanna watched, 5 slow minutes passed on its enamelled face. Suddenly, when another 3 minutes had gone by, she jerked herself onto her feet. Going out into the hall, she flung the front door open. Dear viewers, if you'd like to listen to our audiobooks ad-free, have unlimited access to exclusive content, and over 200 unique audiobooks, the best detectives, fantasy, and adventure stories, then visit our closed Telegram group. The link is in the description below the video. Enjoy watching. Beyond the porch, the rain made a dense, leaden curtain. But even when the lightning cut great gashes in the streaming twilight, there was no one in sight. The chalk track beyond the garden gate, supposed to be the main thoroughfare of the building estate, was a river of grey-white slime. A steamy smell of drenched grass and soil met her nostrils, together with the tang of the sea. Here and there, in the windows of the few other occupied bungalows, lights were shining. But their gleam through the rain was faint and watery. The sea, beyond the rim of the cliffs, was a black cup of darkness, round which the thunder rolled. A shudder went through Joanna's body, and with a quick gesture, she slammed the door shut again. The noise brought Mrs. Searle out of her kitchen. "Oh," she said, "I thought that might be him." Joanna shook her head. "But have your own dinner, Mrs. Searle, and I'll dish up ours later. I don't know how much later it'll be. I've just run up Mr. Highland and asked him to come round. He'll be here any minute now." "Well," said Mrs. Searle, "I reckon you're right. Something must have happened." She went back into the kitchen. While another minute passed, Joanna continued to stand in the tiled hall of the bungalow. Out of a round mirror on the wall, Her own eyes stared at her with a frowning look of apprehension. Meeting that look, the frown on her face grew deeper. She muttered something. For an instant, she looked unspeakably depressed, almost as if she might cry in another moment. But she hardened the set of her mouth so that her eyes and mouth matched one another in resentment and exasperation. She turned to go back to the sitting room. On the threshold, she changed her mind, went to another door, and knocked softly upon it. A voice answered indistinctly, and Joanna pushed the door open. With curtains drawn, the room inside was in complete darkness. The wave of stuffiness, soaked in eau de cologne, that met her as she took a step forward, was like a pad clamped stiflingly over her face. She could see nothing, but as she hesitated, the bed springs creaked, and a deep sigh rustled in the gloom. Someone seemed to be sitting up on the bed and fumbling about on the bedside table. Something was knocked onto the floor. From the light thud and rattle that accompanied it, it sounded like a bottle of aspirins. Joanna asked of the darkness, "How are you, Peggy?" The husky voice of her father's assistant and secretary replied, "I'm feeling rather better, thank you. I've been to sleep, I think." "What time is it?" "About 9:15. Shall I turn on the light?" But at that moment, the hand that had been fumbling over the top of the bedside table found the switch of the reading lamp when the light came on. 9:15? In the sudden light, the woman on the bed clutched both hands over her eyes. "Then I've missed dinner. Kind of you not to disturb me. This head of mine's been simply dreadful all day. I don't know how many aspirins I've taken, but my sleep's done me a great deal of good. It really was sweet of you to leave me sleeping." "We haven't had dinner," said Joanna. "Father hasn't come in yet." Peggy Wimpole went on rubbing her eyes. Aged about 30, tall and slackly built, she had fair, fluffy hair and a dull, unhealthy skin. At the moment she was wearing a cotton kimono over an artificial silk slip. Her hair looked damp and crushed. She'd been lying on top of the counterpane, which she'd rucked into a mass of creases. Rubbing away at her eyes, she said in a voice still stupid with sleep, 9:15. Not come in?" "I suppose he didn't say anything to you about going anywhere after he finished working," said Joanna. "There wasn't anyone he had to go and see? He didn't give you any message you've forgotten to give me?" "Certainly not." Peggy groped for the spectacles that lay on the table. As she pushed them on over her eyes, Joanna suddenly saw that it had not been only from a headache that Peggy had suffered that day. Her eyelids were swollen, and her cheeks were blotched with weeping. "But I don't understand," said Peggy. "He always comes straight back." "I telephoned the haybox," said Joanna, "and they told me he'd left at the usual time." "But then—" Suddenly what Joanna was telling her seemed to penetrate the drowsiness, the aspirins, and the heavy aftermath of tears. In the bleared eyes behind the spectacles, something was sharp and clear. It was panic. "He always comes straight home," cried Peggy Wimpole. Her voice was high and harsh. "You know he does. All this time I've been working under him, always. Something's happened, Joanna. Something must have happened." "I'm rather afraid so myself," said Joanna. "Something's happened. Oh, God, something's happened." Peggy floundered onto her feet. "I know he has. He must have. Something terrible's happened to him." "If you're feeling well enough, you might get dressed," said Joanna. "Mr. Highland's coming round. We can talk over with him what we ought to do." "But I know something's happened." On the last word, Peggy's high voice wobbled uncertainly, and it was almost in a mutter that she went on, "Something was bound to happen. I'd had the most horrible feeling of foreboding, the dreadful sense of— oh, God, I don't know, but—" Stopping, she pressed both hands to her forehead. Joanna's cold stare was full of irritation at the hysteria that fanned the flame of her own anxiety. "What do you mean you knew something was bound to happen?" "Never mind," said Peggy Wimpole. "I know a lot more about your father than you do, and I understand him much better than you do." "That wouldn't be difficult." "And I'm so terribly sorry for him," said Peggy in a low, tense voice. After a pause, Looking at the floor, turning away, Joanna said, "All the same, I don't see the point of working ourselves up until we're certain something's wrong." "I'm not worked up in the least. I'm just facing the facts," said Peggy. "We haven't the faintest idea what the facts are." "Perhaps you haven't." Picking up the crushed cotton dress that had been hanging over the back of a chair, Peggy plunged headfirst into it. Joanna watched her contortions inside his folds with frigid antagonism. As Peggy's head, with red face and tousled hair, came through the neck opening of the dress, she remarked abruptly, "You've been crying, haven't you?" Peggy turned to the mirror and started fastening the depressed muslin jabot at her neck. "You have been crying," said Joanna. "It's just my nerves," said Peggy. Her fingers were trembling slightly. "But what's the matter?" "Nothing. Nothing. Don't you know anything about nerves? Don't you know what they do to you?" "No, you don't. You don't know anything. You went to a grand, expensive school, and you went to Oxford, and now you've just come home from wonderful travels abroad, but heaven knows what the point of it all was, because you don't know any more than the—" But here a recurrence of tears stopped her. She opened a drawer, took out a handkerchief, and dabbed with it at her eyes. At the same moment there was a loud knock on the front door. Joanna went quickly to open it. With lightning blazing behind him, with thunder shaking the air, with the torrential rain like a wall of steel behind him, Gerald Highland stood on the doorstep under a dripping umbrella. Certainly it was Gerald Highland, although with the umbrella, the oilskins and gumboots, little of him but his gaunt height showed. But that was enough for recognition. Not many men are 6'7". As he lowered his umbrella, his blue eyes and their deep sockets became visible, and the thick, grizzled hair cropped close to his bony head. The lower part of his face was still hidden in the turned-up collar of his oilskins. Joanna greeted him. "You said you'd only be 5 minutes." "That's right, 5 minutes. 5 minutes precisely." He stepped inside. Standing on the mat, he extricated himself from gumboots and waterproof, then prodded about vaguely with his umbrella, looking for somewhere it could be left to drain in safety. Joanna took it from him and carried it into the kitchen. When she returned, she found him tugging a pair of red leather slippers, embroidered in gold thread and beads, out of one pocket of the flannel suit that hung in loose folds on his spidery frame. He put the slippers on over the thick blue woolen socks that drooped in wrinkles round his ankles. "Now," he said, rubbing his damp hands together as he followed her into the sitting room, "what's all this about? What's Edgar done or not done? What's the trouble?" She held out cigarettes to him, but he shook his head and took a pipe out of his pocket. She took a cigarette herself, and speaking round it as she lighted a match, told him, "It's simply that Father hasn't come in yet." "And you telephoned the Haybox, you say?" She nodded. "And it's nothing to do with his driving the car. The car's here. He went in by bus this morning." Between quick puffs at her cigarette, she added, "Am I being very stupid, Gerald, worrying because Father's 2 hours late getting home?" He took a look at the clock with the gilt cupids wantoning round its prim enamelled face. 2.5 hours, he corrected her, and frowned at the clock. "I don't know, Joanna, I don't know. He may just have run across someone he knows, or suddenly plucked up courage to go to the dentist and have a tooth stopped, or gone to the library and got engrossed in something, or gone into a pub and got involved in a metaphysical argument, or—" "Yes, Gerald," she interrupted with a smile. "If it was you, it might be any of those things, and I shouldn't be worrying." Yes. Anyway," he said, "who told you he'd started for home at the usual time?" "The caretaker, Barnes." "Well, are you sure he was taking the trouble to find out if Edgar was really there or not?" "Oh, yes. He told me to hang on and he'd go and see, and he took several minutes about it. Then he came back to the telephone and said no, that definitely Father wasn't there still, and that the other porter said he'd seen him leave at the usual time, or a bit earlier, if anything." "I see." With an odd folding-up movement, Highland lowered himself into a chair. His eyes dwelt thoughtfully on her face. Then he took the pipe out of his mouth and absent-mindedly wiped the mouthpiece against his flannel trousers. "It's not only unreasonable, it's inconsiderate. he exclaimed in his grating voice. "I've always said so. No one should be like that. I've told Edgar 12 times it wasn't fair on other people. I knew he'd never be influenced by being told how ridiculous it looked, but I did think he ought to listen if I explained how others were bound to suffer by it sooner or later." "By what, Gerald?" "By the fantastic regularity of his habits, of course. As you said yourself, if it was I who was 2.5 hours late, you wouldn't be worrying. The whole point is it's Edgar, and Edgar's never late. Or if he is, he always telephones. But Edgar isn't God, in spite of an occasional delusion that way, and even Edgar's plans were bound to get upset by something or other sometime. I've tried to explain it to him. I've pointed out that the very smallest lapse on his part would cause untold anguish. But the pig-headed, self-satisfied old fool actually had the nerve to tell me that it was I who ought to improve my habits. A blundering fat jackass." She laughed. "I know all that. But what shall we do?" Yes, what shall we do?" "Well, he placed the tips of his bony brown hands together. "Telephone the police, that's the first thing. And if they don't know anything about him, well, there are the hospitals, the lunatic asylums. Gerald, well, he might have lost his memory, mightn't he? Or suddenly decided he was a poached egg. I've always thought that about him myself, so I don't see why he shouldn't suddenly have come round to the same opinion. Or perhaps—" But he stopped and gave her a long stare with his grave, mild eyes. The facetious note was gone from his voice when he continued. "Joanna, my child, tell me, is it simply because Edgar's late getting home that you're worried?" She nodded. He said insistently, "Simply that? And nothing more? Isn't there something at the back of your mind all the time?" She frowned at the cigarette in her hand. "No. Why should there be?" He shrugged his gaunt shoulders. "I suppose because I've been worrying about him a bit myself. There's been something wrong with Edgar this last year or two. I mean something that isn't his digestion or his rheumatism or his arthritis or his catarrh or his blood pressure or anything like that. It's somehow his nature that seems to have altered. You know what I mean?" She didn't answer. She strolled across the room and tugged at the cord that drew the wine-red curtains together across the windows. Highland was continuing. "I suppose I might have done something about it. Talked to him, you know, taken him to concerts or something. That would have been a good idea, wouldn't it? Classical concerts. There's nothing so soothing and inspiring as good music. Of course, I've only just found that out for myself. Really, if I hadn't seen that gramophone going cheap at Schmeltzer's last month, music might never have come into my life. But I could never resist a bargain. However, what I was going to say was, I've been here living almost next door to Edgar for years, and the change in him seems to have come on pretty gradually, so that I've never concentrated much attention on it. But you've been away a lot. It's been different for you. I thought once or twice during this fortnight you'd been home that you looked as if things here had been a considerable shock." "Oof, I don't know," she said vaguely. Through the gap still left between the curtains, the lightning gave her a dizzy glimpse of grass and road and desolate bundlers. She tugged at the cord again, and the curtains swung together. She went on. "It's true that somehow I don't seem to know him any more. Perhaps it's my own fault. I've done a good bit of changing myself, I expect. Only at my age, that's more or less routine. But Gerald, he seems so bitter and impatient and suspicious. I don't think he used to be like that. And he seems so aggressively proud of all that he's done for me, and to need me to thank him for it over and over again. And at the same time he seems frantically disappointed in me. I know he was disappointed that you didn't do better at Oxford. Failing your degree was a rather bitter blow to him. Incidentally," he looked at her curiously, "why didn't you do better? I'd always thought you were quite a clever girl." She gave a flat little laugh. "Why, woman and song, me being the woman. I see. And it was carrying on in that tradition, was it? That you got yourself engaged to be married twice and broke it off both times? You know, speaking dispassionately, you haven't made such a promising start to your young life. But it seems to be on Father's mind all the time, she cried, that I'm letting down, wasted everything he's given me. And having Peggy Wimpole here doesn't help things, because she resents all the things I've had, and keeps hinting to Father that I'm not really grateful and don't really appreciate it. The thought that perhaps that's so, but it isn't, Gerald, it isn't, but the thought that it might be, seems to drive him right out of his mind. I can't understand it. I simply can't understand anything. He shook his head gravely. I ought to have looked into all this before. I've been criminally negligent, she said impatiently. We ought to be doing something. Abruptly, Gerald Highland unfolded himself onto his feet. True, and the first thing is the police, and if that's no good, the hospitals. And then I'm afraid there'll be nothing for it but going out into the rain and seeing if we can pick up a rumour. That's what a search party always has to search for, a rumour. How I wish this cursed storm would stop. It makes the whole business so infernally melodramatic. Or would you like me to tackle the telephone? Without waiting for an answer, he crossed to it, his red and gold slippers slapping on the floor. Picking up the instrument, he said into it, Police. Then he grinned at Joanna. You know, if the Wimpole woman wasn't at home, I'd say he'd eloped with her. He's got such a high opinion of that piece of chewed. Eh? This was to the telephone. I said police. Police. I want the police station, and quickly for a change. Quickly. The house is on fire. What? No, my dear fellow, I never said anything about the fire station. I want the police station. The sitting-room door opened. It was Mrs. Searle. Shan't I dish up now? She said. The dinner won't keep forever. But Joanna, with her gaze on Gerald Highland, gestured to her not to interrupt. The housekeeper, with a shrug, was turning away, when the high voice of Peggy Wimpole broke in on them from the hall. Joanna, he's come. There's a car just stopped at the gate. The next moment, as the fireman in the fire station in the neighbouring town of Astington was picking up the telephone and saying hello to Gerald Highland, there came a volley of knocks on the front door of the bungalow. Peggy Wimpole was nearest to the door. She flung it open. A young man stood there. He was a slender young man of about 27, in clothes that were sodden and smeared with mud. He started to say something. But Peggy, clutching at him, gasped in a hissing whisper, Oh, my God, Gordon, what have you done? Shut up, he said fiercely, and turned to speak to Joanna. But Joanna pushed past him and ran straight out into the rain. At the gate stood a small saloon car. Around its wheels eddied the swirling, grey-white mud. Rain put a glossy finish onto its worn paint. Beside it, at one of its open doors, two men were gently levering from the back seat, the stout, limp form of Edgar Preece. Dear viewers, if you'd like to listen to our audiobooks ad-free, have unlimited access to exclusive content, and over 200 unique audiobooks, the best detectives, fantasy and adventure stories, then visit our closed Telegram group. The link is in the description below the video. Enjoy watching. Joanna said, What's happened? Her voice was surprisingly calm. One of the men replied, Suppose we finish getting him indoors and then explain. Kind of damp out here for explanations. That's what I think about it. He was a big man with wide shoulders and a powerful look to his body. He was no one Joanna had ever seen before. As she took a startled look into his face, he grinned at her. His face was a long one, sallow as a gypsy's, with a gypsies ferocity about his dark brows and beaked nose. He said, He isn't really hurt, you know, it's only shock. Joanna turned and went swiftly back into the house. She gestured the others away from the doorway. Bring him in here, she said. As the two men came in after her with her father supported between them, she led them into the sitting room. Water dripped from their clothes as they trod across the carpet, and their feet ground chalky mud into the soft grey pile. As they laid her father down on a divan, The tall man glanced at the track of their footsteps, and with the same sardonic, rather wolfish grin remarked, "Lucky it isn't a crime we're committing, isn't it? Those footprints would make it a lot too easy to reconstruct." Joanna had stood still in the middle of the room. She didn't approach any closer to the divan. There was something peremptory and hard about her, as if she were more concerned with her own attitude in an emergency than in the emergency itself. A bluish pallor covered her father's face. It was a fleshy face with pouchy eyelids and a small, precise mouth. He was of medium height, but thick in the limb with a soft, shapeless fleshiness over his bones. Mud was smeared over his face and his clothing. There was mud on the bald top of his head. His pince-nez were missing. The tall man said again, "It's only shock. If you can get him to bed with hot water bottles and things and a nice cup of tea, he'll be all right in no time." "Mrs. Searle," said Joanna. She looked over her shoulder at the others who crowded in at the door. "Mrs. Searle, can you start seeing to that? And Gerald, can you help me getting father to bed? Or perhaps Gordon would help you while I telephone for a doctor." She looked at the dark-faced stranger again. "What happened?" For an instant he hesitated. Then he said, "It was a car accident." "Where? How did it happen?" At that point, Gerald Highland came forward. Holding out his hand first to one stranger, then to the other, he said in his harsh but genial voice, "We can find out all the details presently, my dear. As you suggest, Gordon and I will get Edgar to bed, and you, I think, might get some whiskey for these two very wet gentlemen. Details are never very important when everyone's so wet." Stooping, he started to work an arm under his friend's shoulders. "Come on, Gordon, lend a hand." He looked up. "Where's Gordon?" Gordon Wheaton was out in the hall, standing on the doormat, trying to wipe some of the heavy white mud from his shoes. He said, "I'm coming," and went on wiping his shoes. Highland made kicking, impatient sounds with his tongue. Gordon Wheaton repeated, "Coming, just coming." But before he reached the door of the sitting room, someone else plunged through it. Thrusting past Joanna, Piggy flung herself down on her knees beside the divan. She tried to speak, but what she said was lost in a violent gush of weeping. With a blaze of fury on her face, Joanna cried, "Get out of the way! Get out and be quiet! For God's sake, everyone keep quiet!" In a wheezy tone of disgust, the words came through the blue, pinched lips of the man on the couch. Complete quiet descended on everyone in the room. The thick eyelids had lifted a little. Between their wrinkled folds, the eyes that showed were glazed with weariness. Their gaze shifted slowly from one face to another. Again a few words were squeezed through the blue lips. "I am not a peep show," said Edgar Preece, "and even in my present, no doubt comical condition, I resent being treated as such. I have no interest in any of you at the moment. I should be grateful if you would attempt to veil your momentary, intense interest in me. I've had enough of you all." His eyes, with their dull, tired stare, fastened on Joanna. He added, "I owe nothing to anyone." Then he sighed with a sound of self-pity, and the thick eyelids dropped again. Gerald Highland said explosively, "Well, I'm damned if that isn't exactly like Edgar." Peggy Wimpole, staggering to her feet, turned to Gordon Wheaton and buried her face against him. Gordon Wheaton, who was engaged to be married to Peggy Wimpole, had stooping shoulders and moved in the heavy and clumsy way that goes with an unmuscular build. His face was pale, with a worried, self-absorbed look in the eyes. His ears were large and stood out at a wide angle from his head. His hair went back from his forehead in little ridged waves. He started patting Peggy's head with one hand, but his worried stare went past her to the face of the man on the couch. As Highland made more clicking, impatient noises, he disentangled himself from Peggy's hold and came forward. Between them, he and Gerald Highland removed the uncooperating form of Edgar Priest to his bedroom. Peggy disappeared into hers. Joanna went to the dining room. Returning in a few minutes with glasses and a decanter, she met the look of the tall, dark man. He and his companion were standing with their backs to the fireplace, as if that, in spite of the fact that no fire was even laid in the grate, were the best place to steam themselves by. Joanna set the tray down on a table. When she'd poured out the drink, she remarked, "I don't know whether to thank you or just to ask for the details." "Meaning?" said the dark man. "Was it us who ran him down?" He gave his wolfish grin again. "It wasn't." "Then," she said, "thank you. Thank you far more than I can possibly say. I'll never be able to make my thanks sound as earnestly meant as they are. They're always such difficult things to get across convincingly. Please believe I am as grateful as a person can be." She brought the glasses across them. "And now, if you don't mind, I'm going to telephone." "For a doctor?" She nodded. But she'd not yet succeeded in drawing the attention of the man at the exchange when she put the instrument down again. "I'd forgotten," she said. "Dr. Jones is away, and his partner's no good. He's always half drunk. I wonder who else there is." She stood frowning. Then she picked up the small local directory and began a search through its pages. It was the dark man again. She glanced up at him questioningly. The doctor." He was shifting his feet. He seemed oddly uncomfortable. "You say he's away, the one you usually have? That means that the one you're going to call up is someone you don't really know? I mean, you don't know much about what kind of a man he is." "What do you mean?" she asked abruptly. "Well," he said uneasily, "if you don't really know him, you can't tell, can you, whether he mightn't, he might be the sort of chap who insists on making trouble or something. That's to say, if you don't know him, you can't tell what he'll do, and—" He swallowed some of the whiskey. "I don't believe there's anything really wrong with your father." She crossed the room and planted herself before him. "What really happened?" Her voice was hard and sharp. "It wasn't a car accident, was it?" He stroked a hand thoughtfully over his long chin and looked into her face. She repeated, "It wasn't a car accident." He gave a sigh. "No," he said, "it wasn't a car accident." Then he went on, "Look here, sit down. Have some of that whiskey yourself. I'll tell you about it. I'm sure that's the best thing to do. That young fellow up there, Gordon somebody, he suggested we should stick to the story it was a car accident, and in some circumstances it might have been a good idea, but having seen you, I should think you can stand the facts. And if you can, it's far better for you to have them. They may always need acting upon." "What facts?" I'll tell you the whole thing. That's to say, all we saw of it, because we didn't come into it till nearly the end. It's only from that young chap Gordon Whatsit that we heard the part about how your father started walking home from Aslington and—" "Walking home? Did you say my father started walking home from Aslington?" "Yes," he said, "that's what we were told." "But it's 5 miles, and he never walks anywhere." "Well, that's what we were told. As I was saying, we only saw the end bit of it. You see, we were down on the beach. We were sitting down there throwing pebbles at the sea, having a day in the country. Some work I've been doing had been getting badly stuck, and I had the idea that some green grass and sea air might unstick the brain again. Anyway, there we were. You see, not having any definite idea of where we wanted to go, we thought we'd see what Aslington was like. Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't think much of it. In spite of its botanical gardens, its charm, I think, is overrated. And so we pushed on a bit further, and there we were, about halfway between Aslington and here, down on the beach. So when we heard the voice yelling, we had to scramble all the way up the cliffs, which wasn't easy with the storm coming on so suddenly. You know how it started this evening, bang out of nothing. Still, we were just in time, and it was lucky we were, too, because I don't think that young man would have been able to hold out much longer. Your father's a good weight." "But do you mean—" She stopped. She sat down in an armchair. "I don't understand at all," she said. "Course you don't, miss." Joanna gave a slightly surprised glance at the second stranger. It was the first time he'd spoken since he'd come into the room. A small man, 2 inches shorter at least than she was herself, with a resilient-looking plumpness and a round, pink face that had been only indecisively moulded into features. He wore a shabby blue suit, pointed patent leather shoes, and a high-necked sailor's jersey. He repeated with a wide, amiable smile, "Course you don't understand, miss. Toby here, his name's Toby Dyke, and Marge George, he can't ever express himself really coherent-like to a young lady. Reckon it was one of the faults in his early upbringing. All that happened this evening, I'll tell you in a word, was that the old gentleman was trying to chuck himself over the edge of the cliff, and that young chap with the big ears was stopping him. Then Toby and me turned up and finished the business of stopping him. Believe me—" He gulped down some whiskey, and as the man called Toby Dyke turned on him with a scowl, concluded blandly, "That's absolutely all there was to it." "You damn fool, George," said Toby Dyke. Joanna's eyes had widened a little. The slightly blank look in them was at that moment more than ever pronounced. Her stare went between the two men, to be held by the smirking cupids that supported the clock on the mantelpiece. Toby Dyke started again, hurriedly. "As I was saying, it was when we were down there on the beach that we heard a voice shouting, 'Help!' It was right over our heads. It went on shouting, and so—" said Joanna slowly, "he was trying to throw himself over the edge of the cliffs." "Well," said Toby Dyke apologetically, "that does seem to have been what was happening. When we heard that shouting, we went mountaineering up the face of the cliff, and when we got to the top, there in the rain right at the edge were 2 men fighting like fiends. It was too wet and too dark for us to see what they were really up to, but we managed to get them apart. It was the young one who'd been doing the shouting, and the moment we'd separated them, he started thanking God we'd been in time, because he didn't think he'd have been able to hold out much longer. Your father just lay there. The moment he stopped struggling, he simply collapsed. The young man told us where he belonged, and we got him into the car, and the young man came along with us to show us the way, and told us how it had happened. Seems he works under your father, and he'd been worrying about him for some time, and that something that happened today made him worry particularly. So when your father set off for home on foot, he followed. And then when your father suddenly made for the edge of the cliffs, and looked as if he were going to take a dive off him, he grabbed him. He saved your father's life, all right." He stopped, regarding her rather anxiously. Joanna was looking down, her wide-eyed gaze fixed on a scrap of mud that clung to the grey carpet. She asked in a stiff, hesitant voice, "Didn't my father say anything at all? Until what he said when he got here?" An unamused smile pulled his mouth crooked. "As a matter of fact, he did. He said one thing. He said, 'Why the something hell can't you keep your something noses out of other people's business instead of helping this something something with his devil's work?' It was just then he fainted. I should think on the whole that simplified things for us." The short man in blue made another remark. "Mind you, lady, I kind of sympathized. Suicide is a bloke's own business." Suddenly Joanna clenched her hands and drummed with them on the arms of her chair. "I won't stand it," she cried violently. "He's got no right to treat me like this. Did you see how he looked at me and then said he didn't owe anyone anything? He meant he didn't owe me anything. He meant I'm such a disappointment to him after all he's done for me. But what has he done for me, except go on working in that old haybox which he loves for its own sake more than he's ever loved anything in the world? But he can't ever think about anything but what he's done for me and my ingratitude. And—" She dropped both hands limply into her lap. "No," she said quietly. "It can't really be that. No, he wouldn't really try to kill himself, would he? Just to show me he thinks I'm so ungrateful he doesn't owe it to me even to live." Toby Dyke was looking at her in some astonishment. As if to find some remark to make, he said, "Did you say he works in a hay box?" George said thoughtfully, "Reckon that'll be the name of a nightclub or something in Aslington." At that, there came a great guffaw of laughter from the doorway. Gerald Highland, edging his overhanging form round the door, exploded, "Nightclub! Edgar, boss of a nightclub? Goodness me, that's the best thing I've heard for years." He came forward into the room. He beamed at everybody. He crossed to the table and stood looking down principally at the whiskey decanter. "No, if there was another glass—" Then deep chuckles rumbled inside him. "Nightclub. If you'd like to know, the haybox was the name Joanna gave when she was a small girl to the herbarium attached to the Aslington Botanical Gardens. Her father's curator there. And in case you don't know, a herbarium is an institution in which studies in systematic botany are prosecuted. They keep a collection there of as many type species as possible. I think Joanna found them all very dry and hay-like. Joanna, my dear, as I was saying, if there was another glass—" He noticed the expression on her face. "Cheer up," he said. "Edgar's quite all right. Tucked up all safe and sound in bed with 2 hot water bottles and a gallon or so of tea. There's nothing to worry about. A matter of fact, I was going to say, if you haven't already run up Dr. Jones, I don't think there's any great need to." She got to her feet. "I'll fetch a glass." He stopped her. "Joanna, what's the matter?" She answered, "You see, Gerald, it wasn't an accident. Mr. Dyke here has been telling me what actually happened. Father tried to throw himself over the edge of the cliffs. Gordon and Mr. Dyke and his friends stopped him." "Suicide?" "Yes, Gerald." Intensely startled, Highland's blue eyes flashed round to Toby Dyke. Toby Dyke nodded. "I see," said Highland. "My God. Yes. Well, about that glass." Joanna went to fetch it. When she returned to the sitting-room, Highland was just doing the quick folding-up movement that was his way of sitting down. "And, of course," he was saying, "in the eyes of the law, suicide's a crime." "That was why I advised Miss Priest to be rather careful about calling in a doctor she didn't know," said Toby Dyke. "Just so." Highland's voice sounded more than usually grating. He looked up at Joanna and nodded his thanks as she brought him a drink. "Joanna, I'd realized that something was wrong with Edgar, but that it had come to this. Have you any idea? Can you understand why?" She gave a shake of her head. "Anyway," said Toby Dyke, coming forward and holding out his hand, "you'd sooner go into that side of it without strangers present. Goodbye, Miss Priest. Unless there's something more we can do to assist, I think we better get going." "Going?" Automatically, Joanna took the hand held out to her. "But you'll stay and have dinner, won't you? It'll only be dinner of a sort, but please stay. Mrs. Searle's just been laying places for you." Toby Dyke glanced round at George. Probably they would have refused. But before either could reply, Highland, shooting onto his feet again, rubbing his hands together enthusiastically and looking filled with good ideas, exclaimed, "Look here, don't go home tonight at all. Rotten night, no one ought to be out in it. Come round to my cottage. I can put you up. I can give you some supper, too. That'll be better than staying and making extra work for Mrs. Searle, who's been put out enough already. And I've got some pretty good whiskey. And I've got some grand records I'd like to play over to you to see what you think of them. I can't remember the names offhand, never can. All operas, you know, classical stuff. You'll come?" "It's very good of you," Toby Dyke was beginning. "But—" "Excellent," said Highland. "It's only a few minutes' walk to my cottage, and there's most of a cold chicken in the larder and a good cheese, and there's one record I've got that—" "Gerald," said Joanna, "perhaps Mr. Dyke and his friend really want to get back to London." "On a night like this? Nonsense. Come along, Mr. Dyke. We'll go straight away. I'll do you some dry clothes and get your supper, and then I'll just pop out here again and go into this sad affair with Joanna. I won't be long, Joanna. You don't mind my leaving you for a bit, do you? I'm sure these two gentlemen ought to get out of their wet things, and then I'll just give them my file index. I spent this afternoon making a file index of my records, and while I'm gone, they can be eating and making up their minds just what they'd like to hear. Come along. One short dash to the rain and we're there. Goodness me, what a piece of luck that you were down below when Edgar started his tricks on the cliffs. I haven't had any good company in the evenings for I don't know how long. With a vivacity that had in it a good deal of dogged determination, Gerald Highland proceeded to remove the two strangers to his cottage. They had only reached the hall of the bungalow when he returned to the sitting room. He had on his oilskins and gumboots. "Joanna, my child," he whispered, tiptoeing up to her and tapping her on the shoulder. "Don't worry too much. I dare say it's an excellent thing this has happened. It'll bring everything out into the open. That always makes things a lot better. Besides, I've had an idea, a marvelous idea. I'm going to put it into execution tomorrow, so don't worry any more. It's really a grand idea." She gave him an affectionate but weary smile. "Is it like most of your grand ideas, Gerald? Because if it is, I expect it'd really be best to do nothing about it." "It's a grand idea. A grand idea." A moment later, the front door slammed behind them. Chapter 2. The only light in the bedroom came from a small reading lamp by the bed. Its brown parchment shade had been turned so that the light wasted itself uselessly on a blank space of wall, leaving the face on the pillow the protection of deep shadow. It was so dim just there that it was impossible for Joanna to see, as she came into the room, whether her father's eyes were open or not. The room was a small one, but the furniture in it was the bulkiest in any room in the bungalow. Of solid, polished mahogany, it had been in the family longer than Joanna herself. Brown velour curtains hung over the windows. On the walls were dusky oil paintings of cattle and sunsets. Moving quietly to the end of the bed, Joanna stood looking down at her father. She could see now that the eyes were closed. The puffy flesh of his face seemed to have fallen in against the bone behind. The small mouth sagged. In the way in which the head lay on the pillow, there was the abandonment of total exhaustion. It was a drained, meaningless husk of a man that lay there, either asleep or simply blotted out, finished. The cold, defensive look in Joanna's eyes gradually melted. Pity appeared, and tenderness. Expression came into the lustrous, rather blank, dark eyes. Her lower lip quivered. "Why can't you dress yourself decently? Why do you have to go round all day in those trousers?" She started. The eyes in the face on the pillow were no longer closed. Narrow slits had opened in the pouchy flesh of the eye sockets. Joanna's mouth became a hard, scarlet line against the pallor of her face. "And I don't like that lipstick." Though the voice was weak, each word was formed with pedantic precision. "Why isn't your own colour good enough for you?" "I only came to see how you were," said Joanna. "Do you want anything?" "But I've never had in my life. Peace and quiet." There was a pause. Then Joanna resumed. "Would you like me to bring you some supper?" "Thank you, I feel no desire for food." "Isn't there anything I can do?" Her hands were gripping the rail at the end of the bed. He made no answer, and though it was difficult in the dimness of the room to be certain of it, it seemed that after a moment his eyes closed again. Joanna waited at the end of the bed for about a minute. Then she turned and went softly towards the door. He had almost reached it when the precise tones once more addressed her. "I should like to be left alone. I should prefer no one to intrude on me. If you are afraid of what my actions may be, you may leave the door ajar, but I should prefer you to close it. You need have no anxiety. I intend to do nothing but rest. And now that I come to think of it, there is something you might do for me. Joanna spoke impulsively. Father, can't we... Isn't there any way you and I could... Oh. Her voice was shaking with tears. I don't understand what's happened. It used not to be like this. We used to talk to each other. Dear viewers, if you'd like to listen to our audiobooks ad-free, have unlimited access to exclusive content, and over 200 unique audiobooks, the best detectives, fantasy, and adventure stories, then visit our closed Telegram group. The link is in the description below the video. Enjoy watching, he said. I notice you changed the subject the moment I asked you to do something for me. A red stain appeared on her cheeks. And I've noticed, he went on, that might almost be described as a habit of yours. An ungracious one. I disapprove, Grit. What is it you want? Don't let me trouble you. I can see to it myself. What is it you want? Her voice rose slightly. I told you I can see to it myself. I merely asked you to do it for me because in view of what it happens to be, I thought it might reassure your mind if you yourself had seen to it. What is it? I'll do anything you want. How I do hate those trousers. Why can't you wear a nice dress? Something suitable for the evening? Heaven knows you spend enough on them. What is it? What do you want me to do for you? At the note in her voice, he stirred restlessly. He said in an irritated but less frozen tone, I want a couple of those sleeping tablets, Joanna. They're in the bathroom in the cupboard. Just bring them to me and a tumbler of water. You see, I thought if you saw me fetching them myself, you might imagine the worst. He laughed. The sound sent a shudder through Joanna. She replied, All right, I'll get them. As she turned swiftly and went to the bathroom, 2 tears that had been swimming in her eyes brimmed over her lashes and trickled down her face. She returned in a minute with the sleeping tablets. He swallowed them, then murmured, Thank you, and made a gesture that she should leave him. She went out again, this time closing the door behind her. She took the glass back to the bathroom. As she was rinsing it out under one of the taps, a thought suddenly occurred to her. She put down the glass and went to the cupboard again. Locking it, she slipped the key into her pocket. Then she changed her mind, unlocked the cupboard, took out the box of sleeping tablets, and put that in her pocket. The dinner that Mrs. Searle served up a few minutes later consisted of chops that had been ready to eat at least an hour earlier, mashed potatoes that had gone dry and heavy through being kept warm in the oven, and tomatoes that somehow had missed being kept warm at all. Joanna, Peggy Wimpole, and Gordon Whedon chewed in dispirited silence. Gordon Whedon had been given a dry pair of flannels and some slippers belonging to Mr. Preece. He'd washed the streaks of mud from his face and hands. Peggy also had washed her face and had used powder to mask the tear stains. After the chops, there was rice pudding. Joanna left hers on her plate and went to the sitting room. She went straight to the table where the whiskey decanter still stood, filled one of the glasses, and drank it down. Peggy came in. You don't mind if Gordon sleeps here, do you? She said. He can sleep on the divan in here. He was going to walk home, but I didn't think he ought to get into those wet things and risk another soaking. It's raining as hard as ever. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. Joanna struck a match by her cigarette. Peggy, please tell me something. You said you knew something was bound to happen. Was this what you meant? Peggy's eyes dropped. I don't know what I said. That's what you said. That you knew something was bound to happen. Oh, I was just excited and upset, said Peggy. I just said anything. I don't expect I meant anything in particular. But you seemed almost to expect this. I tell you, I was just saying anything. I'd only just woken up and my head was still awful. The words slipped out hurriedly and anxiously as she turned to go. But at a sound that reached them at that moment, she stood still and looked at Joanna. The car was stopping at the gate. Joanna said irritably, Who on earth's that at this hour? With a nervous smile and a tone that tried to sound casual, Peggy remarked, As a matter of fact, it's Dr. Van Eden. Joanna's face showed that told her nothing. Peggy said, I do hope you won't mind, but I took things rather into my own hands. I thought I ought to. I mean, this must have been a dreadful shock for you. I didn't think it fair to leave all the responsibility on your shoulders. Of course, I understood why you didn't ring out the doctor. In a way, I dare say you were quite right, but I do think it was an awful risk all the same. You don't mind my saying so, do you? After all, I know your father better. I mean, I've seen a lot more of him lately than you have, and I know how delicate he is. And he did look dreadful tonight. I'm quite sure he oughtn't to have been left without seeing a doctor. Dr. Van Eden isn't a doctor. Joanna dropped onto the divan. I remember about him now. He's a doctor of philosophy or something at one of those awfully obscure American universities. But he isn't a doctor of medicine. That's simply because of the bigotry and prejudice of the medical profession. Dr. Van Eden knows much more than any doctor I had ever come across. He's a wonderful man. Oh, God, you're an awful fool sometimes, Peggy. Father'll never see him. It was Mr. Priest who recommended him to me. At Joanna's incredulous look, Peggy nodded triumphantly. And I can never be grateful enough to him for having done so, she said. I went to Mr. Priest some months ago and told him what agony I was having with headaches, and how I thought the trouble was probably psychological, and how, anyway, I didn't feel properly adjusted to my environment and would benefit from some psychological treatment. And he told me about Dr. Van Eden, and gave me an introduction to him. Well, is that so? Said Joanna. I suppose it's all right. But just then, Mrs. Searle put her head around the door. It's that young Mr. Moon, she said. Joanna sat up. Dan Moon, and he wants to see Mr. Priest. I've told him Mr. Priest is ill in bed, but he says he's going to see him all the same. He seems kind of in a temper. Oh, dear, I thought it was Dr. Van Eden, muttered Peggy. Joanna began to laugh. Send him in here, she cried. Let's have everyone in here. Let's have a party. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate the altogether remarkable event which everyone seems to have expected but me. Dan, she raised her voice, come in here. It may not look like it, but it's a party and you're welcome. We're frightfully merry. Come in. She suddenly twisted herself on the divan, stretched herself prone upon it, and buried her face in her arms. A young man appeared in the doorway, a tall young man of slightly cumbrous yet shapely build. He had thick brown hair and a brown face with firmly moulded, though still immature, features. It was one of those faces that are intelligent and naive at the same time. At the moment, it was lit by a sultry glow, beyond doubt the fire of righteous indignation. He looked at Joanna lying on her stomach on the divan. What the hell? He said. And then he saw Peggy and nodded at her. Peggy murmured good evening and went out. Dan Moon took a couple of steps towards the divan. Hi, he said. He waited. Hi, Joanna. He said it a third time. Hi, I say. He had a deep, rough voice with a pleasant, warm resonance in it. I say, you aren't. With a wriggle, Joanna turned over and sat bolt upright on the divan. There were bright spots of red on her cheekbones. You've a perfect genius for arriving at the wrong time, she said. You always manage to come here when one feels one hates the sight of you. All right, he said. But it isn't you I've come to see, it's your father. Seeing you like that, I thought you must be crying or something. What's the trouble, stomach? But his father you can't see. I've got to see him. If I don't, I'll calm down, and I shan't say all the things I've got ready to say to him. Where is he? You can't see him, I'm telling you. Oh, I don't know what's the matter with you. You always do it. You always arrive when one's just feeling ready to murder somebody, and you go and plant yourself right in front of one, looking like a great mooing cow. And if I'd a hatchet or a hammer, I'd— Hi, he said resentfully. Not a cow, that's female. Taking a couple of long strides, he seated himself on the arm of a chair. His movements were ponderous and deliberate, but had the same kind of vigour, that is almost grace, that belongs to the movements of a young cart horse. He took a pipe out of the pocket of his raincoat. Anyway, he said, where is your father? It doesn't matter to you where he is, because you aren't going to see him, said Joanna. As a matter of fact, he's in bed, ill, and doesn't want to see anybody. He said, I'll see him all right. I came out here to see him, right through the storm. I knew if I left it, I'd calm down, and then I'd never say the things somebody ought to say to him before he's much older. He was fumbling through his other pockets for his tobacco pouch. You can't go on doing that kind of thing without somebody saying something to you sometime. Doing what? She asked. He suddenly discovered the pouch in one of those pockets that only athletes can reach. While he was comporting himself to extract it, she repeated, Doing what? Don't worry, he said. I won't say one word more than absolutely necessary, and I won't do anything but say what I think. She gave a little crow of laughter. And I'm not to worry. What's happened, Dan? What's he done? What have you done? Because it's much more likely to be your fault than his. You're such a complete fool. Ah, if you knew how I hate fools. But you needn't think you can see him, because you can't. He's ill. He mustn't be worried by anybody. I'm not going to worry him, said Dan. I'm just going to impart some of my views. They're reasonable views. If they worry him, that's his funeral. What views? Oh, it's something quite technical, Joanna. You wouldn't follow. Dan started comporting himself again in a search for a box of matches. She asked, How do you know I shouldn't follow? Because I did once try to explain to you some elementary facts about my job. Joanna got up, picked up the box of matches on the mantelpiece, and tossed it at him. She said in a constrained voice, As it was I who got you the job in the first place, it strikes me I must be able to understand a few things about it. He stooped to pick up the box of matches that had slipped through his fingers to the floor. I know, Joanna, and as part of what I want to tell your father is that I'm chucking the job. He struck a match. As he raised his eyes to her face again, he found her gaze boring into him with startled intensity. His eyes quickly avoided hers, and his brows puckered. I'm sorry, I dare say a good deal of it's my fault. I was damn glad to take the job, but I didn't quite reckon on your father. Honestly, I don't know how I've stuck in this last couple of months. Don't know how anyone has. Look at that row he had with poor old Peggy yesterday. God knows what she'd done, but whatever it was, he's got no right to sack someone who's slave for him the way that woman has. Sack her? Cried Joanna. Has father sacked Peggy Wimpole? Didn't you know? She shook her head wearily. She dropped down again onto the divan. No, Dan, I don't know anything. Well, said Dan Moon with a shrug of his big shoulders, it's all got a bit beyond me. There are some reasons why I'll hate to go, but I can't really see that there's any possible future for me here. And though they say it's a month's game to look ahead in the sort of world we inhabit, I don't really like seeing nothing ahead of me but a blank wall, with some damned unpleasant spikes on it. And now that this last thing's happened— But what has happened? Dan was silent. Their eyes met again for an instant, and though Joanna's tried to hold his, Dan's immediately evaded them, settling instead on the toe of a muddy shoe. After a moment, in a hesitantly explanatory voice, he produced what sounded like carefully chosen words. It's just about some pods, Joanna. and a Russian. A vivid smile lit up Joanna's face. The smile developed into laughter. Dan Moon shifted uncomfortably at the rasp of hysteria in the sound. "Pods!" cried Joanna. "And a Russian! International complications. No wonder you had to come all the way out here in the middle of a thunderstorm at almost midnight. Is it war or revolution?" He sprang to her feet. "But you aren't going to see my father, Dan. I don't know what he's done, and I don't care. He's ill. He's been ill for ages. If any of you had had any sense or any sympathy, you'd have seen it weeks ago. But all you seem to have been able to think about was that he was difficult to get on with. Of course he was. People working up the nervous breakdowns always are. Why couldn't you see what was happening? You're working with him, aren't you? You see him all day, not just for an hour or two in the evenings. Why couldn't you see it and warn me?" Suddenly she stopped, drawing a deep breath, seemed to shrink together. Dan reached out and laid a hand on her shoulder. "Joe, for God's sake, Joe! A nervous breakdown, is that it? Poor old chap, I hadn't an idea. I'm damn sorry. Hi, Joe, look up." But Joanna slid her shoulder away from under his hand. She said in a low voice, "Please go, Dan. Go home. It's been the most ghastly evening I've ever known in my life." "But look here, what's actually happened?" "Oh, go home, she said. "I'm dog-tired. I can't think about anything. He tried to kill himself. Now, dude, please go home." He got to his feet. "But look here." "We'll talk it over another time," she said. "Tomorrow, perhaps. And at the same time, you can tell me whether it was the pod that didn't agree with the Russian, or the Russian who didn't agree with the pod." "All right," he said. He stood looking at her for a moment. Then he crossed to the door. "Of course," he said, "a nervous breakdown explains a lot. Really, if I'd known, I'd never—" He gave his head a shake, opened the door, and went out. "Dan," said Joanna. He looked back into the room. "Dan, when you chuck your job here, what will you do instead?" "Find another eventually. In the meantime, well, I ran into a chap some weeks ago who was getting up an expedition to Peru to map the vegetation. They wanted another botanist to go with them. He asked, but I dare say it wouldn't be too late to fix it up. They weren't going for 2 or 3 months. I think I'll write to him." "I see," she said. "Well, good night." "Good night," said Dan. A minute or two later, through the soft swishing of the rain, the sound of Dan Moon's car driving away down the road toward Aslington reached Joanna where she sat on the divan. Presently, that sound faded. In the room in the bungalow, it seemed perfectly silent. The thunder had stopped, and though the rain still fell, it fell so steadily that the hearing, accustomed to the sound of it, lost it. Suddenly, Joanna flung herself prone on the divan, and with her head buried in her arms, in the position in which Dan had found her when he first came in, broke into violent weeping. She was still lying like that, but her body had gone limp and her swollen eyelids had drooped over her eyes in a nightmarish half-sleep when, just after the clock on the mantelpiece had given the little ping that meant 12:30, the door of the sitting room was softly opened again, and Peggy Wimpole, in an excited whisper, hissed at her. Dr. Van Eden was a small man with a big head. The big head was crowned with thick hair of a silky silver grey. His features were aquiline. His skin was of a smooth parchment colour, covered with a delicately etched pattern of fine wrinkles. He had the arched eyebrows, the prominent, finely modelled nose, the full, supple lips, and the long chin that looked distinguished and slightly wicked under a tie wig. His raincoat was exceptionally shabby and old. So was the felt hat he held in his hand, but the double-breasted grey suit he wore had the easy, prosperous look of excellent tailoring. As he advanced into the room, he let his eyes rest for an instant on Joanna's tear-marked face. Then he directed them at the clock. He gave it a whimsical look of disapproval when he saw the lateness proclaimed there. He had that frank air of apology possible only to those who are perfectly sure of themselves. He said, "I'm dreadfully sorry. I'd have been here an hour ago if I hadn't had trouble with my car. I had to take it to a garage. They were so slow I almost abandoned hope of getting here at all. However, here I am." His voice was a tenor one. He had a light, graceful way with his words. Joanna took the hand he held out, but her gaze went confusedly from him to Peggy. Beyond Peggy, with his hand up to his mouth to stifle a yawn, was Gordon Wheaton. Joanna fixed her attention on him. "Oh, Gordon, you wanted to sleep in here, didn't you? I've been keeping you up. You ought to have come in and reminded me. I could have gone to bed, only—" She rubbed a hand across her forehead. "I was staying up for something. There was something. Oh, of course. Gerald said he'd come back. He must have forgotten." "How like him," said Peggy. "However, here's Dr. Van Etten, and he'll be much more help than Mr. Hyland." Joanna looked again to the face of the small, silver-haired man. "But I expect my father's asleep." "If that's so," he answered, "we can be thankful for it. Of course we won't disturb him. I can come again in the morning. That is, if you still want me to." Peggy at once protested. "Oh, but you don't want to have to make the trip out here on this dreadful night for nothing." His eyes were still on Joanna. Cool, grey eyes, penetrating and full of gravity. They studied her with an openness and at the same time a detachment that eyes are usually too diffident, too uncertain of themselves to display. Joanna got up. She said, "I'll go and see if he's asleep. He took some sleeping tablets, so I expect he is." He checked her movement towards the door. "Miss Priest, I'm afraid I made a mistake in coming here. I don't think you want me here at all. It was Miss Wimpole who telephoned, and I think it was only Miss Wimpole who wanted me." Joanna said nothing. They looked at one another. Then Joanna looked down. She murmured, "I'm very grateful to you for coming." "I'd far sooner you were honest with me," he said. "I shan't be at all offended if you simply ask me to go home." "Not at all, Dr. Van Etten. I'm very glad." He laughed softly. She flashed a quick glance at him. "Miss Priest," he said, "do I really look the kind of person who can't tell when a person thinks I'm both a quack and a nuisance? You know, I can see how hard you're hoping that your father's sound asleep, so that you needn't let me in to see him. But now tell me, isn't it right that Miss Wimpole asked me to come here without your concurrence?" Lady Wimpole, who had been hovering at his elbow with a mixture of proprietorship and humble propitiation in her manner, began, "Oh, but Dr. Van Etten, isn't it so, Miss Priest? You do think I'm a quack, don't you? Now, be frank." His smile seemed to be seeking something out in her, probing, prompting. After a moment, unwillingly, a smile appeared on Joanna's face. He said, "Good, that's settled." As he laughed again, his eyes had a vivid twinkle in them. "Now I can go home to Athington and get to bed. Still, you know, Miss Priest, your father and I are quite well acquainted. If I were just to look in on him, only if he's awake, of course, and ask him how he is, I don't think he'd mind in the least. There needn't be anything at all professional about it." "Please do," she said, with the haste of embarrassment. "I didn't mean— I mean, even— Let's just leave it at that," he suggested. "You'd sooner I didn't see him." "Oh, no." She was flushed and her hands were fidgeting. "Please, of course I want you to see him. It's true Peggy asked you to come here without telling me beforehand, and I didn't know you were a friend of my father's. Oh, please forgive me. I'm in such a stupid muddle. I don't know what I'm saying. It's been such a queer kind of shock." She stopped, her look changed. "I suppose," she said, "you do know why Miss Wimpole asked you to come here?" "Oh, yes." Peggy put in, "We can trust Dr. Van Etten. Absolutely, Joanna." "Thank you," he said, and at the earnestness in his tone, Peggy coloured with pleasure. "Well, let's go and see if my father's awake," said Joanna. He was awake. In spite of his exhaustion, in spite of the sleeping tablets, Edgar Priest was lying with his eyes wide open. There was a feverish light in them. He seemed to be more restless, less limp. When the door opened and Joanna, followed by Dr. Van Eden, came into the room, his whole body gave a jerk and he almost sat up in bed. But there was no special surprise on his face at the sight of Dr. Van Eden. Perhaps she'd heard his voice in the hall. He said nothing. Dr. Van Eden gave a slight nod to Joanna, and she went out, leaving them together. As she rejoined Peggy and Gordon in the sitting room, Peggy greeted her eagerly. "Don't you think he's got a wonderful personality, Joanna?" Joanna was looking round fretfully. "Don't you think so?" said Peggy. "Where are those cigarettes?" asked Joanna. "Don't you?" "All I know is," said Joanna, "he embarrassed me until I had to ask him to go in and see Father. Where the hell are those cigarettes?" Gordon found he was sitting on them. "Thanks," said Joanna, "and his smile's too beautiful." Peggy said, "The first time I saw him, I recognized at once the extraordinary power of his individuality, and there's a wonderful integrity in his face. One feels certain immediately of his complete disinterestedness. Perhaps one can only have those vivid perceptions if one's an intuitive type. He says I'm very intuitive indeed. Actually, though I haven't told anyone but Mr. Priest and Gordon, I've been going to him every week for treatment. It's made a great difference to my life already. Really, it's very, very kind of him to treat me, because of course his house in Astington is only a weekend place. When he's down here, he's on holiday. His practice is in Harley Street." "If I were Gordon," said Joanna, "I shouldn't feel too flattered at your needing all that difference made to your life." "Where are those matches?" Gordon was sitting on them, too. Peggy exclaimed, "Oh, heavens, I don't understand you. Aren't you glad there's someone with Dr. Van Eden's experience and insight ready to help your father through this frightful spiritual crisis?" "I don't know anything about his experiences. I expect there've been plenty of them, but somehow I don't feel at all certain they're the right kind to help my father." Puffing impatiently at the cigarette, Joanna retreated to the window. She pulled one curtain a little aside and put her face close to the glass, so that in the space that was shadowed by her head, she could see a little way out into the darkness. Though the thunder had rolled away, the rain was still driving into the sodden ground. The rain and the darkness were like one thing as they pressed down together upon the earth. All the lights in the other bungalows had been put out. Only one faint light glowed some distance off. Joanna knew it was in the window of Gerald Hyland's cottage. Leaning forward a little, she rested her forehead against the glass. Minutes went by. Presently she heard Gordon Whedon saying, "I say, Doctor, if you're driving back to Astington now, I wonder if you'd mind taking me along with you. I was staying because of the rain, but it'd be better if I could get back." Joanna turned round. Dr. Van Eden was in the room again. He replied to Gordon, "Of course, glad of the company. Well, Miss Peace, there's nothing physically the matter with your father. If a body were all that a human being consisted of, you would have no cause for anxiety at all. But the mind... He gave a slow shake of his head. Joanna said quickly, "You don't mean—" He was staring down at the carpet. He said thoughtfully, "Tell me, do you know of anything that's been worrying your father lately? Anything special?" "No," said Joanna. "I've realized he was different. I knew there must be something, but I didn't know what." "You're sure you know nothing? Nothing I ought to know if I'm going to help him?" "You can, as Miss Wimple assured you. Trust me absolutely. I think perhaps you've begun to feel that by now." He looked at her questioningly. "I don't know, Dr. Van Etten. I don't know anything," she answered. "Nothing you'd tell me if—" he looked round at Peggy and Gordon. "If, we were alone?" "I tell you, I wish I did." He gave a slight sigh. He passed a hand through his thick grey hair. It was a little hand, white, with short, square-tipped fingers. Surprisingly, it was rather dirty. "Well, young man," he said to Gordon, "if you want to get back to Baslington, come along. Good night, Miss Priest. I expect I shall see you again shortly. If I can do anything—" The smile appeared again. It was less impersonal now. It was gentle, intimate, compelling response. "If I can do anything—" Joanna replied with a twitch of the lips that did duty for a smile, and shook the small, dirty hand held out to her. Dr. Ben Eden and Gordon Whedon left together. That night, although as soon as the doctor's car had driven away, Joanna went to her room, undressed, got into her pajamas, and lay down in bed. There was no sleep for her for a long time. Outside, the rain went on. All through the hours of darkness, the hissing sound of it drove through her muddled, wakeful thoughts. Because it was pouring at a slight angle, she had to keep the window closed. The room grew hot and airless. Even when she pushed the covers back, she felt too hot. She tossed and fidgeted. Once she switched on the light, smoked a cigarette, and tried to read for a while. But she put the book down again after a few minutes. Once she got up and went to the kitchen for a drink of water. When at last sleep of a sort came, there was already grey light in her room. The rain was stopping, and thick clouds of mist were rolling in from the sea. Joanna woke with someone's hand shaking her shoulder. She started up, wide awake. It was her father leaning over her. "I want you to drive me in this morning. How soon can you be ready?" "But you aren't going in this morning." "I must. I want to get there early. Can you be ready in a quarter of an hour?" "Father, you can't go. Really, you can't. You oughtn't to be up. You're looking dreadful." "I'm asking you a simple question, Joanna. Can you be ready to drive me into Aslington in a quarter of an hour?" "Yes, but—" "If you don't want to, I can drive myself." "Father, please go back to bed," said Joanna. "Look at yourself in the glass. Look how your hands are shaking." She stood up beside her bed, reaching for her dressing gown. "Precisely," he replied. "I'm too shaky to drive. If you want to oblige me, I must ride myself. Now, can you or can you not be ready in 15 minutes? "I can," she said. And 15 minutes later, dressed in her slacks again and her Suic shirt, with a loose jacket over them, she brought the car round to the front door. The unmade road was still sticky with chalky mud. Yet the morning air had sweetness in it, and there were thin patches in the mist, through which a faint blue was beginning to shine. But thick mist still brimmed over the rim of the cliffs. The sea was hidden beneath it. Mr. Priest did not sit beside his daughter. He got into the back of the car and huddled a rug around his stout, shaking body. He'd found some spare pince-nez. Behind them, his small eyes stared out with a sightless glow. His face was almost the colour of the chalk track. He spoke once or twice, but not to Joanna. There were no other cars on the road yet. About half a mile from the bungalow, the track joined the main road from Aslington to Lythe. Here they passed a farm cart, and presently a cyclist. At the outskirts of Aslington, they found milk carts abroad, a small number of people, and a little other traffic. A church clock told them it was 10 minutes to 7. The Botanical Gardens are at the centre of Aslington. The town, with its hotels, boarding houses, promenades, cinemas and shops, gathers around this park of pleasant lawns, rare trees and shrubs, glowing flower beds, and glass houses. Joanna set her father down outside the herbarium. It was built along one side of the gardens and could be entered either from the gardens or from the street. Of elegant Victorian Gothic, its narrow, pointed windows were imposing with stained glass. Its portal might have been copied from some 19th century cathedral, or the municipal buildings of a Midland town. Edgar Priest was not a man who ever had to fumble for his keys. A key to the herbarium and a key to his private office hung on a chain that was looped across his chest. Though he stumbled a little as he stepped onto the pavement, and though from the strange way he was staring ahead he might scarcely have been able to see, he already had the right key in his hand as he reached the doorway. Dear viewers, if you'd like to listen to our audiobooks ad-free, have unlimited access to exclusive content, and over 200 unique audiobooks, the best detectives, fantasy and adventure stories, then visit our closed Telegram group. The link is in the description below the video. Enjoy watching. As he pushed the door open, Joanna called after him, "Shall I come in with you?" He didn't answer. She repeated her question. Again he didn't answer. "Well, when shall I call for you?" she asked. "What's that?" he said. "Call for me?" "Are you going to be long? Shall I wait for you? Or shall I call for you presently? You aren't thinking of doing a day's work, are you?" "No, go away. Call for me if you like, I don't know." He took one long, extraordinary look at her, then without saying anything, went inside and let the door swing shut behind him. After a few minutes, Joanna started the car and drove off. Her features were set in depression. Driving to a car park, she left the car there, and with her hands thrust into the pockets of her loose jacket, went walking along the promenade. It was still early enough for the street cleaners to be out. One went ahead of her, collecting pieces of newspaper and orange peel on a spike. Now and then some determined-looking early-morning bather strode across promenade and shingle and plunged into the mist-wrapped sea. Joanna walked to a cafe, only to find that it was not yet open. Turning back, and walking this time not on the promenade but along the beach a couple of feet above the line where the tiny ripples that edged the dead-calm sea twisted silently over, she made for a coffee stall at the head of the pier. She drank a cup of coffee there and ate some biscuits. Then she went and sat on the bench. The thinning mist was shot through with a glitter of sunshine. The mingling of sun and mist caressed her skin with gentle freshness. She smoked 2 cigarettes. Then she got to her feet, and strolling at first, but suddenly beginning to hurry, returned to the herbarium. The caretaker had evidently not arrived yet, for the nail-studded Gothic door was still closed. She pushed at it, controlling a momentary impulse to start a panic-stricken battering on it with her fists. But the door did not yield. It was 9 o'clock when the shops opened that Joanna appeared in the doorway of a hairdresser's and asked to have her hair shampooed and set. Ushered into a cubicle, draped in a white cassock, sprayed, lathered, rinsed, combed, given a cowl of net and pads of cotton wool over her ears, and placed under a dryer, she got through another hour. By the time she came out of the shop, the mist had cleared. The streets were brilliant with clear sunshine and busy with shoppers and cars. The heat and the buzzing of the dryer had made her drowsy. She stood blinking in the bright light, still dazed with the warm, scented stupor of the cubicle. Again she approached the herbarium. She didn't hurry. It was 10:30 when she passed the gates of the botanical gardens. The gates in summer opened at 9 o'clock. By 10:30, the paths were usually dotted with perambulators and the lawns with romping children, while old ladies and gentlemen sat on the benches reading the Daily Telegraph and digesting their boarding-house breakfasts. But today, at 10:30, the gates were still closed. They were not only closed, but there was a policeman to keep back the chattering, curious crowd. Outside the door of the herbarium, there was another policeman. Joanna saw the policeman and the knot of people on the pavement. For a moment she stood still with a look of complete paralysis. Then, desperately, with a ruthless jerking of her elbows left and right, she forced her way through. She stood in front of the policeman. "Please," she said, "let me in at once." A big, slow-spoken man, he shook his head at her. "Sorry, miss, you can't go in there. Place isn't opening today." "But I've got to get in. I want to see someone." "Sorry, my dear, it's closed. They're not letting anyone in." "But I want to see someone. It's important. Please let me through." There came a change in the way he was looking at her. "Who is it you want to see?" She said in a low voice, "Mr. Priest, I'm his daughter." Without a word, he unlocked the door. As he let her through, a sudden crescendo in the sibilant undertone of chatter on the pavement followed her from the sunshine of the street into the vaulted entrance hall and camphor-laden air of the herbarium. The first person she saw was Dan Moon. He was coming down the wide flight of stairs before her. He looked white and shocked. For an instant, when he saw her, a gleam of fright appeared in his eyes, and he stood still, as if he could not bring himself to be the one who had to tell her what had happened. Then, as a policeman came through the door and approached her, Dan ran down the stairs and, thrusting past the man in uniform, put an arm round her shoulders. He took a hard grip on her arm. "Look here, Joe. Hold on to yourself tight while I tell you." "He's dead," she said. "Yes." She twisted her head to look up at him. "That's why he came here. I understand now." "Shh," said Dan sharply. "But that is why he came," she cried. "He made me drive him here so that he could go up to his room and kill himself." The policeman was standing looking at them. "No," said Dan. "Oh," said Joanna. Dan's fingers were digging into her arm. "That is why he came. I feel now as if I'd known it all along. And if I hadn't left him—" "All the same," he told her harshly. "He didn't kill himself. He was murdered." Chapter 3. Inspector Tingey liked simplicity. He liked simple virtues and was sympathetic to a few simple vices. He liked to be thought a simple man who believed what people told him. His love of simplicity had been carried into his way of living. He seldom ate anything but steak and chips, never drank anything but tea and beer, and if he could not remember the name of a man, he always called him McCluskey. It was in the inspector's calm, kindly tones that the details of her father's death were told to Joanna. Edgar Priest had been shot through the head. Seated at his desk in his private room in the herbarium, he had been shot at close range with his own revolver. This revolver, as most people seemed to know, he'd always kept in a drawer of his desk. There had been an attempt to produce an appearance of suicide, but the attempt had been a careless one. Though the revolver had been left lying on the floor as if it had fallen there from the dead hand, and though the fingerprints of Edgar Priest and of no one else had been found on the revolver, the truth was that no human hand could have held the revolver in the position which the fingerprints suggested. Inspector Tingey inferred that the murderer, who had either worn gloves or else had wiped his own fingerprints away, had himself pressed the fingertips of the dead man down on the metal surface, but in the wrong places. According to the medical evidence, death had occurred not later than 8 o'clock. Joanna had one short, sickening glimpse of her father. After that, the inspector had a great many questions to ask her. Gerald Highland, who stayed at her side, reminded her, "You don't have to answer these questions, you know, if you don't want to. If you don't feel up to it, I'll damn well see they let you go home straight away." But she only nodded impatiently. Her eyes dwelt steadily on the face of Inspector Tingey. The inspector, with all his simplicity and all his kindliness showing in the smile that hovered beneath his drooping moustache, said to her, "You know, I've got a daughter myself, Miss Priest, just about your age, too. Sally, her name is. She lives in New Zealand. I haven't seen her for 3 years. She's married, and she's got a little girl of her own. Irene Dawn, they called her. Pretty name, isn't it? Irene means peace, you know. Kind of a nice thought, don't you think?" They were sitting in Gordon Wheaton's room. It was a high, narrow room with 2 narrow Gothic windows. There was stained glass in the top of each window. The sunshine, falling through panes of ruby, cobalt, and amber, made pools of coloured light on the table at which the inspector had seated himself, and touched the tips of his ears with a rainbow-tinted glow. "And now, Miss Priest, just tell me in your own words everything that happened this morning." As Joanna stayed silent, he repeated his question. She had crossed her arms, and looked as if she were huddling herself together against cold, though the air in the room, laden with the pungent smell of xylol, which came from some wax in the dishes of an electric embedding oven standing on the bench just behind her, was overheated and fusty. Her answer came jerkily. "My father woke me up this morning. I don't know what the time was. He asked me to drive him in here. I didn't want to. He was looking much too ill. He said if I wouldn't drive him, he'd drive himself. So I did. I suppose—" She snatched a swift glance at Gerald Highland. I suppose they told you about last night. Yes, Miss Breeze, but I should be glad to hear your version of it. So she gave it, a short, abrupt narrative. Thank you, said. We'll come back to that later. Now, can you tell me, what time was it when you got here this morning? Well, a few minutes to 7, I think. You aren't sure? Well, it was 10 minutes to 7 when we passed the church. It'd have taken me 5 or 6 minutes, I think, to do the rest of the distance. And you say you didn't come in with your father? No, said Joanna. Oh, no, said Inspector Tingy. You thought he was ill? Perhaps even not quite responsible for his actions? No, I didn't come in. Remember, came the grating voice of Gerald Highland, who was standing by one of the windows, a long, thin sliver of a man, fidgety and pale. You don't have to answer that kind of question if you don't want to. The inspector said earnestly to Joanna, I don't think Mr. Highland's giving you particularly good counsel this morning. I'm sure you'll be best advised simply to tell me everything you can. I think so too, she said. Good. Now, why didn't you follow your father, Miss Breeze? He didn't want me to. But if you thought he was ill— Oh, I know I ought to have gone with him. But he and I— She pinched up a fold of her jacket between 2 fingers. We haven't been getting on well. In fact, I think he hated the sight of me. I was afraid, I suppose, to insist on going with him when he didn't want me. We've done nothing but quarrel recently, and— Joanna! Highland's blue eyes were blazing at her out of his bony face. Oh, Gerald, do leave me alone, she exclaimed. Everyone knows how father and I have been quarrelling recently. But you shouldn't let words be put into your mouth. I haven't let any words be put into my mouth. For heaven's sake, he said, do realize the seriousness of all our positions. But there's no point in pretending a thing when everyone knows it isn't so, is there? She asked Inspector Tingy. Of course not, of course not. He stroked his drooping moustache. He looked such a mild man, such a simple man, with his serious expression and his rainbow-tinted ears. Talking of quarrelling, Miss Breeze, isn't it true that Mr. Moon had a quarrel with your father yesterday evening? No, he didn't. Tingy was looking at some notes. Miss Wimpole says that late yesterday evening, Mr. Moon arrived at the bungalow and wanted to see your father. She said he appeared to be in a furious temper. She heard his voice raised, saying he couldn't stand working under your father any more, and he was going to tell him what he thought of him. Is that correct, Miss Briggs? She stared down at one sandaled foot. I'm afraid an awful lot of people have had quarrels with my father recently. I don't think he's been normal for some time. He's been finding fault with everyone, even people he'd a very high opinion of. For instance, he sacked Miss Wimpole, whom he knew would do anything on earth for him. And when Mr. Whedon saved his life on the cliffs yesterday, he called it devil's work. Yes, but did Mr. Moon arrive at your home last night in a furious temper, wanting to see your father? Unwillingly, she admitted it. The inspector proceeded. What was he in a temper about? I don't know. He didn't give you any explanation? Her gaze shifted to a row of dried plants laid out on sheets of paper on a table under one of the windows. They were large-leaved plants, a peculiar species of hamamelis from the Amazon Valley. Not much, she said slowly. He said it was technical. Something about a Russian. It won't have been anything important. He's very quick-tempered. A Russian? Interest kindled on Tinky's face. A Russian? Fancy. I suppose, he looked at her searchingly, that young man isn't a communist or anything like that? She shrugged her shoulders. All I know is, whenever scientific people start quarreling, the Russians come into it sooner or later. You know Mr. Moon for some time, I believe. Wasn't it you who obtained him this post under your father? She nodded. We were at Oxford together. Thank you. He picked up a pencil. And now, after you'd left your father, where did you go next? She told him. She told him how she'd taken a car to a car park and gone walking along the promenade, how she'd drunk coffee at the coffee stall and sat on a bench, how she'd tried to get into the herbarium and failed, and had gone back to sit on the bench until at 9 o'clock she'd gone to the hairdresser's. He made notes with a slow-moving pencil. While he was doing it, Joanna fidgeted, twisting sideways in her chair. She sniffed at the smell of xylol coming from the wax in the dishes of the embedding oven on the bench, and poked with one finger at the wax in one dish. The wax was softish, and took and held the imprint of her finger. When Tingy laid down his pencil, she faced him again. "Please," she said, "would you mind telling me who found my father? Please tell me a little more about it all. I keep trying to see it in my mind's eye. I can't." Tingy glanced at the tall man by the window. He said, "Mr. Hyland found him." "Yes," said Gerald Hyland quickly. "Yes, Joanna, I found him. I came here. You see, I was looking for him. I rang up the bungalow this morning." He broke into a fit of coughing. "I was saying, I rang up the bungalow. It must have been about 8:30, to ask how he was. By the way, I am frightfully sorry I never came round last night, Joanna. I got playing some Wagner to my visitors and never realized how late it was, and then when I did realize, I thought you'd probably have gone to bed. Anyway, I rang up this morning, and Mrs. Searle told me that you and Edgar had gone already. I felt a bit anxious, so I came along here. The place was open, but Edgar's door was locked. I didn't like that somehow, so I went and got the caretaker. I persuaded him to open the door for me with his spare key. And there he was. Edgar, I mean." Hyland's face had coloured oddly while he was speaking, and there was agitation in his manner. As he finished, the door opened and the constable came in. "Telephone call from London for Mr. Hyland," said. "Shall we have you put through here?" No," said Tinky. "Put it through to one of the other rooms. I want to talk to Mr. Moon." As Hyland hurried out, Joanna rose to follow him, but Tinky motioned her to stay. He had still a few questions to ask her, such as whether she knew of anyone with any enmity towards her father, or whether she had any ideas concerning his attempt at suicide. When she'd shaken her head at each question, he told her that was all. She lingered at the door. "Inspector?" "Yes, Miss Brace?" "Are you certain? Isn't there any doubt at all that it's murder?" "There's uncertainty in all earthly matters, Miss Brace." "But you are sure?" "Well," he sounded apologetic, "those fingerprints didn't land on the revolver in a natural way, did they? And the fingerprints aren't all." "What else is there?" Tingy picked up his notebook. Roughing the pages with a broad thumb, he seemed about to speak when, fluttering from between the pages of the notebook, something glided to the floor. Picking it up, he gave an exclamation. "So that's where I put it." A smile shone all over his face. "My, I'm glad I found it. I wanted all over the place for the thing. Look, Miss Brace, there. Isn't she sweet?" He held it out to Joanna. It was a photograph of a child of about 2 years old, a child of solid structure, with an expression on his face of uncommonly grim determination. It was amazingly like a more censorious, less liberal-minded Inspector Tingy. The inspector beamed with pride. "That's Irene Dawn, Miss Brace." A mild man. A simple man. Joanna went quickly from the room. She found Dan, Gordon, and Peggy gathered at one end of the long, vaulted room where all the box files containing dried specimens of plants were kept. Tall cases filled with these files lined the 4 walls. Down the center of the room were more cases filled with more files. Everywhere there was the same musty smell of camphor. The 3 people at the end of the room were smoking. Though they were standing together, there was an air of separatedness about them all. Each face revealed how thoughts were drawn inward into an unshared, uneasy brooding. Joanna joined them without speaking. She accepted a cigarette from Gordon, and turning to the window, leant an elbow on the sill, looking out at the lacy foliage of the strange maidenhair tree outside, made a 4th in this group of silent, isolated people. After a minute or two, Dan Moon was summoned to speak to Inspector Tingy. The moment after he'd gone, Gerald Hyland came into the room. Still nervous and excited, he now looked angry as well. He said, "I've just been speaking over the telephone to that man Dyke. I sent him a wire this morning. and he says he and his friend are coming straight down. I told him it wasn't necessary. I dropped the broadest hints I could that none of us here is going to feel like entertaining strangers at the moment. He wouldn't take any notice. Actually said a murder ought to be enough entertainment for anybody without our worrying to supply anything extra. I almost went the length of telling him we damn well didn't want him poking that big nose of his into our affairs. It didn't do any good. The man must have the thickest skin imaginable. But why did you wire him, Gerald? Asked Joanna. Had to. He's my alibi. But Joanna looked round at them all. Have they been asking you all for your alibis? Of course, said Gordon. He gave a little giggle. Peg's the only one with a good one. Your Mrs. Searle knows that she didn't go out till we rang up for her. But I couldn't produce one to satisfy them. I was out for an early morning walk. Sinister, don't you think? Don't, Gordon, for God's sake. Peggy barked the words at him. Then she put her hand to her forehead. This head, it'll drive me mad. I woke up with it. It seems to be getting worse every minute. I suppose I've got an alibi, said Joanna thoughtfully. My alibi, said Highland, is absolutely watertight. Edgar died sometime between 7 and 8. Well, until about 8:45, I was looking out to my visitors. I cooked liver and bacon for their breakfast. I cooked it very well, too. It's one of the things I'm good at. I do feel they might show their appreciation by exhibiting a little perception. I almost told them so in so many words. Oh, what does it matter if they do come? Joanna turned back to the window. We'll have enough people interfering with us anyway during the next few days, weeks, months. Oh, God, moaned Peggy. I think I'm going to go mad with this head and everything. Gordon looked at her frowningly without sympathy. Someone standing just behind Gerald Highland suddenly cleared his throat loudly. They all started. Highland, stepping aside, revealed a small, leather-faced man in an apron. It was the caretaker, Barnes. Oh, hello, Barnes, said Highland. Morning, said Barnes. He stood there, leaning on a long-handled mop. Well, said Highland after a moment, what is it, Barnes? That's just it, said Barnes. That's just what's worrying me. What do you mean? That's just it, said Barnes again. That's what I wish I could remember. I got something on my mind, Mr. Highland. We all have, Barnes. Aye, but I reckon you know what you got on your mind. Mine slipped. He nodded dourly, gripped his mop, and wandered off. What did he mean? Asked Gordon Wheaton. Oh, Barnes is always like that, said Highland. A somewhat incoherent thinker. Oh, hello, Barnes. But the small man with the weather-beaten face was back at his elbow. What is it now? I wish I knew, Mr. Highland, said Barnes gravely. It's heavy on my conscience. But I know I seen something wrong, something queer, this morning. You know you asked me to open the door of Mr. Priest's room, and I done it, and we found in there. And then I went telephone the police. Then I came back, and there's you and Mr. Whedon in the room. And then, after a bit, there's the inspector. Well, I've been going over and over all that in my mind, trying to remember something. But it slipped. All I know is there's something wrong. Something queer. He gave a shake of his head, and pushing his mop ahead of him over the polished floorboards, again departed. Joanna said, Gordon, were you here already when Gerald found him? He gave his uneasy little giggle again. No, I arrived while Barnes was telephoning. That's what I meant when I said it was really horribly sinister. You see, no one saw me arrive, so I can't prove I wasn't here much earlier. The same nervous titter blurred the end of the last word. Peggy shuddered, and with a slight moaning sound, leant against one of the glass cases. And where was Dan? Asked Joanna. A door at the far end of the room opened. It was Dan himself who appeared. He came strolling down the length of the room towards them. His thoughtful but immature face was set in an expression of glowering concentration. Dan, where were you between 7 and 8 this morning? He looked bewildered, as if the question were miles away from his thoughts. In bed asleep, he answered. What do you take me for? Joanna's tense shoulders relaxed. She turned back to the window, where the full sunshine fell on the maidenhair tree. Its light green leaves were almost golden. But I wish to God, said Dan violently, I was in Peru. From the top of the cliffs, the summer sea looked as if it had been stroked into motionless ridges, each reflecting its own separate beam of the brilliant sunshine. The sea's expanse was dappled in patches of light turquoise, and, where the water was deeper and the seaweed grew long and waving in the depths, of almost sullen blue. Over all was the sheen of the afternoon sun. A white flash now and then showed where a gull swooped down to the water from his perch on the side of the cliffs. Soft footsteps sounded on the turf. A voice said in artificial astonishment, Look who's here, George. Joanna, lying on the springy grass that was sweet with the honey smell of small heath flowers, rolled onto her side and looked up. Removing a grass blade from her mouth, she said, Hello, and then bit into the grass blade again. Toby Dyke dropped down on the turf beside her. Today he was dry and free from mud stains. His black hair was sleekly brushed. He was wearing a rather vivid blue sports coat and freshly creased flannel trousers. If one liked a swarthy skin, a beaked nose, and dramatically sunken eyes, one might almost say that he looked handsome. His friend George appeared to be in the same clothes as the evening before, merely dried and brushed. He squatted down beside Toby, nodded to Joanna, and imitated her in her grass chewing. Toby Dyke said, So you came to take a look at the spot. What spot? This one. She took a quick look round her. Do you mean that this was where it happened last night? That's right. I didn't know. She looked round her again, more thoughtfully. I didn't know. I just came. I couldn't stand sitting there and watching while Gerald ate that enormous lunch. He always eats and eats when he's upset. What are you doing here? Primarily taking a look around. Secondarily, taking a look around. Oh. Just one of those things it seems sensible to do, you know. I don't really think there's anything to see here. Do you mean you think that what happened last night had anything to do with what happened this morning? She rolled the grass blade from one side of her mouth to the other. Frankly, he said, I don't see how it can have. A man tries to commit suicide in the evening. In the morning he's found murdered. Both those events involve death. But apart from that, they're about as difficult to connect with one another as two events can be. I mean, why murder a man who's so anxious to get rid of his life anyhow? Unless, I know what you're thinking, she said. Or anyway, what I'm thinking. I've kept thinking about it. He looked at her curiously. You've been wondering, she said, whether or not... No, I don't think I'll say it. It's horrible. And how can one help having horrible thoughts, nothing but horrible thoughts, at a time like this? I've had horrible thoughts racing through my brain all day. Suspicions, quite crazy ones. Ideas that couldn't have any possible foundation. They've all come bang into my mind and shut out every scrap of sense I've got. And then, literally, I start feeling sick. So I came out here by myself. She plucked a fresh brass blade and substituted it for the mangled scrap of green that clung to her lip. Anyway, people shouldn't behave so queerly if they don't want one to have queer thoughts. He asked, Who's been behaving queerly? Everyone. But all the same, Gordon couldn't have been trying to push my father over the cliffs last night. That was what you were wondering, wasn't it? Trying to push him over and only pretending to save him when you arrived. He couldn't have been doing that. Just so, said Toby Dyke. He couldn't have. Because your father himself was in a black fury with him for saving him. Of course, she said, father was so sick and ill, you might not have been able to tell the difference between pushing and pulling. I suppose that Gordon didn't believe that father really meant to. Just so, said Toby Dyke. There, you see? Joanna suddenly sat upright on the warm, sweet-smelling grass. That's what I mean. I keep trying to make sense of horrible, ridiculous thoughts like that, when I know it couldn't have happened like that. One of Toby's dark eyebrows arched itself over a quizzical eye. But it couldn't have, she asserted. He's got no reason to push my father over the cliffs, or to shoot him through the head. You could have a reason before you start killing people. Somebody had a reason. Dark eyes, with an odd, rather blank innocence in them, stared into hers. He said, "A good many human actions are reasonless. But people don't kill unless they believe they've got a reason for killing. Even if it doesn't look that way to other people, the killer believes for at least one moment that there's stark, unavoidable necessity to kill." She shifted her gaze from his face to the sea's dappled greens and blues. Her own face had a strained unhappiness in it, with eyelids thickened by recent tears, and bleak bewilderment in the eyes. It was in answer to something about that bewilderment that— "Look here," said Toby Dyke. "I want to make an explanation. I want to explain just what George and I are doing here. You see, it was quite by chance that we got landed in this business last night. Okay, we did what we could and went home. This morning we got a wire. It was your tall friend, Highland, wanting us to check his alibi. Okay, again, we say delighted, assuming that the simplest way to do it will be to run down here again and tell old Tingy ourselves that Mr. Highland definitely didn't leave his home until at least 8:45. We knew we'd have to do it sooner or later anyway, because Tingy was bound to want our version of what happened last night, so as to check whatever Whedon told him. Well, at that point, Highland starts laying it on with a trowel in the most heavily tactful fashion, that if we come down, we'll be nothing but damnably in the way. He hardly even gives us a chance to say, all right then, we won't come. He simply starts rubbing our noses in the fact that he doesn't want us. And that's the cue for this somewhat suspicious brain of mine to give me a reminder that if he doesn't want us here this morning, he was mighty anxious to hang on to us last night. When we realized that he intended to spend the evening playing most of the Flying Dutchman to us, we made several attempts to get away and go home, but he wouldn't have it at any price. Now, that may have been simply because he wanted to show off his new gramophone. There are plenty of people like that. Yet it's turned out rather useful to him that we were there to corroborate the fact that he didn't leave home before 8:45. Do you see what I'm getting at? She said in a tone of surprise, "But you aren't seriously telling me that you suspect Gerald Highland of having murdered my father?" "No, as you say, not seriously. Not particularly seriously. But then there's one thing I am serious about, and that's a dislike of being made use of for dubious purposes. Anyway, without my permission." "But there's never anything dubious about Gerald's purposes. He's the most candid soul alive, and he's my father's oldest friend, his only friend. As a matter of fact, he's my godfather, and that's why we came to live out here, you know, because Gerald lived here." "Listen," said Toby Dyke. "We've just come from his cottage. When we'd seen Tingy and then booked ourselves rooms in the ship in Astington, we thought we'd just let Highland know we'd done the job of clearing him. And he practically slammed the door in our faces. He was looking very white and excitable, too, and his breath was well loaded with whiskey. Now, making all allowances for grief at the loss of a friend, isn't there a good deal of the smell of fish about his actions?" Before she could reply, George said casually, "Mind you, some things smell fishy to some people and smell just like a sweet summer morning to others. Often, if you know enough about a thing, you never even think of thinking it peculiar. For instance, once I was in Manchester. It was a wet Saturday afternoon. Don't know who ever spent a wet Saturday afternoon in Manchester. Anyway, there I was, waiting for a bus in the rain outside a big building. Don't know if you've ever waited for a bus in the rain on a Saturday afternoon in Manchester. Anyway, there I was. Bit by bit, I sort of realised what a lot of people was going past me into this building, and doing it in a queer, grim-faced, determined sort of way. I didn't take much notice at first, but then I began to wonder a bit. I reckon it was the stubborn way they was plodding through the rain that made me feel curious. Struck me suddenly, I might look inside and see what it was all about. Well, what do you think it was? Was it a meeting to vote for universal peace? Was it an indecent picture show? No. It was a lecture on a comparison between the rules of Gautama Buddha and Saint Benedict. George spat some grass out of his mouth. Now I thought that queer. What with the raining and his being Saturday afternoon, I reckoned there must be something behind it. So I went in, sat right through the lecture to see what it'd turn out to be. Well, there wasn't nothing. It was all about board, nothing queer, honest it wasn't. It's just what does happen in Manchester, particularly on wet Saturday afternoons. If only I'd realised that, I'd never have thought of anything being fishy. There was a silence. Then Toby Dyke cleared his throat and said, Yes, well, about this odd attitude of Mr. Hyland's. I was going to say, Joanna stood up. I think there's something in your friend's story. If you knew Gerald, you wouldn't be exercising your suspicious mind on him. Just a bit worried about him yourself all the same, aren't you? Everyone's acting queerly. You said so yourself. She brushed some fragments of grass from her clothes. Isn't it always rather a mistake to jump on every phrase the person uses? And by the way, it struck me just now when you spoke of Inspector Tingey. It sounded rather as if you knew him. Do you? George replied. You never met a man in your life knows as many policemen as Tobe does, and he always believes they start perking up and feeling pleased the moment he turns up, which is his mistake. If you know Inspector Tingey, said Joanna, perhaps you can tell me something. Why is he so absolutely certain it's murder? Suicide's so much more reasonable. My father wanted to commit suicide. Don't you know about the fingerprints on the revolver? Asked Toby. Oh, yes, but wasn't there something else? There was the key. What key? The key to the main door of the herbarium. I believe he always wore it on a chain. It's missing. Oh, she said. I see. She went a few steps nearer to the edge of the cliff. Standing with her back to the two men, her hands in her pockets, she asked next, Did Inspector Tingey tell you anything else? Yes, said Toby. He told me about a quarrel a young man called Dan Moon had with your father. He didn't have a quarrel with him. He only wanted to have one. And when I told him father was ill, he said it didn't matter and went away. What was he wanted to have the quarrel about? I don't know. I rather wish I knew what it was, said Toby Dyke. He dug with his long fingers into the turf at his side. Tingey's taking it seriously, all the more so since Moon gave him an explanation of sorts, and left poor Tingey more puzzled than when he was altogether in the dark. I was just thinking, don't you think it might be a good idea to get at the truth of all that, before the mystery of it starts looming too large in the business? If we went along into Astington and asked him— Good heavens, she exclaimed, what on earth has he got to do with you? He hesitated, and she went on vehemently. It's all crazed and ridiculous. It's unreal. On the contrary, unfortunately. And I'm not going round chasing round after Dan Moon asking him for explanations of his conduct. It was only an idea, said Toby. I'm going home, I think, she said. I think I'd better go home and see if anything's happening. I didn't mean to stay out here so long anyway. I only came because I wanted to get away from people. And, with chill emphasis, I didn't manage it. But since you're taking so much interest in our affairs, I'll tell you something. Gerald Hyland's the only friend my father ever had. They used to fight with each other and jeer at each other, but they'd have done anything on earth for one another. At least, I know Gerald would have for father. I dare say he does strike people who don't know him as a quite fantastic character. He's always lived alone, writing those dreadful books about passion in the desert and love among the pyramids. And he's always had one absurd craze after another. At the moment, it happens to be his new gramophone. But not long ago, it was the importance of everyone having their teeth out. And before that, it was photographing birds. But underneath all that, he's shrewd and reliable, and very, very kind. If you're here simply because you think there's something odd about Gerald Hyland's actions, there's no reason why you should stay. In fact, there isn't any reason why you should stay. The words had been coming faster and faster, As she finished, she gave an abrupt nod to Toby and started walking away quickly in the direction of the bungalow. Toby Dyke looked after her with sardonic sympathy in his eyes. At first, she walked quickly, but once she was well away from the two men, her pace slowed down, and by the time she reached home, her feet were dragging. She was so sunk in her own thoughts that she circled the black Cadillac that stood at the gate without paying any attention to it. But when she was halfway up the path, she paused and glanced back, suddenly concentrating on the car's unexpected presence. Then she moved swiftly. A few rapid steps took her up the path and into the hall of the bungalow. In the sitting room, seated beside Peggy Wimpole, holding a cup of tea in his small, rather dirty hands, was Dr. Van Eden. Dr. Van Eden rose. He made a small, stiff bow. "My deepest sympathy." It was reserved, it was dignified, it was quite nicely judged. Joanna said, "Thank you," and dropped into a chair. "Any tea going?" she asked Peggy. Peggy bent over the silver tray, pouring milk and tea into one of the Davenport cups. Her eyes were bright, her cheeks were pink. She looked as animated as Joanna had ever seen her. Taking the cup that Peggy handed her, Joanna asked, "Has anything been happening?" Dr. Van Eden answered, "I'm afraid I've been happening. I came out here knowing nothing. I came simply to see your father. I thought I might talk with him for a while, and perhaps, well, I admit I had a certain scheme in my mind. I wanted to persuade him to let me give him psychological treatment." He gave a shake of his big, sober-crowned head. "It would have made all the difference, Miss Priest. You may think it was taking a great responsibility on myself, trying to persuade him instead of letting him come to me, but my methods are absolutely scientific. Their soundness is beyond question. If I had been given time, I could have saved him." "I don't see," said Joanna, meeting the impersonal gaze of his grey eyes and frowning slightly to prevent her own gaze from growing nervous as his explored her face, "how being psychoanalyzed could have saved my father from being murdered." "Not psychoanalyzed," he said gently. "Psychoanalysis, properly speaking, is that particular method of psychotherapy employed by the great Freud. My method differs from his a little, but fundamentally. It is, I think, more truly scientific. Your father, as a scientist himself, appreciated it. Still, I don't see how any kind of psychological treatment could have saved him from being murdered," said Joanna. Peggy broke in eagerly. "But Dr. Van Eden doesn't believe he was murdered. He's absolutely certain it was suicide after all." But Joanna looked from one face to the other. Dr. Van Eden gave a slight, earnest nod. Joanna put down her teacup. She stood up. But instead of going abruptly from the room, she lingered irresolutely, and Peggy, filled with the unusual vitality she seemed to derive from Dr. Van Eden, said, "He thinks it's absolutely natural that Mr. Priest, in the state of mind he was in, should have committed suicide in such a way as to make it seem like murder. Oh, please explain it to her, Dr. Van Eden. Apart from everything else, it's so interesting." Peggy's face glowed with a white and rosy prettiness. Joanna said shortly, "He was murdered. There were the fingerprints and the key." "The key?" said Dr. Van Eden. "His key to the main door of the herbarium. It's gone. He always carried it on a chain, and it was there this morning because I saw it when he got out of the car and let himself in. But it's gone now." "Ah," said Dr. Van Eden. "Interesting. Let me think. He placed the tips of his short, delicate fingers together. But while he was thinking, his gaze did not stray from Joanna's face, even when she, with a movement of discomfort, turned away. Peggy sat in a deep-breathing, worshipping silence while he thought. "I wonder," said Dr. Van Eden. "I don't want to think he was murdered," said Joanna somberly. "Suicide would be easier to face. It doesn't leave the same trail of suspicion and fear, and it would be less incomprehensible. But it's merely stupid to try and overlook evidence." "You see, Miss Priest," said Dr. Van Eden, "Miss Wimpole has been telling me a great deal about your father. She's been working with him, living in the same house with him, and she has, besides, an unusually sensitive and perceptive nature. A deeply loyal and affectionate one, too. What she's told me has given me an insight into the situation which might have taken me many weeks of careful work to achieve by myself. As it is, I understand perfectly, I believe, the condition that had developed in your father's mind during the last few months. I could explain it to you all in technical language, but perhaps you wouldn't follow that. I can explain it quite simply, I think, by saying that the self-hatred which had been increasing in him, due to certain conflicts in his conscience, all of which go back, of course, to his relationship with his own father, but I needn't go into that, had turned outwards lately, changing into a malevolence against everyone he knew. You can recognize that, I imagine, in his changed attitude to yourself. But the self-hatred remained, turning to a desire for self-annihilation. Self-annihilation, world annihilation. What's the consummation of those two desires? What indeed but suicide, designed to look like murder? But the key, the fingerprints. Ah, the key. I wonder where they've looked for the key. I imagine they've searched the room very carefully. But I wonder, for instance, if they've looked, he considered. I wonder if they've looked for it outside the window. Of course, the window, said Peggy. He could have thrown it there, couldn't he? Yes. I feel sure that's where they'll find it. Outside the window. It stands to reason. He would have thrown it out there in order to produce the precise effect its absence seems to have produced on the police and others. But the fingerprints, said Joanna stubbornly. Did he shoot himself through the head, and then point the revolver and press his fingers onto it again in the wrong positions? He smiled. I don't know. I don't pretend to know everything. There are ways in which such things can be contrived, but the police will know more than I do. What I know is the state of mind of the dead man, and the actions likely to result from the state of mind. Joanna said, I don't believe it. But my dear Miss Priest, it's true. I don't think so. I'm sorry, he said. Then, with simple, compelling gravity, It's true, Miss Priest. I know you think I'm just making it up as I go along, but theories like these are based on long years of observation and careful reasoning. And consider the probabilities. Your father tries to commit suicide in the evening. In the morning, he's found murdered. What an absurd situation. Isn't it much more probable that his death was suicide, the suicide that failed the evening before? Dismiss the preconceptions the police have planted in your mind. Answer me, isn't it much more probable? Oh, yes, of course it's more probable, she said wearily. But it isn't what happened. Shrugging his shoulders rather sadly, he rose. He seemed, holding out one of his little paws, to be cogitating something more to say to her. When she let him take her hand, he kept it in his, looking thoughtfully down at the slender fingers. But whatever he might have said at that moment was checked by the entry of Gerald Highland. Seeing Dr. Van Eden, Highland stood still, surprised, and put out at finding a stranger. Joanna introduced them, adding a curt explanation on Dr. Van Eden's presence. Grunting, Highland folded himself up into a chair. He had changed since the morning from his usual flannels into a dark suit of antique cut and mothball fragrance, a change intended presumably as a gesture of respect to the dead. Dr. Van Eden kept one little soiled hand extended. He made delicate weavings with it as he spoke. He said, Mr. Highland, I wonder what you will have to say to my theory. I've just been explaining it to Miss Priest, but finding it, I confess, very difficult to convince her. It's my view that Edgar Priest was not murdered. It's so clear if you understand the psychological situation. He committed suicide. Arresting his search through his pockets for his pipe, Highland said, Eh? But of course. And Dr. Van Eden went over it all again. Looking more pleased with the theory each time she heard it, Peggy gave a satisfied sigh and murmured, It's so scientific. Slowly, deliberately, Highland resumed his search for his pipe. He found it, filled it, stuck it between his teeth, He picked up a matchbox. With the box in one hand and the unlit match in the other, he paused. The contraction of his cheek muscles showed how viciously he was biting on the stem of his pipe. "So you see," said Dr. Van Eden, "it's almost a foregone conclusion. Murder in those circumstances would be too bizarre. And life is very seldom bizarre, Mr. Hyland. It proceeds with astonishing regularity to rule, a rule that used to be entitled Divine Providence. We have other names for it. One name is probability, and there are laws of probability, exact mathematical laws." "I rather think—" His vivid authoritative glance fastened on Gerald Hyland's face. "Yes, I can see it. You agree with me?" With a slow movement, Hyland took his pipe from his mouth. His lips curled back from his teeth. "You damned hypocritical little charlatan." Dr. Van Eden took a startled step backwards. "What's your game?" shouted Gerald Hyland. "What are you doing here? What do you mean by trying to ram your Pratt theory down our throats? What do you want to upset Miss Peace with all this damned mumbo-jumbo? What do you mean by it? Well, why don't you answer? What do you mean by it, I'm asking? What do you mean by it?" Peggy had flushed crimson. "How outrageous, how disgusting!" "That's right, outrageous and disgusting," cried Hyland violently. "Coming here at a time like this, trying to wheedle into the confidence of a young girl, who's luckily got a lot too much sense to listen to you, but a young girl who's got the right at the present moment to be spared this interference and unnecessary vexation. Get out, you bogus little weasel, get out!" "It's what I've always suspected," breathed Peggy thickly. "Half mad, living alone, writing those loathsome, sensual novels. It was only to be expected. I'm trying to control myself, Mr. Hyland, because I don't believe you can help it, but if you take my advice, you will start having psychological treatment yourself without delay." Dr. Van Eden checked her with a hand laid lightly on her arm. After his swift step backwards out of reach, it quickly recovered his dignity. He was regarding Gerald Hyland with thoughtful interest, to which his arched eyebrows gave a twist of humour. He remarked, "In my profession, you know, we're never surprised and never shocked." "You'll be both surprised and shocked if you come here again with that theory of yours," said Hyland. "So he sighed. What's to be gained, I'd like to know, by bringing that kind of confusion into things? Or is it just that you've got to find something to talk about when you come here? You're going to send in a bill for all these visits, is that it?" Dr. Van Eden again checked Peggy before she could break into words. "My patients say far worse things than that to me, I assure you," he told her. "I welcome them. They often teach me a great deal about the patient's condition. Well, Mr. Hyland, I see you and I aren't going to agree for the moment, but I hope that may change. Myself, I should be glad of our better acquaintance. Now, however, as you wish it, I'll leave. Indeed, I was just about to do so when you came. Goodbye, Miss Peace. I hope I've at least managed to make you feel that you can turn to me if there's any way I can help. I understood and respected your father. Goodbye." He went out. Peggy followed. Hyland shouted after him, "Send the bill to me. I'll enjoy paying it." As soon as the door had closed, Joanna, who had watched the scene expressionlessly, turned on Hyland, saying, "What on earth's come over you?" He responded raspingly, "What do you mean?" "Of course you know what I mean. Behaving like that is the most childish thing I've ever seen." "I don't understand," he replied. "I was angry with the little rat. I told him so. I believe in being frank." "You don't believe in anything of the sort. You just went and made a hideously uncomfortable and totally unnecessary scene. It's not at all like you." "He makes me feel sick. He's a fraud, a charlatan. I don't want him about the place." "Nor do I particularly," said Joanna. "He does make one feel sick somehow, sort of tight inside when he looks at one, but I don't like scenes like that. Peggy was quite right. It was outrageous and disgusting." "Well, I'm sorry. I never dreamt that's how you'd feel about it. I was doing it for you. I didn't think you'd want to be bothered with him." He'd taken offence. "But it was so unlike you," she said. "I don't know what's happened to people. No one seems normal. I'm beginning to feel—" "What?" he asked suspiciously. "Oh, I don't know. I'd like to talk to somebody normal, somebody whose nerves don't seem to have gone to pieces. I've got to hang on to a bit of detachment. I mustn't get swept into this thing. Father's dead. That's all of it that really matters to me. Tension, fear, suspicion, they don't really matter if you don't let them get to you. Why do you let them get to you, Gerald? He stood up. Sorry, Joanna. I am all upset. Don't let it worry you. Gerald, what do you believe was the reason the murder happened? He shrugged his shoulders. I think I'll go home and play my gramophone. There's nothing so soothing and stabilizing as good music. By the way, you remember last night I told you I had a grand idea? Something to help poor old Edgar and put him out of his troubles? Oh, that was my gramophone. I was going to give it to him. He sighed. I'll be getting along home. I think I'll put on the double concerto. It's a new recording, very beautiful one. I only bought it yesterday. Poor Gerald, she said, smiling. I don't believe you can tell one note from another. Who's it played by? Coral blokes. Despondently, he wandered out. In the doorway, he passed Peggy Wimpole. They eyed one another, but neither said anything. After he'd gone, Peggy, coming swiftly into the room and closing the door, said, I don't want to add to your worries at the moment, Joanna, but there really is something very strange about Mr. Hyland's mental condition, don't you think so? His behaviour just now was perfectly extraordinary. Joanna gave a laugh. It had an unpleasant sound. She advanced a few steps towards Peggy. But you know, Peggy, your behaviour is perfectly extraordinary too. In fact, it's been extraordinary ever since yesterday evening. Do you remember when I came into your room and told you that Father hadn't come in? You told me you knew something was bound to happen. You told me you knew a lot more about my father than I did. Do you remember? And do you remember what your first words to Gordon were when they brought Father in from the cliffs? You said, Oh my God, Gordon, what have you done? And Gordon didn't like your saying that. He told you to shut up. I don't know if you thought I hadn't heard it or thought I'd forgotten it. Actually, I believe I'm going to remember for the rest of my life every single thing that's happened during the last 2 days, and I want these things explained to me, or explained to the police. I want to know, I must know, her voice rose jerkily, what all these things are that you know and that I don't. I want to know, for instance, why my father gave you the sack. And Peggy, what's the matter? For Peggy's face, from which, while Joanna had been speaking, every scrap of colour had drained, had suddenly gone vacant and lifeless as if she were going to faint. But recovering herself, she turned on her heel, and with an odd, stiff walk, went out of the room. Joanna did not attempt to stop her. Her gaze remained for a moment on the door which Peggy had pulled shut behind her. Then her hand went out, groping for cigarettes on the table. Her hand had not yet struck against them when she muttered aloud, Yes, I think so. That might be a good idea after all. The words were a prelude to swift action. Chapter 4. The Ship Inn is not one of the fashionable hotels of Astington. It doesn't face the sea, it doesn't advertise, it has no band. There's not even water laid on in the bedrooms. It was about 7 o'clock that evening when a young woman in a close-fitting black dress of considerable sophistication, a small black hat with an eye veil, with big pearls clamped to her ears, and high, slender heels on her shoes, walked suddenly into the lounge. Roving eyes, mostly the eyes of commercial travellers, but also of a press photographer and of 1 or 2 reporters, turned appreciatively in her direction. But before anyone had had time to realize that this was the same girl whose photograph in loose jacket and slacks was in several of the evening newspapers, she was gone again. Hurrying nervously, she went to the nearest telephone box. She rang up the Ship Inn. She asked if she could speak to Mr. Dyke. She refused to say who wanted him. Waiting in the telephone box while he was being fetched from the corner of the lounge, where a moment ago she had caught a glimpse of his black hair and sallow face, her lips moved over the mouthpiece of the telephone, rehearsing a few sentences in which she could tell him, hurriedly, explicitly, why she wanted him. But when his voice said suddenly in her ear, Dyke speaking, she only managed some muddled incoherency. He cut her short. Where are you speaking from? Just outside the hotel. Right, he said. Wait there. I'll come straight out. No, don't do that. Someone might think of coming along with me. There are some reporters staying in this place, and I am suspected of having a certain amount of inside information. You'd better go somewhere else and wait for me. Do you know a good place? I don't know this town. Where can we eat in something like privacy? She had that part of it thought out in advance. She told him the name of a small Italian restaurant near the station and gave him directions for getting there. Toby Dyke said, "Right, you go there, and I'll be along as quickly as I can." "Thank you," she said. I'm afraid I haven't really explained yet why that can keep." She heard the click as he replaced the receiver. The restaurant she had named was a cheap, steamy place, smelling as richly of garlic as the woods in springtime. The olive-skinned waitresses, an amazing number of them, all with sleek black curls and chubby, rounded hips, looked so like one another that it seemed probable they were all the proprietor's daughters. Joanna had been here once or twice before with Dan Moon. The tables were separated from each other by high-backed benches, which formed small cubicles down each side of the room. This, from Joanna's point of view at the moment, was an advantage. She went to the farthest table and sat down with her back to the door. After about 10 minutes, Toby Dyke joined her. At the slightly startled look that came to his face the moment he saw her, she said with an apologetic laugh, "I'm sorry about the makeup. I'm usually so judicious about it. But they don't in the least mind if you bring disreputable women in here. And it did seem a good idea, rather. You know, I walked into your hotel just now and faced all those journalists, and they didn't spot me." He grinned. "Don't apologize. It's a pleasure." He slid along the bench opposite her. Then, looking over the tops of the benches towards the door, he made a sound of disgust. "Hello. I thought I'd shaken you off," he said, as George, coming up to the table and sliding his plump person along the bench next to Toby, gave his head a slight contemptuous shake and said to Joanna, "Evening." Toby sighed. "I'm sorry about George," he said to Joanna. They ordered the inevitable escalope de veau, a spaghetti. As the black-haired, round-bottomed little waitress moved off to start screaming in shrill Italian down a hatchway, Joanna, in the stiff, uneven tone that got into her voice whenever she was nervous, said, "They take ages here to bring one anything. I think if you don't mind, I'll start talking now. I'm talking about what I'm here for. I don't think I could keep up a conversation for long on whether Aslington's as charming a resort as Bournemouth, or whether I've seen any good plays lately." "Okay," said Toby, "but let's order something to drink first." The round-faced, bald-headed proprietor, putting on a bowler hat and carrying a large jug, went to fetch the beer they ordered from the nearest licensed premises. The opening and closing of the door as he went out made Joanna look round the high shield of the bench, but seeing no one come in, she settled back again into her corner. "I'd explain first," she said, "why I rang you up just now. It's simply that I started feeling I wanted to, almost had to, really, find someone normal to talk to. You remember I told you this afternoon everyone's acting so queerly. It's making me almost start wondering whether I'm not acting very queerly myself. God, that sounds stupid. I'm feeling horribly stupid and helpless. I can't think about anything clearly. But if one can't think clearly, if one can't keep one's head, I mean to say—" The explanation, which had started rapidly, lost its way a little. Her eyelids, blue with eyeshadow, drooped over her eyes. "I mean, you sounded this afternoon as if you were interested in all this. I don't know what your interest in it is. It seemed to be rather cold-blooded, but it seemed sane. And someone cold-blooded but sane to talk to at the moment would be an enormous help." She suddenly looked up at him. When she met his eyes, intent, observant, and encouraging, a little of the bright nervousness disappeared from her own. She relaxed more easily against the high, hard back of the bench. But it was George who replied. "I'll tell you what his interest in this kind of thing is, miss. It's just a generalised interest in crime. He edits books about it, real and fictional. He writes them. He writes articles. Crime. Nothing but crime. You mightn't believe it, but I led a life of crime myself once. It's Tobe here that put me off it. Got me just bored with the subject. Fed out with the idea of it, if you follow me. He's writing a little book now for a children's nature study series. Wild Criminals I Have Known. So you ought to be careful what you tell him, or you'll find yourself and your friends being dished up from the tiny tots in simple language with nice little pen and ink pictures in the margins. You see what I mean?" "Shut up, George." Toby picked up the jug of beer which the bowler-hatted proprietor had just put down on the table. He filled 3 glasses. "I don't think we've got to go on finding reasons for having dinner together and talking over, reasonably, the things we've all got involved in. Perhaps it'd be difficult to find a reason why George should be in it too, but his dinner's ordered, so we may as well let him stay and eat it. Now suppose you begin by telling me everything that's happened since you first started worrying yesterday evening because your father hadn't come home. I think if you do that, I may begin fitting things into some sort of shape. It took her a long time to tell it. The escalope and spaghetti had arrived, had been eaten. The proprietor had been sent off once more in his bowler hat for a second jug of beer, before Joanna had finished describing that last odd scene with Peggy Wimpole, when Peggy, on being asked why she had lost her job, had almost fainted. As at last Joanna came to a stop, the three of them sat silent. Toby was crumbling some bread on the table before him. George was looking down into his glass, tipping it this way and that, watching the liquid spin and find its level again. After a moment, Joanna said tentatively, "Tell me, I've been thinking and talking about Gerald and Peggy and Gordon. That's stupid of me, isn't it? Isn't it more likely to be mixed up with a quite different lot of people?" "A pity," said Toby Dyke, "but it doesn't seem to be so." "Why not?" "You see, it's a matter of keys." "What keys?" "The keys of that entrance to the herbarium by which you saw your father go in. The other entrance could only have been reached through the gardens, and anyone trying to get in that way before the gardens opened would almost certainly have been seen. It's true, someone might have hidden in the gardens all night, but there were no signs that any of the windows had been forced. Again, someone might have spent the whole night inside the building. But could that person have known your father was to arrive so long before other people? Then it's possible, too, your father himself let the murderer in. But the probability is, don't you think, that whoever it was came in at the main entrance using a key. From 8 o'clock, when Barnes arrived, the door was unlocked, and someone might have got in then. Only, as it happens, Barnes was keying the passage outside your father's room and then the entrance hall. So if anyone had come in, Barnes would have seen him. So even if the argument has holes in it, you've got to turn your attention very carefully on people who got keys to that front entrance. And those are Barnes, Peggy Wimpole, Whedon, Moon, and 2 or 3 other members of the staff who are having their holidays just now. Naturally, Tingy's making inquiries about them also." "But keys can be borrowed," she said. He nodded. "True. And that kind of key can be duplicated in 5 minutes at any Woolworths." "Yes, I said the argument had holes in it. Still, it does make certain questions rather important, doesn't it?" She said nothing. The door of the restaurant opening and closing at that moment, she again looked hastily round. As she turned back to the table, she put her elbows upon it and hid her face in her hands. "Heavens, I'm tired," she said in a muffled voice. "I know this kind of tiredness, too. It means one doesn't sleep. Well, I thought when I got to the end of my story you'd ask me questions. Don't you want to?" "There are several questions I want to ask," he replied, "but you aren't the one who can answer them. Tell me one thing. Had your father and Highland any financial dealings with one another?" "I don't think so. Why?" He didn't tell her why. He asked after a moment, "What's Highland's income?" "More than he needs, anyway. He's always giving it away." "Is it all from his novels?" "What's the point of this?" she asked impatiently. "Gerald Highland's the one person you definitely needn't suspect. Apart from anything, he hasn't a key and has got an alibi. Yet you said yourself he's acted queerly ever since this morning." "Yes, I know." She moved uneasily. "Oh, well, yes, so far as I know, Gerald does live on his writing. Sex and religion in the desert seem to bring in a very reasonable income. And my father had his salary as curator of the haybox. That's been $700 for the last few years. And he's also got a good many investments. And if what you're working round to asking is who inherits whatever he leaves, I do." "I see." She propped her head against her hands once more. She said drearily, "I don't really know why I came. After all, I don't believe it's any good talking about it." Toby Dyke was drumming with his fingers on the table before him. "The motive," he said. "That's what no one's dropped a single hint about yet. No one seems to have had anything serious against your father, except possibly Dan Moon. Highland appears to have been an old and reliable friend. Peggy Wimpole says she'd have done anything on earth for him. Seems she told Tingy a lot about her unhappy childhood, and having no parents, but only a lot of religious aunts and uncles, and how your father meant much more to her than anyone else. Whedon's attitude seems to have been merely negative. Oh, Gordon and my father had no use for each other at all, she said listlessly. Hadn't they? Well, that's something. Why not? Oh, I don't know. They just didn't like each other. Perhaps Gordon was a bit jealous because Peggy was so fond of my father, though I don't think Peggy and Gordon have ever been much in love. They're the kind of engaged couple who go on being engaged until they've saved up enough money to buy every last salt spoon and embroidered guest towel. No, I think I'm probably wrong. I don't think Gordon can have been jealous. I don't think he's got it in him. God, I wish I wasn't so tired. Gordon and my father, they just didn't like one another. And anyway, it was Whedon who saved his life last night, so the dislike can't have gone very deep. And that means we're left with Dan Moon and his unexpected craving for— Miss Priest, are you expecting someone? For Joanna, at a sound, had again glanced round to the door. No, she said. Why? Only that if you don't want to attract the attention of the murder-thrilled public, the thing to do is not to look round when people come in. She subsided into our corner. He went on. Well, as I was saying, we're left with Dan Moon and his unexplained craving to have a row with your father. But something else I'd like to know about is why Peggy Wimpole was given the sack. Also, what was the real reason that made Whedon follow your father home yesterday evening? And what I'd like to know, said Joanna, raising her head, is whether, if you looked, you'd find that missing key of my father's in the flower bed outside the window, as Dr. Van Eden suggested. George stood up. Reckon I'm going to stroll up and down outside for a bit and have a quiet think about whether or not that key's in the flower bed. Sit down. Toby pulled him violently into his place. I know what your quiet thinks always let me in for. But Cobe, shut up. I'm doing the thinking at the moment. Van Eden. There's something familiar about that name. Something I've heard. Or— He broke off. Miss Priest, if you don't want some strolling reader of the evening papers to realize that you're in his midst, don't look round every time the door opens. She reddened under the rouge on her cheeks. As she relaxed against the back of the bench and started tearing small scraps of bread from the crust on her plate and working them into hard little pellets, the door of the restaurant opened yet once more. This time she succeeded in checking her involuntary movement to look round. Toby Dyke chuckled, and with a sardonic gleam in his eyes said to her, That's better. Only this time it is your friend, Dan Moon. Dan Moon looked thoughtful and self-engrossed, as with his lumbering, vigorous strides he made his way down the room between the rows of tables. He had not seen Joanna. Though Toby had recognized him, Toby's appearance seemed to convey nothing to Dan Moon. He sat down at the next table, immediately behind Joanna. They could just see the top of his head above the back of the bench. All at once, the mask of unconcernedness slipped from Joanna's face. Well, suppose I was expecting him, she whispered across the table to Toby. He does usually come in here in the evenings, but you needn't look so sophisticated about it. I knew you'd want to get into the matter of that Russian. How was it you recognized him anyway? Have you met him already? Someone pointed him out to me, Toby replied. You do look into things, don't you? She leant back. Lifting one hand, she made a sudden grab at a tuft of the thick brown hair that showed above the top of the bench. Hello, Dan. If the people who frequented the restaurant had been of the kind who are easily upset by obscenity, the remarks that this action of Joanna's called forth from the lips of the startled Dan Moon might have landed him in trouble. But he managed to stop himself in the middle of the second sentence. Getting up and looking more abstracted than ever, he came round to their table and sat down on the bench beside Joanna. He did not greet her. Giving a hard stare at her complexion, then as hard a stare at Toby, He thrust out a hand on a long, powerful arm, grabbed the menu, and buried himself in its text with as much concentration as if it had been a page of Engler and Pankel's Die natürlichen Pflanzenmillion. Joanna introduced the three men to each other. Dan glanced up, nodded, and returned to his absorbed reading of lists of soups and entrees. The little waitress came up. She had a familiar way with him, leaning a plump elbow on the bench behind him and resting a fist on one chubby, protruded hip. Dan called her Maria, but ordered minestrone. As she trotted away to scream shrilly down the hatchway to the kitchen depths below, Dan got up once more to buy cigarettes at the cash desk. Though he'd not yet addressed anyone at the table, he passed the cigarettes round. He looked with a trace of surprise at the competent ease with which Toby discovered matches in her pocket, and the speed with which one was lit as Joanna placed her cigarette between her scarlet-coated lips. He puffed at his own with quick, impatient puffs, mangling the tip of it, then asked abruptly, "Well, going to stay and watch me eat?" "Do you mind?" said Joanna. He answered, "No," but seemed puzzled and uncomfortable. Dodging her regard, he took another questioning look at Toby. Joanna, speaking round the cigarette that dangled from her lips, said, "Dan, there's something everyone wants you to talk about. I think you better oblige. It's— I know, those damn pods." He freaked ash onto the floor. "Everyone's been making me talk about them." "But oh, it's nothing to me. I'll talk about them all day and all night if you like. Got the story off by heart now. Wherever I go, policemen keep stopping me and wanting to know the story of the pods. Shouldn't be surprised if there's one waiting outside now. Either they can't understand simple language, or they think if they go on long enough, they'll get me to tell them something different. Or else someone's told them the pods are a sexual symbol, and they just want to go ha-ha. It's usually only dirty stories one has to tell so often." "The trouble appears to be," said Toby Dyke, "that Inspector Tingey can't believe that anyone would go all the way out to that bungalow in the sort of storm that was on last night, simply to shoot their mouth off about some pods. I told him that controversies have raged for years and gone into several volumes of small print about things less remarkable than pods. But he still insisted that the people involved in them stayed at home in their studies and didn't go out in the wet on a night like last night. In which there is some truth. But if I'd waited, I'd never have managed to say anything about it at all," said Dan peevishly. "I explained that to him. You see, I'm not at all a quarrelsome person. In fact, I'm definitely bad at quarrelling. I have to seize the moments when I think I'm up to the job. And last night, when I just got back from London after going to the museum and finding out that that damn Russian was perfectly right, I knew I was in the mood. I knew I could do it. I knew I could say just anything I felt. Dare say the weather even helped. It kept my bad temper up all the way out to the bungalow. But as I told that blasted police inspector again and again, if I'd had the faintest idea of the state the old man was in, I mean, if I'd spotted he was working up to a nervous breakdown, I'd never have brought the subject up at all. For one thing, that explained everything, and meant besides that it wasn't really his fault. Until Joanna told me, I simply never realized it. Stupid of me, but there it is." "Suppose," said Joanna, "we keep to the subject of pods." "That's right," said Toby. "First of all, what pods?" "Stichallus colocynthus." "Ah, and why pods?" But black-haired Maria, arriving just then with Dan's plate of minestrone, his attention was switched to the soup. After a mouthful or two, however, he put his spoon down. "Of course, technically speaking, they aren't pods at all," he said. "They're fruits, really. Sort of gourds. Hi, Maria, bring me a roll, please." "I hope Inspector Tingey comprehends that precise point," said Toby. "Fact is," said Dan, "the whole business makes me look an awful fool. That's why I was so mad about it, naturally. I thought the old man must have been doing it deliberately. Couldn't think why he should have, but all the same couldn't think of any other explanation. You see, I've been making a survey of some desert plants. They're sent over, dried, by an old boy in Cairo who goes out into the desert to collect them. Well, I've been working on them for some time, and published one or two things about them, and never realized until one of those damn Russians at the Old People's Commissariat for Plant Industry wrote and inquired why my description of the plants didn't tally with Mushler's. That old priest had been handing over material which had the pods of about 4 forms mixed in with it. They were always so mutilated that I couldn't tell much about them anyway. I made several rows about that, but it never made any difference. They were always chewed to bits. Looked as if he let the mice get at them before handing them on to me. But I've been up to the British Museum today to look at the specimens there. And that bloody Russian's perfectly right. He clamped his jaws together, scowling down at his plate. Perfectly right, he muttered between set teeth. And that stuff of mine, passed by priests, is all published. It can't be called back. And I've made a complete bloody fool of myself. Toby Dyke was drawing patterns on the tablecloth with the prong of a fork. In the pause that followed, Joanna drawled, "That story had the ring of absolute truth, don't you think, Mr. Dyke?" Dan looked at her suspiciously. "Yes, Dan," she reassured him. "It's a nice story. It'll do." "Hell," he said, "it's true." "Yes," she said, "that's what I'm saying. But you don't believe it." "Oh, I do." "You don't." "I do, I do, I do." Dan turned to Toby Dyke. "She doesn't believe it." "Don't you, Miss Priest?" asked Toby Dyke, his grave scrutiny searching her face. Dan looked slightly bewildered at the way she dropped the mockery to reply to Toby, "I don't think Dan could make it up, Mr. Dyke." "I rather thought you thought that." But neither Toby's tone nor the amused expression in his eyes that went with it told them what that comment meant. When Dan had eaten a plateful of spaghetti, they rose and left. Darkness had fallen while they were in the restaurant, though there was still a russet tint of evening in the sky. It was a clear sky with a dusting of stars. The air in the streets was warm and still. Bare-legged girls and young men in open-necked shirts strolled along the pavements. From the direction of the pier, each note searing the evening's quiet with garish distinctness, came a clangor of brassy music. It was not until they reached the car which Joanna had left in a cul-de-sac nearby that Toby, looking round for the others, realized that George was missing. So he went to have his quiet thing after all. Toby swore hard and viciously. I ought to have known he was set on it. Never said where he'd meet me after it either. God knows what trouble he'll get me into, if I take my eye off him for a moment. Do you mean going to have a drink? Asked Dan. What's the excitement? Drink, said Toby. I'd sooner have him on my hands screwed to the eyeballs than off on his own, having one of his quiet thinks. Muttering to himself, he pulled open the door of the car for Joanna to climb into it. But Joanna, looking from him to Dan with a face that was suddenly drawn and miserable, said in a low voice, I don't really want to go home. Dan said, But you look tired as hell. I don't want to go home, she repeated. A soft stir of air touched their faces. The music of the band grew louder, then faded again. Toby slid a hand through her arm. I don't want to go home either. Let's go and listen to the band. Her smile was quick and grateful. They set off down the street towards the sea. The fine summer evening had brought out of doors all the holiday crowd from the hotels and apartments of Aslington. Along the edge of the promenade, coloured globes on strangely wrought pedestals shed gleams of rosy or amber or amethyst light over faces, bright dresses, and white flannels. The band worked away industriously in the white-painted bandstand. There was dancing. The pier, spangled with little lights that outlined domes of fun palace and concert hall, floated above a motionless sea. A few people were bathing, the foam from their splashing shining whitely on the surface of the dark water. Toby, Anne, and Joanna, with arms linked so that the crowd should not force them apart, made their way slowly along the thronged promenade, then down some steps onto the shingle. They sat down at the water's edge, where the inch-high wavelets sighed quietly up to their feet. From the concert hall on the pier, and from the bandstand behind them, the latest dance music and one of Sousa's marches met and mingled in light-hearted discordancy. Some distance out at sea, a ship was passing across their view, all lights ablaze. Dan and Toby started making stones bounce across the water. Joanna lay back on the shingle. Of course, I know I'll have to go home sometime or other, she said presently. No hurry, said Toby. No hurry, she agreed. Just what's the trouble about going home? Asked Dan. Oh, nothing reasonable. It's too quiet out there now. It feels choked to bursting point with horrible thoughts and things. Frowning, Dan said, You don't want to give in to that sort of thing. Equally, said Toby. There's no point in trying to put up with more than one can stand. It only assists to crack up later. Well, I don't know about that, said Dan. I think there's often some point in it. The less you're ready to stand up to, the more helpless you become. And who's going to mind if Miss Priest is a bit helpless? The stone Toby had just thrown bounced more often and went a good deal farther than the last one that Dan had thrown. Toby looked after it with signs of pleasure. Dan's mouth hardened, and he exerted himself for a better throw. She's going to mind it, he said, when she realizes it. I doubt it, said Toby. Helplessness is a perfectly reasonable condition at certain junctures. When one's mind's a bit numb, it's a sensible precaution to rely on the minds and support of others. Dan shook his head. She'll feel far better if she doesn't give in to her nerves. Don't you think so yourself, Joanna? Sorry, she said. I wasn't listening. What did you say? Hell, said Dan. His stone had just fallen plonk into the water a few yards from the shore. There was silence. They sat in a row on the shingle, watching the slow, shining passage of the liner. It was Dan who some minutes later remarked in a stifled voice, What a vile hole Aslington is. Do you think so? Said Toby. I rather like it. Indeed, said Dan. You like Brighton too, I expect, and Margate and Southend. They have their points. The human spectacle, even at Margate and Southend, provides a certain amount of entertainment. Can't say I've ever been entertained by it anywhere. Listen to the row of that filthy band. Did you ever hear anything more fundamentally obscene? Look at that pier. Look at all those bloody silly little lights. Look at that purple-skinned woman there. And that horrible fat man with his belly crammed with 10 times too much food, and his eyes rolling after every girl who's got a bit of a bare arm or leg showing. Your human spectacle doesn't entertain me at all. Makes me feel sick. Say, said another voice, and George, looking pink and pleased with himself, squatted down on the shingle beside Toby. Do you know what you remind me of, talking like that? Couple of blokes I was with in Peru. We were... George, said Toby, rounding on him quickly. Did you find it? I say, have you been to Peru? Said Dan eagerly at the same moment. George ignored Toby. He replied to Dan, I've been everywhere. As I was saying, we were out there, just the three of us, hadn't seen a soul for 3 weeks. We were camping, wonderful night, no one within 50 miles of us. These two blokes were doing some piece of fancy travelling, going to write a book about it or something, and I'd hooked on because I was out of a job and they wanted somebody handy. Well, I overheard them talking to one another. One said, I like the Arctic a lot better than the Antarctic, don't you? T'other said, yes, you can walk a mile in the Antarctic without coming across someone's footprints. Now, I reckon you're like those two blokes. You're the Arctic type. Tobe here, he's an Antarctic. Shut up, said Toby. Did you find it? Find what, Tobe? The key you went to have a quiet think about. And did anyone spot you getting into the gardens and poking around? Because the gardens are closed. Did you by any chance know that? Closed, not only because it's dark, and Aslington doesn't like to take the risk that in the dark its gardens might be used for immoral purposes, but because the police in their wisdom have closed them to the public morning, noon, and night. Anyone going in there is likely to land in a whole heap of trouble. I ain't in any trouble, said George with a sniff. Well, did you find a key under the window of Mr. Priest's room? George sighed. That's right, I found it. And, said Toby, thrusting his face towards him, did you leave it where you found it? Even in the rosy glow from one of the globes of light at the edge of the promenade, which was casting its light over them all, they could see George's pink face turn noticeably pinker. It looked as if he did not intend to reply. Then he thrust a hand into a pocket, and bringing it out again, extended it to Toby. On the palm lay a small silver key. Toby gave a groan. He lay back flat on the shingle. "Lord," he said dispiritedly, "what have I done to be landed with this? Tampering with vital evidence, removing, damn well pinching vital evidence. Just what nice yarn do you think am I going to have to make up for Tingy?" "But," said Joanna, leaning forward and looking at the little slender key that lay on George's palm, "that isn't the key of the haybox." George gave a chuckle. "Course it ain't. This is the key of my escritoire, where I keep the pictures of my best girls." He pocketed it again. He turned on Toby. "Asking me if I'd left it where I found it. What do you take me for, a fool?" Toby growled angrily that was a polite way of putting it. "Anyway, was there a key there?" "Yes," said George seriously, "there was. And that's rum, when you start thinking it over. It was in the middle of a patch of plants. I never so much as picked it up, Tobe. I know a lot more than you do about how to discourage folks from wasting their valuable time by thinking about me." Joanna said excitedly, "But if the key was in the flower bed, it means that perhaps Dr. Van Eden was right." "It means," said Toby, getting quickly to his feet, "that we are going along to speak to Inspector Tingy. And just for a minute, that's all it means. We've got to learn a lot more about the meaning of Dr. Van Eden himself before we start letting comfortable theories rear themselves on the dubious foundations he supplies so snappily." Inspector Tingy, after inquiries at the police station, was discovered having a late supper in the somewhat forbidding basement kitchen of his home. Mrs. Tingy, a flat-faced woman with bright boot-button eyes and a complexion that looked as if it had been starched and ironed, was reluctant to let them come down the stairs to the basement, trying instead to usher them amongst the plush and seashells of the parlour. But Tingy's voice boomed up at them, telling them to come straight down. At a table covered with oilcloth, in the midst of a large tiled floor, they found him eating steak and chips. He told them that he was heartily glad to see them. He rose and pulled forward chairs. He told Joanna he hoped she was well, considering, but he gave her a hard stare as if he found her close-fitting black dress and small black flippancy of a hat a not altogether convincing version of mourning. As the inspector returned to his steak and chips, Toby began with an abrupt question. "Inspector, do you happen to be acquainted with a Dr. Van Eden?" There was a sudden cessation of the chewing movement of the powerful jaws. Knife and fork hovered about the plate. "Van Eden, did you say?" "Yes, I've heard the name. Met him too, I fancy. Quack doctor." Thingy went on eating. "Seems to me I've heard the name too, somewhere," said Toby. "Perhaps someone I know had an inhibition removed by him, although somehow I don't believe it was in that connection. He lives in Aslington, I believe. Got a weekend place down here, lives in London, practices in London, has plenty of money, nice car, a nice lady friend or two, plays the cello, takes his holidays on the Riviera with one or other of the lady friends. The doctor in front of his name don't signify a medical doctor at all, but though he don't conceal that fact, he isn't the one to emphasize it either. You know, for someone who just happens to have heard his name, you seem to know quite a lot about him." Toby kept a fascinated eye on the slow, rolling movement of the inspector's jaws. "Any special reason for that?" "Any special reason for wanting to know?" "Well, at the moment I do feel," said Toby, "that I wouldn't mind knowing most of what there is to know about Dr. Van Eden. Nor would several people. But then that's the way people are." More steak went into the inspector's mouth. "Dr. Van Eden," said Toby, "thinks he can explain the death of Mr. Priest." "Lord, the number of people who think they can do that," said the inspector. "You're not interested, then, in Dr. Van Eden's explanation?" "Did I say I wasn't?" I certainly am interested in what could have made a bright young fellow like you consult him on the matter. I haven't done so up to the present, said Toby, but Dr. Van Eden has appeared extraordinarily anxious to consult Miss Priest, or to get her to consult him. Anyway, to get her to accept a certain view of things. Tingy turned to Joanna with a questioning look. She said, "Yes, he believes my father committed suicide." Tingy turned back to Toby. "All right, Matrosky, fire away." Steak and chips continued to meet their destiny. When Toby came to an end of the story which Joanna had told him in the restaurant, the inspector, pushing aside his well-scraped plate and reaching for a pipe from the mantelpiece, said thoughtfully, "So that's his idea. Suicide with malice aforethought. Well, I dare say such things have been known to happen. But I wonder why Van Eden should take all this trouble, because even if the key does turn out to be somewhere that Mr. Priest himself could have hidden it, there are always the fingerprints on the revolver." He thought, said Joanna, that the police might be able to explain those. "Well, this policeman can't, Miss Priest. Your father couldn't have faked the fingerprints after he was dead, and if he'd faked them before he was dead, and then let the thing go off by some mechanism, he couldn't have removed the mechanism. So the idea won't hold water." "All the same," said Toby, "it might be worth looking for the key, mightn't it? Even if it weren't in any sense a proof of Van Eden's theory. It'd be rather interesting if you did find it, say, outside the window, as Van Eden suggested." "Maybe." Come, Inspector, it'd be extraordinarily interesting. It'd make one wonder a lot of things." "I'm so used to wondering things," sighed Tingy. "For instance, why Mr. Dyke, whose acumen we all know such a lot about, thinks the key might be there." Tingy's glance was singularly acute. But Toby's face was bland and innocent, almost as bland and innocent as George's. "Why," continued Tinky, "doesn't he take it as the gashing of a crack-brained busybody?" "Simply," said Toby gravely, "that according to Miss Priest, Van Eden himself laid such singular emphasis on the probable presence of the key in the flower bed outside the window. Isn't that so, Miss Priest?" Joanna caught the prompting in his look and nodded. "Yeah," said Inspector Tinky. "I think," said Toby, "it might at least be worth your while to look into the matter." "Of course I'm going to look into the matter. I always look into everything. That's why I look as old as I do." Tinky rose to his feet. "Fact, I'll see to it right away." The others rose too. "But there's just one thing," said Tinky. They waited while Tingy's benevolent gaze came round once more to Joanna. "Miss Priest," he said, "do you happen to know the exact position with regard to your father's financial affairs?" "I'm afraid not." Then she asked, "Why?" "You wouldn't want me to go into that with so many people present, would you?" "That doesn't matter. Please tell me why you ask." "And you're sure you don't know all about it?" "Well, I know that he had his salary and a good deal of money invested." "That's just it," said Tingy, stroking his moustache and keeping his gaze fixed upon her with his usual mild curiosity. "He hadn't." "Hadn't?" "Oh, dear, no." Her tired face reflected little but irritation at this new bewilderment. Tingy said, "He hadn't any investments, Miss Priest." "But he had." Her voice jerked onto a note of nervous protest. "His salary was $700 a year, and I know we used to spend much more than that. Do you mean he was borrowing? Is that what the trouble was? Had he been getting deeper and deeper into debt? Was that it? Was that why he wanted to throw himself over the cliffs last night?" "I don't know," said Tingy. "I'm sure I don't know." His hand, still stroking his moustache, covered his mouth while he spoke. He partly muffled his words, giving his voice an odd quality. "He certainly had other money besides his salary. He kept depositing large sums in his bank in notes, always in notes. That's odd, you know, about it always being in notes. Very few people do that, except people with little businesses. And even then, there's usually a good few checks amongst them. and he always seems to have used up the money as he went along. So I'm afraid all that'll come to you under his will, Miss Priest, is his life insurance money. Seems he didn't like investments. Some people are like that. He's odd, though. I mean that there's no sign at all of where all that money came from." Joanna didn't look as if she'd fully taken in what he'd said. She suddenly wrenched off her little black hat, as if it were constricting her forehead, and pushed her hand through her thick blonde hair. Tingy went on, "How well would you say your father knew this Dr. Van Eden, Miss Priest?" "I don't know. I never even knew he did know him till yesterday evening." "Kept it quiet, did he?" "Tingy," said Toby sharply, "what have you got on your mind about Van Eden?" Tingy looked at him. "What have I got on my mind?" "Yes." The inspector considered. "Did you say, 'What have I got on my mind?' That's what I said. Who's Van Eden, or what's Van Eden?" "The moment I mentioned him this evening, you went glassy-eyed." "Did I now? Well, that reminds me." Tingy started rummaging in his pockets. "Don't know why it reminds me. Mine makes funny jumps sometimes. Mine's always making funny jumps. Now, where did I put it? Here we are. Never shown you this, have I, Mr. Dyke?" He held out to Toby a small photograph. "That's a picture of my granddaughter, Mr. Dyke. Her name's Irene Dawn." He beamed into Toby's face. "Lovely little girl, isn't she?" Toby took one glance at the grim-faced child in the photograph, then he handed it back. "Come along, Miss Priest, come along, Moon. The inspector doesn't feel like answering questions. Good night, Tingy. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, I expect." A very faint grin twitched at the lips under the inspector's heavy moustache. Toby, shepherding his party up the basement stairs, added over his shoulder, "Child, the credit to you, Tingy. Make a fine policewoman when she grows up." As the grin vanished, an outraged scarlet spread over the inspector's face. Toby and his companions emerged from the house onto the pavement. It was on that same pavement, a short way down the street, that they came across Barnes, the caretaker. He was standing on the curb, swaying a little dizzily, outside the lighted doorway of the Cap and Bells. He saw them. He said, "Good evening, good evening, all." A wavering hand went up with a flourish to remove a hat that wasn't there. "Sorry, Miss Priest, can't take a hat off. No hat. Like the letter. No letter. Letter definitely missing. Told you about that this morning, didn't I? Told you about the letter being missing. Hat missing, too. Sorry. Good evening, all." He raised his hand in a flourish again and started to cross the street. But Joanna grabbed him by the arm. "What letter, Barnes? What are you talking about?" "Letter I told you about. Missing there. Told you something was wrong, didn't I? Well, that's what was wrong. Letter gone." "But when?" "When?" "When I come back from phoning the police. No letter on the desk. And Mr. Hyde and Mr. Whedon both standing there. Slipped my memory first. Couldn't think what was different. But that was what it was. Hat missing. No hat. Fancy, no hat to take off in presence of dead. Good night. Good night, all." Chapter 5. A bright moon shone in a clear night sky. The headlights of the car, as it took Joanna back to her home along the road at the edge of the cliffs, merely yellowed the light that lay over heath and sea. There was no darkness for the beam from the lamps to penetrate. The moonlight was so bright that here and there, adding an unfamiliar touch to the night's pattern of black and silver, the red of a roof was still to be seen. George was driving the car. Joanna sat at the back beside Toby. She protested that she was not too tired to drive, but her gratitude had been clear when, without arguing, George had taken the driver's seat. She had not put much force into her question, "But how are you going to get back to your hotel?" When Toby had replied, "Grand night for walking," she had let it go at that. Dan had hesitated, as if he too were considering the attractions of a drive and a 5-mile walk home through the moonlight. But suddenly he'd said good night, and had wheeled away from them down the pavement. George seemed inclined to short bursts of rather sentimental song, but apart from that, they covered most of the distance in silence. At least 4 or 5 miles of empty road, visible far ahead of them as a streak drawn like a chalk mark over a dim blackboard, were behind them before Toby remarked, "An enigmatic nature, Tingis." Joanna gave a start and said, "I'm sorry, what did you say?" Her eyes, wide open, had been fixed on the margin of sea that showed above the cliff's curving edge. "I said Tingis a queer cuss. Is that where you are with him?" "No," she said and sighed. "You don't." "He knows something about Van Etten," said Toby. "It was there on his face the moment he heard the name. It surprised him, too. He gave him something quite new to think about." She didn't reply for a moment. Then all she said was, "What an unbelievably beautiful night." He studied her profile thoughtfully. Presently he asked her, "Joanna, was there a shock he gave you about the money?" "I don't know," she said. "I just don't understand it." "Perhaps it means you won't be as rich as you thought." At her listless gesture he added, "That thought doesn't worry you particularly?" "I'd have tried to find a job of some sort anyhow," she answered. "I must have something to do." "What can you do?" "Nothing very much. I can talk a few languages, I can type with one finger, I can wear clothes when I try. Now I'm surprisingly good at getting engaged to the wrong person." "Yes, well, let's hope the life insurance isn't one of those that are just meant to cover the cost of the funeral and to supply 1 or 2 mourners with respectable weeds. But in quiet and sober honesty, you aren't very much of a mourner, are you, Joanna?" "I don't know yet." After another minute or two he started again. "You really thought your father had considerable investments?" "Ah," she said restlessly, "I don't know. I haven't thought about it. I suppose so. I mean, it had never occurred to me he might have been getting all the money we spent in any other way." "Where do you think it can have come from? Do you think he was borrowing?" "How should I know?" She turned her head against the car's upholstery. Her eyes explored his face. "All the same, you've got ideas about something, haven't you?" "I know Tindy's got ideas about something," he said. "I shouldn't even be surprised if I know what the ideas are about." "What are they about?" He gave a shake of his head. "The thought isn't a pretty one, and quite vague. I think I'll keep it to myself for the moment." "Oh, please tell me." Toby again shook his head. He was feeling for some cigarettes in his pocket when Joanna's hand took hold of his wrist. "I want to know what those ideas are. But listen, it's all right. I can do a certain amount of thinking myself. I know a man doesn't get murdered unless he has an enemy, and one doesn't make enemies unless somehow or other one exerts power over somebody. And that, well, it's seldom a pretty thing to do. I tell you, most of the ideas I've had in my head today haven't been pretty ones. I can easily stand another." He said, "Very well." But he said it reluctantly, and was slow to continue. "It's Tingy's idea, remember, not mine. That's to say, it's my idea of what Tingy's idea is. I think, but it's only something about his tone of voice and the look in his eyes that made me jump to this conclusion. I think Tingy suspects that those large sums of money, all in notes, that your father deposited in his bank from time to time, were blackmail." The car swung to the right. It left the main road and proceeded more slowly over the rutted surface of the track that wound between the bungalows of the building estate. George added one of his little bursts of song to the conversation. "You know," said Joanna in a quiet, unemotional voice, "that's what I thought you were going to say. But you don't mean you think it's possible? After today, how do I know what's possible and what isn't? I shouldn't take it for granted anyhow. There are other explanations." Are they more comforting?" At that moment the car stopped. They had reached the gate of the bungalow. "Were you very fond of your father, Joanna?" asked Toby. "I'm afraid I haven't really been fond of him for a long time," she replied. "It's a relationship that in some ways goes very deep, and there's loyalty besides habit in it. But actually I distrusted him. Perhaps I almost feared him. For some reason recently, I felt very sorry for him." "Say, Miss Brace," George had turned in his seat and was looking round at them, "would you mind telling me something? Was your father ever in Egypt?" It was so unexpected her eyebrows made marks of interrogation over her eyes. "Good heavens, why? Was he ever?" "No, he hardly ever went anywhere." "Ah, well, never mind. I've been kind of thinking about Egypt all the way out here. Reckon it was the moonlight reminding me of the moonlight on the pyramids. Ah, there's nothing like moonlight on the pyramids, you know. And the sand, shakes and all that, spices and vices." He turned away, muttering. Toby and Joanna climbed out of the car. They were standing in the road when a square of yellow light shone out at them suddenly from the bungalow. Someone had just switched on the light in the sitting room. Its curtains had not been drawn. From where they stood, they could see that Peggy and Gordon had just entered the room. They saw Gordon drop into a chair. They saw Peggy cross to the window and reach for the cord at the side that drew the curtains together. As the curtains shut out the view of the room, Toby said, "That young man was in the building, wasn't he, when the police arrived?" "Yes," said Joanna. "He and Gerald." "I was just thinking of that key in the flower bed. Suppose someone had taken that key from your father after he was dead, and then suppose someone suddenly had the panicky idea that the police might search him. Mightn't that be a reason for throwing the key out of the window? You think it may have been Gordon who did that?" "It may have been, though I don't know why he should take a key when he already had one." "Oh," she exclaimed with a quick flare of anger, "you keep coming back to Gerald. I tell you, that's absurd. If there's anyone on earth I'd trust—" But she checked herself. She turned to George and said ironically, "If it interests you, Gerald Highland was once in Egypt." "Was he now?" said George. "Yes, in Cairo for a whole fortnight. That's why he's written about sheikhs and pyramids ever since." She laid a hand on the gate. "Thank you very much for driving me home. I'll see to putting the car away. Good night." "Just a moment," said Toby. "You've told me a certain amount about the relationship between those two in there. Also, you've told me a certain amount about the relationship between your father and Highland, between yourself and Highland, between your father and Miss Wimpole, between your father and Wheaton. But I don't believe I've asked you yet about the relationship between yourself and Dan Moon." "Thank you for not asking." She smiled at him. Then she turned, went through the gate and up the path. Toby and George started on their walk back to Aslington. It was before they were out of earshot that Toby said to George, "Speaking of geography, George, whatever made you bring him Egypt? What does Egypt happen to mean to you?" "Mice," said George promptly. "Mice?" A contemptuous comment followed it. "Rats." Their voices faded as they disappeared down the road. Too tired to bother about the car, Joanna left it in the road all night. She went straight to her room, undressed, and in her pajamas and blue silk wrapper, settled down in front of the mirror to remove her makeup and to brush her hair. She sat there face to face with herself for some time. Yet face cream and hairbrush were used absent-mindedly and carelessly. Her hands kept dropping into her lap and lying there listlessly, while her gaze drove right through the white, expressionless mask that hung in the glass before her, to something far beyond it. At length she lay down, but her tiredness was of the kind that brings no sleep along with it. Sleep was a long way off. There was a pricking sensation in her eyes, and in her body a torpor that weighted her limbs with a dull, bruised feeling. But there was an over-sharpness and over-brightness in every image that passed through her mind. It was about 2 in the morning when she rose, switched on the light, and started to look for the box of sleeping tablets. Though her brain, in its exhausted wakefulness, had seemed to be functioning with unbearable clarity, As soon as she attempted to direct it to a particular object, every thought in it dissolved. Wandering round the room, she looked straight at the box of tablets several times before she realized that it was still where she had left it on the mantelpiece when she'd taken it out of the pocket of her slacks the evening before. She opened the box, took out 2 tablets and swallowed them, then lay down in bed again and put out the light. She'd been lying there for only a few minutes when she once more pressed the light switch and got up hurriedly. She opened the box of tablets and stared at its contents with a muddled but deepening frown. There were 5 tablets left in the box. But yesterday, when she'd given 2 to her father, the box had been practically full. It must have contained 30 or 40 tablets. Aloud, she counted the 5 tablets. But 30, minus the 2 she'd taken herself, could not be made to equal 5. She shook her head, put down the box of tablets, and went back to bed. Shortly after that, a cloud of sleep, heavy and soft, sank into her brain, seeping as thick yellow fog seeps into the cracks of windows and doors through her tired body. Her drugged sleep was deep and dreamless. It was past 10 o'clock when Joanna woke to find the morning misty as it had been the day before, with the same shimmer of blue penetrating the low-lying mist. She had a bath and dressed and went to the dining room. Coffee was waiting for her on a hot plate, and her usual grapefruit and toast were on the table. Peggy Wimpole had had her breakfast already. Mrs. Searle came in to clear away her used cup and plate as Joanna went to her place. Peggy herself came in before Joanna had finished. She seemed to have no reason for coming, or anything to say, but she lingered in the room, moving about, slightly altering the positions of ornaments, fidgeting with, but not sitting down to read, the newspaper. When Joanna abruptly addressed her, she started away as if the sudden, sharp enunciation of her name had been a blow. "Peggy," said Joanna, "you remember what I asked you yesterday evening?" With clumsy fingers, Peggy became very busy with rearranging the tangled sheets of newspaper. "Yesterday evening? You asked me something?" "Of course I asked you something, and you remember what it was. I asked you what reason my father had given for sacking you." "Did you? Well, that explains it, perhaps. I wouldn't want to remember anything connected with that. Forgetfulness is nothing but a desire to exclude from the mind some unpleasant experience. I proved that again and again. Only yesterday." "Peggy, why did he give you the sack?" "Oh," Peggy let the newspaper fall to the floor. Her voice took its shriller note. "You needn't worry. I'm going. I shan't stay a day longer than I need. I don't want to stay here. I want to get away. Even if I could get that notice cancelled now he's dead, I shouldn't stay here. Tomorrow, as soon as the inquest's over—" "Don't be a fool," said Joanna. "I don't want you to go. But I do want to know what reason my father gave for sacking you. You needn't be afraid of telling me. I know it wouldn't have been anything to your discredit. Whatever it was, I'm certain it was my father's fault that it happened. That's to say, I think he probably blew up about something you'd done, something perfectly normal and reasonable. In some of those moods he had recently, he might have sacked you for sneezing." Peggy said in a low voice, "You speak about him so coldly." She added, "I was very fond of your father, Joanna." "I know. He was kind to me. There haven't been very many kind people in my life. But your father was always thoughtful and considerate. He was more than that. I never knew my own father, you know, and I've only very faint recollections of my mother. I was brought up by aunts and uncles. They were pious and narrow-minded. They used to take me to prayer meetings and make me testify. I suffered through it terribly, but of course repressed my knowledge that I did. I repressed all my feelings. I accepted everything I was taught, trying to find some way of expressing my nature through work. Never anything but work. Of course, I developed all sorts of inhibitions, and a dreadful disharmony with my own environment." She was looking down. Indeed, her eyes were almost closed. Her voice had dropped to a monotone. Something in the way she spoke made it sound as if precisely those sentences had been said over and over many times already. Perhaps it was to herself she'd said, or it might have been that she was simply reproducing the self-exposures practiced in the psychiatrist's consulting room. "Your father she went on, softly intoning the words, filled a great gap in my experience. At first I just assumed it was his kindness that made my whole life seem different. But then Dr. Van Eden explained to me that what had actually happened was that I had put him in the place of my father, and for the first time was having an outlet for emotions I had never recognized. You needed a doctor to tell you that. Peggy frowned quickly. Why do you always have to say things like that? Joanna drank some coffee. Anyway, she put down her cup again, why are you going over all this? I know you were fond of my father. Isn't one of the things I have to have explained to me? But it seems, cried Peggy in a shrill voice that sounded as if it might crack into sobs, that I have got to explain. That's what I was coming to. That there are things I know about your father I'd tell to scarcely anybody. Certainly I wouldn't have told them to you. You'd never have understood. Whatever it was, though, I'd have understood. I'd have been loyal. I'd never have betrayed him, not so long as he was alive. Why didn't he realize that? Even now it'd all be safe with me, except that— She gave a noisy swallow and pressed a hand to her chest. After drawing 1 or 2 deep breaths, Peggy added a few muffled words to her unfinished sentence. Except that now, for the sake of other people, I got to tell the police. She threw back her head. But I'll never tell you, Joanna said quietly. The police are the practical people to tell. Oh, I don't want to do it, said Peggy defensively. God knows I don't want to say anything to anyone. If only it could go into his grave with him. I thought perhaps it could. I thought at first I could sit back and say nothing. Oh, God, Joanna, it's a terrible problem I've had on my mind. For him, for you, for everyone, I wanted to say nothing. Why should people have to know why he killed himself? Isn't it one of the really secret things in a person's soul, why they go on living or why they don't? But he didn't kill himself. He did, said Peggy. Didn't Dr. Van Eden explain— Oh, damn your Dr. Van Eden. You know my father was murdered. The fingerprints on the revolver, you'll see they'll be explained. Joanna sank back in her chair. She muttered, Well, I just don't understand it. She seemed to sink into her own thoughts, losing herself in a bitter, bewildered dream. Peggy stooped and picked up the newspaper from the floor. She put it tidily on the sideboard. She slightly altered the position of some big white daisies in a jar. She pitied it here and there, as if she could not bring herself to leave the room. But at last she put her hand out to open the door. That gesture caught Joanna's eye. Why, Peggy, your ring, she said. It's missing. Peggy's left hand dropped to her side. Yes, Patches of nervous red appeared on her throat and cheeks. I gave it back to Gordon. I just told him that at the moment I couldn't think about anyone but your father. He understood. Possibly we'll talk it over again later. Joanna nodded absently. Oh, by the way, there was something else I was going to say, Peggy. Was it you who removed a whole lot of sleeping tablets from the box in my room sometime yesterday? Well, I did take a couple. I saw them there, and I've had so little sleep lately. I knew you wouldn't mind. No, I don't mind. But you took rather more than 2, didn't you? Peggy repeated. I took 2. You mustn't take more than 2, you know, said Joanna. They're pretty strong. They got something to do with barbiturate. I know, because I was there when Dr. Jones prescribed them for father. He said he mustn't take more than 2 or 3 at the very outside. I took 2. It was said with an unconvincing overemphasis. Anyway, they taste pretty horrible, so I wouldn't take more than I had to. I never can swallow things, you know. I always break them up in water, and besides— But just then, the door handle on which Peggy's hand had been resting turned in her grasp. The door opened, and Gordon Wheaton looked in. He saw Joanna and said, Good morning. He and Peggy looked at one another. Then Peggy slipped past him and went to her room. The rather egg-shaped top of Gordon's head covered with neat ridges of hair, gave a twitch. He said, with a diffident smile to Joanna, "Poor Peg. She's taken it awfully hard, hasn't she? I think your way of taking it is simply wonderful. Of course, Peg's a rather unbalanced, emotional type, isn't she? And she was frightfully fond of the old man. If it comes to that, we all were. Grand old boy, grand. Can't imagine what the place would be like without him. Never seemed the same, I'm afraid. I mean, he'd got such a striking personality, and his knowledge. Sometimes I used to feel that if only I knew as much as he did, there'd really be nothing left for me to want. Appalling tragedy. The more one thinks about it, the more one realizes how appalling it is, doesn't one?" His worried eyes, that seldom seemed to look at anything directly, snatched a glance at her face as if to see how she was responding. She was not looking as if his words had moved her. He coughed and said, "But by the way, I slept in the sitting room last night. It was so late, and I thought Peg seems nervous. Well, I'll be getting along now into town. Anything I can do for you there? I mean, any messages or shopping or anything? Count on me, won't you? I'd always do anything to help. Glad to." He waited, but she didn't reply. Repeating, "Well, count on me," he wandered out. Joanna remained sitting where she was for a few minutes. Then she, too, left the room. She left the bungalow. She walked down the road. She walked fast, doing her best to avoid the ruts which the sun by now had baked hard into ridges treacherous to the incautious ankle. At a corner where a lane branched off from the road, she passed a man who was lounging on the grass, smoking a pipe and reading a newspaper. He lowered the paper and stared at her steadily as she passed. She walked still faster after she'd passed him, and once glanced back over her shoulder. He had risen and was strolling in the same direction as herself. It was 100 yards or so down the lane that Gerald Hyland's cottage stood. It had stood there for 60 or 70 years, a grey box of a dwelling, solid and unassuming, with slate roof and sash windows, a frowning stone porch, and outdoor sanitation. Amongst the bungalows with their Tudor beams and gaudily coloured tiles, it looked like a dour old peasant woman who somehow strayed into the company of tarts. Today, a large black Cadillac stood at the gate. Joanna didn't bother to go in at the gate. She stepped over the broken-down wire fence that surrounded a patch of grass, no different from the rough turf that covered the rest of the cliff top. From an open window, a peal of exuberant music reached her. Gerald Hyland's gramophone was pouring into the summer morning Purcell's trumpet voluntary. When, without knocking, she opened the door of the cottage and stepped into the low-ceilinged sitting room, the little room seemed completely filled by Hyland's long legs and arms, which looked even longer, even more spidery than usual in the unfamiliar dark suit, and the gramophone's enormous horn. There was only just room in a corner for Dr. Van Eden. Hyland did not switch off the record. He simply shouted at her above the music, "Glad to see you, my dear. I was coming over myself later in the morning. You know Dr. Van Eden, don't you? He's a musician. He plays the cello." He turned and beamed benignly at the little man with the high crest of silver hair, the chiselled features, and the small grubby hands. "My God, how I envy him, actually being able to play an instrument. Only in a quite amateur way, I assure you, Miss Peace." The light, clear voice of Dr. Van Eden reached her easily above the jubilant sounds blaring out of the great horn. "Only for my own pleasure, and as I play only in my own home, and as I live alone, it can safely be said I think that my pleasure is no one else's penance." "Ah, that's good," bawled Hyland. "But remember, you're going to pray for me, Dr. Van Eden. I'm not going to let you forget that promise. And you won't forget about those books you're going to lend me, will you? Joanna, Dr. Van Eden's been telling me about his work. Marvelously interesting. And important, of course, desperately important in our present state of society. Never realized it before. Never really given a thought for it. But Dr. Van Eden's enlightened me. I'm going to go into it thoroughly now. He's going to lend me some books. Perhaps I'll even be analysed myself." Dr. Van Eden's smile was deprecating. His reply was again addressed to Joanna. "Mr. Hyland has an uncommon capacity for enthusiasm. In this rather cold world, it has a very warming and encouraging effect." "It looks," said Joanna dryly, "like a remarkable case of what I believe is called transference." Dr. Van Eden laughed. There was roughness in the sound, disguised as joviality. He turned away and began looking through a pile of records. Joanna said, "There's a policeman or a detective or something out there. He followed me." Highland started to say something, but as the trumpet voluntary came to an end just then, he leapt to the gramophone, asking, "What shall we have next?" Dr. Van Eden handed him a record. The next moment it was above the strains of L'après-midi d'une Horn that they had to do their talking. Joanna went straight to the reason of her visit. "Gerald, when you found my father yesterday, can you remember whether or not there was a letter on his desk?" Highland considered. "I don't think so. Why?" "Only that Barnes says there was." "Ah," said Van Eden, leaning forward. "A letter. I see what's in your mind. The letter that suicides leave behind them. So you are coming round to my view of the case, Miss Priest?" "Not necessarily," she replied. "But Barnes the caretaker says there was a letter on the desk the first time he went in, and that he wasn't there later." There wasn't any letter." Highland was definite this time. "Are you sure?" said Van Etten. "Because there should have been. The confession, the self-justification, the apology." "There wasn't any letter," said Highland. "I think there must have been," said Van Etten. Highland sounded annoyed. "There wasn't. It's Bard's imagination. Why didn't he say something about it sooner if there was anything in it?" "Because until a good many pints of beer had loosened his memory," said Joanna, "he only remembered that something was wrong. He couldn't remember just what." "Oh, that explains it then," said Highland breezily. "Drunk. Frightful drinker, Barnes, same as the rest of his family. One of his brothers died of pneumonia contracted while he was sleeping it off in a ditch. I remember when they picked him out he was singing, 'Wash me in the blood of the Lamb,' poor fellow." "There's a certain rather well-known proverb, isn't there, about wine and truth?" said Dr. Van Etten. "Nothing in it," said Highland. "I make up all my best stories when I'm a little over the edge." "Miss Peace," said Dr. Van Etten, "there must have been a letter. It's a psychological certainty. And what I should like to know is—" He picked another record off the pile and scanned its title. "What I should like to know is, where's it got to?" "Drunken maundering, nothing in it at all," grumbled Highland angrily. Dr. Van Eden regarded him in a slightly puzzled fashion. "You seem, if I may say so, to have a great preference for the idea of murder as compared with that of suicide, Mr. Highland. Now, I find that interesting. Is it just the drama of it, the excitement, the sense of conflict, perhaps? At all events, it's interesting. However," he rose to his feet, "it's my belief there are things Miss Priest would like to discuss with you if I weren't here, so—" He held out a hand to Joanna. As soon as he'd gone, Joanna, switching off the gramophone without asking permission, inquired, "What did he come for?" "Come to think of it," said Highland, "I hadn't the least idea." "Didn't he ask you any questions?" "Did he?" Highland wrinkled his forehead. "He saw the gramophone, you see, the moment he got here, and we started talking music. And then he started telling me about his work, and I got interested. Of course, he's unorthodox. He's got quite his own approach to the subject and his own methods. He says the psychoanalysts are as down on him as the more old-fashioned sort of loony doctor or nerve specialist or whatever they call themselves. He wasn't at all bitter about it. I thought he took a very commendably dispassionate view of the whole matter. I'm afraid I misjudged him yesterday. I'm sorry. Still, I really don't know what brought him. Perhaps he just felt that as friends of Edgar's we ought to know each other better. It seems that he knew Edgar more intimately than we realized. We discussed Edgar a bit." "You mean," said Joanna, "he asked you a whole lot of questions about him, and you answered?" "Well, he did ask me what ideas I had about his death and so on. But really he talked a lot more about Edgar's attempt at going over the cliff than about the actual death. He wanted to know if I had been expecting it, and what ideas I'd got on why it happened. Which I think was interesting to him psychologically. I don't think any of his questions were merely inquisitive ones, or what you'd call in bad taste. He didn't want to know about Edgar's affairs, money matters, or anything like that." "I see." She looked down. Then her head came up and she looked straight at Highland. "But could you have told him anything about father's affairs?" What do you mean?" "Could you have told him anything about father's affairs, Gerald?" Do you know anything about them?" "Well, a certain amount. Well, Edgar consulted me once or twice." "But why?" He sounded anxious. "Has anything happened, Joanna? I mean, anything wrong?" "Didn't you believe," said Joanna, "that father had a good deal of money invested?" He looked as if he suddenly understood where her questions were tending. "No, I'm afraid I didn't. But then, no," he repeated, "I knew he hadn't. But there's no need for you to worry, Joanna. He provided for you. I don't know what you expected. Perhaps far more than there is, but myself, I don't think he did so badly for you. He insured his life for £10,000. The interest on that isn't a princely income, but you will find it enough to give you a very agreeable sense of security in this uncomfortable world. Incidentally, it was on my advice that he did that. It was about 2 years ago. He told me one day that he would worry because he was afraid the genteel kind of education he'd given you hadn't really fitted you to make much of a success at earning your own living, and he hadn't anything put by for you. So I suggested life insurance. Sometime later, he told me that he'd acted on my advice, and that the sum you'd get when he died was £10,000. Can't think how he managed to rake up the premiums for that. Beginning of his time of life, he must have been paying out several hundred a year. Damn generous, I thought it. You know, Diana, old Edgar had his faults, lots of them. But where you were concerned, Gerald—" The passion in her voice stopped him. "Gerald, don't you know anything about money? Don't you know anything at all about how far it goes? I believe honestly you don't. I believe you could go into a shop and order a pile of records like that, and not have the faintest idea that they'd cost you £10. And I believe you could feed yourself on bacon and beans for a week, and not know that your keep was less than 10 shillings. Oh, heavens, Gerald! You knew that my father's salary was 700 a year, didn't you? But you must have been able to see from the way we were living that we were spending 2,000 or more. If you knew that he hadn't any money invested, what did you make of it? Where did you think it all came from? Or—" she took a swift step nearer him. "Do you know?" Good goodness me," said Highland, his blue eyes staring with astonishment. "Now that you put it like that, I see I never used my intelligence on the situation. No, Anna. I haven't the least idea where it all came from. Matter of fact, I did think in a vague sort of way that he must be making a bit writing stuff for scientific papers. He once told me he did that. In fact, seeing how well he seemed to be doing out of it, I even thought I might try my hand at it myself. You know, you get an encyclopedia and copy stuff out of it in a nice, readable way, and then you give some obliging scientist a drink, and get him to correct the worst and howlers you've made, though I believe a good many scientific journalists don't think that last part of the operation's necessary, and still get away with it. The sort of journals that printed father's stuff never pay anything at all, she told him. All you get is the honour and glory of appearing in them. Highland was going on. Certainly it's hard. It's damn hard. Why the devil did I never think? But I don't expect it's anything important. An examination of his bank book will tell you all you want to know about it. An examination of his bank book, or it may have been an interrogation of the bank manager, told the police that father's been paying in large sums of money at intervals, all in notes, without a sign anywhere of where they came from. And what do you think the police make of that? They think that someone may have been paying him blackmail. Blackmail? Blackmail? She nodded. In his bewilderment, he turned to the gramophone, and with fumbling hands set a new record going. But only a few bars to the overture of Figaro had sounded in the room when Joanna switched it off again. Blackmail, did you say? Said Highland. That's really a remarkable thing. Because if you'd asked me, I'd have told you ages ago that Edgar struck me as acting just as if he had something pretty grim on his conscience. I'd never thought such a thing possible. She leant her head on her hands. After a moment, Highland stooped to look into her face. You aren't crying, are you, Joanna? You know, he patted her shoulder, you mustn't let all this get you too badly. Perhaps it isn't really as bad as it seems. I mean, you know, Joanna, I'd do anything for you. I mean that literally. Anything. I suppose I've lived very egotistically, generally speaking. Just for myself and my own interests, and not cared for many people, gone out of my way to make them care for me. I was quite attached to Edgar, but I dare say that wasn't much more than habit. Probably it just came from having known him most of my life. But I'm very fond of you, Joanna. No one's ever meant quite as much to me as you do. I mean it literally. Literally. She looked up at him and smiled. Yes, he went on hastily, I'd really do anything on earth for you. Might make mistakes, of course. One can't always tell, can one, when one's simply making a damn foolish mistake, but always remember that whatever I did, I'd mean it for the best. However, he cleared his throat, you know, we mustn't let this money business, whatever's at the back of it, upset you too much. If it turns out that Edgar was playing some queer game, well, you weren't involved in it. He's left you provided for. You have nothing to worry about. Gerald, can I refuse to take that money? He gaped at her. She repeated it. Eh? Not take it? Goodness me, cried Highland. Not take £10,000 when you haven't a bean? Oh, don't be ridiculous. Where that money came from had nothing to do with you. Edgar kept you completely out of it all. He didn't keep Peggy Wimpole out of it. He said quickly, What's that? Peggy knows something. I'm not sure she doesn't know everything. She's going to tell the police. She won't tell me anything, because she seems to think that that's a way of getting at me. But at breakfast this morning she told me that she was going to tell something or other to the police, because if she didn't, people would be hurt by it. I think she... Shh, said Highland sharply. But I think... Shh. He raised a warning finger. He was listening. Then he took a long stride to the window. Joanna sprang to his side. A few yards away from the window, stooping to pluck a harebell in the grass, was Dr. Van Etten. He straightened, the flower held delicately between finger and thumb. Forgive me, he said, for returning. I recollected to start right started on my way that there was something I wanted to ask you. I got so engrossed in our talk this morning that I quite forgot about it. He smiled at them. Something, it may have been irony, lurked in the smile. Well, said Highland, can you tell me the address of Mr. Moon? With a slight hesitation, Joanna replied, Number 5, Spencer Street. Thank you. As he walked away, Joanna gave an uneasy wriggle of her shoulders. He couldn't have heard what we were saying from where he was, could he? She asked. I don't think so. The only thing is... Frowning, Highland slammed the window shut. I could have sworn, he said, that when I first looked out, and he hadn't quite started stooping over that flower, he was walking away from the window, not towards it. Chapter 6. During Joanna's absence, Dan Moon had arrived at the bungalow. He was in the sitting room, standing looking at a book he'd taken from the shelves. From the vengeful dislike on his face, it might have been supposed that the book had been guilty of some offence against him. But as, with a mutter of disgust, he thrust it back on its shelf and looked round as Joanna came into the room, the cloud of depression was still in his eyes, and bad temper still dragged at his mouth. To his grim-sounding, "Hello," she answered unenthusiastically, "Hello, Dan." "Those damn policemen won't let me into my lab. I've got nothing to do." "Bad luck," said Joanna. "Why can't they let me in?" he demanded. "What good's it going to do keeping me out?" She shrugged. "Have a drink?" "But look here, Joanna. Why can't they let me in and get on with some work?" "I really don't know, Dan. They haven't told me." "Well, they did tell me. One of them did. A mean-faced chap in a bowler hat." "Then why ask me?" "Because why the hell can't they let me in?" She shook her head. "Have a drink," she repeated. He muttered, "Red tape, officialdom, that's all. It makes me mad." With the scowl still as sombre on his face, and his lips twisting bitterly, he fidgeted about the room. Signs of tiredness under his eyes and something lethargic in the poise of his big body made it plain that his nerves also had been suffering during the past 2 days. With irritating clumsiness, he managed to knock an ashtray off the corner of a table onto the floor. As the thick glass thudded onto the carpet, he looked as if he would have liked to have kicked it like a child to vent his feelings. Stooping to recover it, he grunted, "Not seeing the new pickup today?" "What new pickup?" "The one you had around with you yesterday." His face had gone red from stooping. "I had 2 around with me yesterday. Anyway, what makes you think I'm not seeing them today?" "You've left all the extra off your face." "That was for the journalists and photographers, not for them. One of them's a journalist." Joanna gave a laugh. Dan scowled and sat down opposite her. "Look here, Joanna," he said. "I'm worried." She raised her eyebrows. "I'm worried about you," said Dan. "I'd never known anyone who was quite so good at getting their life into a thoroughly unnecessary mess. Really, I'm worried." "I could see something was worrying you," she said. "I'm glad that's all it is." He retorted, "I don't like messes. They're unnecessary." "I expect," said Joanna, "Peru's in a mess. Those South American places always are. Perhaps you won't like Peru." "What's Peru got to do with it? We're talking about you." "When are you going to Peru, Dan?" He waved Peru aside. "Let's talk about one thing at a time. You know what I mean. You're always doing this stunt of picking people up. It's natural, you're quite attractive, but you haven't any discrimination. You never seem to have the slightest idea of what you got hold of. I mean, look at that divinity student, and then flying to the opposite extreme with that advertising artist. Just anyone who turns up will do, if that's the mood you happen to be in. And now that you're all on your own with no one to keep an eye on you, what do you think's going to happen to you?" "Oh, the worst, definitely. No, this is serious. I've been thinking about it ever since last night. Actually, I don't see why one should bother about people who are such darn fools, but for some reason one does. I really shouldn't like to see you make a mess of your life." "Talking of discrimination," said Joanna, "it occurs to me that in nearly every restaurant I've been with you, you know the Christian name of the waitress." "Well, why shouldn't I?" "Besides," said Dan, "I don't really mean I think you ought to behave like a plaster saint, but I think you ought to show you know what you're doing. But then more responsible people wouldn't have to bother about you." She gave a little giggle. Yet her gaze, meeting his, was oddly hard and concentrated. Peremptorily, he changed the subject. "About your father, Joe. Oh, I know you don't want to talk about it, though God knows what else can one talk about. Death always takes charge of a situation, even though talking about it and thinking about it, when one can't arrive at anything, only makes one feel as if some wretched clock had got ticking in one's brain. Just a meaningless tick-tick that's got to go on till the damn thing's run down. But, Joe, there's something I want to ask you." "Go ahead, Dad." He cleared his throat uneasily. "Suspicion's a funny thing. Ever noticed how easy it is when you lose something to think the window cleaner or the man who came to put the geyser right must have pinched it? Drop any irrelevant grain of suspicion in the person's mind, and up comes a huge, hideous weed that strangles all their natural sense and generosity. You and I had known each other a good time. Somehow, though, I don't think we've ever known each other really well. You've always thought me an awful fool, and I've always felt that you... Well, anyway, I don't suppose either of us has ever got to the point of feeling sure where we stood with the other. Dan, are you trying to get around to asking me whether I suspect you of having something to do with the murder of my father?" He cleared his throat again. I just thought I'd like to know what you thought. The police have been making such a song about those pods. But have I done anything to make you think I thought—" He picked up a matchbox to fiddle with. "I never know what you're thinking, that's the trouble." "I'm sorry. I hadn't realized that. And I hadn't realized you felt we didn't know one another." Her eyes, as she raised them to his face again, had the same hard concentration as before. "I suppose that's why you keep telling me I don't know what I'm doing. The funny thing is, I've always thought I did, that I knew it perfectly well, and if other people don't—" Her voice faltered. "Well, if other people don't, that's their fault, isn't it? Put him out a bathe." She sprang to her feet. The tide was high. When they reached the beach by the steep path cut into the side of the cliff, only a few yards of shingle lay exposed between the boulders at the foot of the cliff and the little frill of foam at the edge of the sea. Hot sun and a soft breeze mingled to give her naked skin the most enchanting of summer caresses. They swam far out to where it was deep, and the sunshine, flowing down into the water, seemed to be held there in a softly stirring, green-gold coolness. Overhead, almost at the limit of sight, a gull hovered, its wings making a faint white glitter in the blue. Joanna turned over on her back. She watched the gull. As she lay there, almost motionless, balancing with slight movements of her hands, the look of thought disappeared from her face. It grew placid and still as the bright sea itself. Presently the gull disappeared. Only deep, shining nothingness arched above her. "Joanna, what do you believe is the real function of the scientist in the modern world?" She gave a crow of laughter. Dan, splashing somewhere near her, asked, "What's funny about that? It's a question I've been trying to arrive at a definite answer to for some time. I'm sure it's a most serious question. The time, the place, and you yourself, Dan, that's all that's funny." Dan said no more, until all at once he exploded. "Hell!" Lazily she inquired, "What's the matter?" A pause. Then Dan answered, "Nothing, but can't I say hell if I want to? I say, Joe, shall we swim round the point? Oh, I feel much too lazy." She heard him swimming about, but she closed her eyes. The water carried her gently. Then something soft slid against her, and as, with a gasp and a splash, she wriggled aside, a large jellyfish, its swaying transparency veined with purple, drifted past her like a remarkable flower. Turning round to speak to Dan again, she couldn't see him. Then she realized that he'd started for the shore. Striking out after him, she saw what it was that had made him curse, and probably also suggest swimming round the point. On the beach, at just about the spot where she and Dan had left their towels, two figures were sitting. The presence of Toby Dyke, with his big inquiring nose and raised question mark of an eyebrow, and with George as usual at his side, brought death, doubt, and suspicion close to them again. Joanna, sitting down on the shingle, rubbing herself at her towel, said, "By the way, Mr. Dyke, it appears that when Barnes is drunk he has visions. I asked Gerald Highland this morning whether there was any letter on the desk when he went in and found my father, and he said there wasn't." "Well, we'll go and ask Barnes about it when he's sober, shall we?" said Toby, "and see if the vision persists." "But Gerald said—" He cut her short. "This isn't a time to take anyone's word at his face value." "Gerald Highland," said Dan, rubbing salt water out of his hair, "is an old humbug. I'd never believe anything he said." Toby Dyke looked interested. "He's an old fool," said Dan, "completely dishonest with himself, lives in a world of daydreams and fake. Look at his novels, romantic wish fulfillment. Look at all his crazes. If they don't indicate self-deception and general instability, I'd like to know what does." "Ah," said Toby Dyke. Then he turned his head and looked at Joanna, waiting for what her reply might be to this attack on Gerald Highland. Joanna didn't say anything, but when Dan was not looking, she gave him a thoughtful stare. When she looked away again, she was frowning, and her lower lip was caught between her teeth. It was not until the afternoon that they were able to interrogate Barnes once more about the letter he claimed to have seen on the desk, for it was not until about 3 o'clock that they found him. Looking for him at the herbarium, they had been told by the constable who turned them away from its doors that he was not there. He was not at home either. At that point, Dan had left them, saying he was going back to his room to do some writing. At last, strolling rather aimlessly along the promenade, they discovered Barnes on a bench, drowsing in a stupor richly perfumed with beer. When Toby's hand fell on his shoulder, he sat up with a start. Before they had had time to comment, he told them aggressively that he was perfectly sober. "But I ain't got nothing to do, that's the trouble," he said peevishly, as they arranged themselves alongside the bench beside him. "They won't let me in to clean up. Now what y'all shouldn't be. It ain't good for a bloke to turn him loose with nothing to do. But I ain't drunk, and you're even thinking. I ain't hardly ever drunk. Because I can stand it, see? Marmie, she says I come home drunk last night, but that's her exaggeration. I wasn't drunk. I can stand it. You weren't drunk and incapable, certainly. Nor even drunk and disorderly, said Toby. Just drunk and a bit confused, eh? Hey? What you know about it? What you getting at? I wasn't drunk. Don't you remember meeting us last night? Barnes turned and looked at him. You'd something to tell us about a letter, said Toby. Don't you remember? Barnes pulled a short, dirty piece of string out of his pocket. He put one end of it in his mouth and chewed it. His eyes were full of far-away thoughts. Maybe I remember the letter, but I don't remember telling anyone about it. It's the letter that matters, not the telling. Matters how? To the police. I don't care about the police. They won't let me in to get on with my work. That's what I tell my wife when she goes on at me. I say, I've got something to do and they won't let me in to get on with my work. Still, said Toby patiently, do you remember a letter? Oh, yes, I remember a letter. Where? Right on the desk. And then not there when I come back presently. Someone told you to post it. Mr. Highland or Mr. Whedon, maybe. Maybe. Barnes looked round at him once more. Reckon I'd like to know what you're thinking. You got a funny way of saying things. Toby gave an absent nod. Course, said Barnes. You wouldn't post a letter without it having an address on it, would you? One of Toby's eyebrows shot up. It had no address. No address. Sure of that? That's right. What makes you sure? Whoa, said Barnes. It catches your eye. A plain envelope does. You're sure it wasn't just an unused envelope with nothing in it? Am I telling you there was a letter there, or ain't I? And whereabouts was this letter? I mean, where on the desk? Was it in front of the old chap, as if he just hadn't written the address on it yet? No, said Barnes. It was propped up against the inkpot, sort of facing to the door. The desk itself sort of faced to the door, if you see what I mean, with Mr. Priest sitting behind it. The letter looked as if he'd put it there so that anyone coming in would see it first thing. I see. George murmured. Funny to leave a letter like that and not write on it who it was meant for. An elbow jogged Toby's. He turned his head and Joanna whispered, Do you think all this is to be trusted? Is he really sober? He's sober, all right. He's had some drink, but... He grinned. Remember, he can stand it. Then you believe in this letter in spite of Gerald? Toby shrugged his shoulders. I'm curious to know whether or not Tingy is going to believe in it. But I can't understand. You aren't the only one, he told her. Now, Miss Breeze, you are the only one. They had run Tingy to earth in the herbarium. On stating that it was Tingy they wanted to see, they'd been allowed into the building. In the same room where he had questioned Joanna, seated at the table on which was spread out a collection of torn scraps of paper, odd lengths of string, cigarette stubs, and other articles that might have come out of a wastepaper basket, he'd been doing some writing when the constable showed them in. She listened to Barnes' story. Now, Miss Priest, you are the only one who doesn't understand what it's all about. He looked tired and irritable, as a man does when he's been thinking hard, but has next to no material on which to do the thinking. Turning to Toby, he went on, I'm grateful, Mr. Dyke, for that tip about the key. Here it is, you see. One of our chaps found it in the flower bed, just like you said. Funny that, your knowing where it'd be. Anyway, it helps to cast what you might call a vivid darkness on this murky problem. And now I'm grateful to you for bringing Mr. Barnes along. You're being a lot of help. It's in your fault if everything you do only makes me see through the glass a bit darklier. Or is it? Toby straddled a chair. What do you mean, Tingy? You wouldn't by any chance want to see me get all tangled up in this case, would you, Mr. Dyke? I don't know what put such an idea into your head. No more do I, really. Only you do seem to be taking a rather personal interest in some of the people connected with it. And then... Vaguely the sentence faded out. Tinky's gaze came to rest broodingly on Joanna. She was looking at the assortment of oddments on the table. Nothing there appeared to make sense. Toby said impatiently, "Be your age, Inspector. You know Miss Priest wants this cleared up as much as you do." "Cleared up, yes. But then there are different ways of clearing things up, aren't there, Mr. Dyke? Take the matter of this key, for instance." Though he spoke to Toby, his eyes still dwelt on Joanna. "It's in the flower bed. Now, would you say that was cleared up, or wouldn't you?" "Of course not. When you know who threw it there and why." "Ah, and how Mr. Dyke came to know just where it'd be, then we'll know a lot." With a blank shake of his head, Toby replied, "As it happens, that'd tell you very little. If you knew what made Dr. Van Eden suggest it was in the flower bed, perhaps then you'd know a lot. But I'm not even sure of that. I think it's quite possible that Van Eden just guessed at the key being in the flower bed. You see, if one believed in his theory that Mr. Priest killed himself in such a way as to have someone blamed for his murder, and in creating evidence to support this, had concealed the key, then the flower bed would seem a very probable place for the key to be in. I don't see any real reason for assuming that Van Eden was drawing anything but a legitimate inference. Making a good guess, that's to say." "Yeah," said Tingy. "Miss Priest, what do you think about it?" She glanced up from her puzzled study of Tingy's wastepaper siftings. She said hesitantly, I don't know. I can't really believe my father would do a thing like that. I mean, purposely leave such a peculiarly horrible kind of trouble for other people. Perhaps that part of it was only secondary. He might have had some other reason, mightn't he?" "What reason?" "Oh, some good reason," said Tingy vaguely. "What about the fingerprints, then?" she asked. "Have you found a way they might have been faked?" "Not so far." "Then there can't be anything in the theory, can there?" "Good. I'm glad you like evidence better than theories, Miss Priest." He gave her his slow, kindly smile. "Now, sticking to evidence, I wonder if you can tell me something. When you returned to the herbarium, as you told me, shortly before 8 o'clock, and tried to get in, pushing at the door and leaving your fingerprints on it, did you notice anyone who saw you there? Anyone who could corroborate your statement that you didn't get in?" Very gently he put the question. It was like a still life of gentleness and kindliness. A protest broke from Toby. Joanna turned rather white. She said fumblingly, "My fingerprint on the door." He explained. "Yesterday morning you were kind enough to leave me a very nice impression of one finger in that wax there. So there's no doubt that they are your fingerprints on the door." He nodded towards the electric embedding oven that stood on the bench against the wall. In the hard wax in one of the dishes was the clear mark of the fingertip that Joanna had pressed there. Her voice shook slightly on the first word as she answered, But do you mean you think I'd got something to do with it all?" "If I did," he replied, "I should have warned you that anything you said might be used in evidence. No, all I'm asking is whether anyone saw you at the door." "I don't know whether anyone saw me or not. I didn't notice anyone. I suppose I was too worried to be thinking about anything like that." "It's a pity. Dear me." Puffing out his cheeks, he let them deflate in a sigh. "I wish I knew whether you put that fingerprint there on purpose or not. And if on purpose, just what was in your mind?" "I'm afraid I hardly knew I was doing it." "You know," said Toby Dyke in her ear, "you needn't answer questions like that if you don't want to." But she shrugged that aside impatiently, as yesterday she'd shrugged aside a similar caution from Highland. "And I suppose, Miss Priest," said Tingy, "you never possessed a key like this one we found in the flower bed?" "Never." As I thought. This pea's very puzzling, you know. I been sitting here, thinking about it, trying to keep count of all the different things it might mean. I was making some notes about it when you come in. Tingy pulls towards him the writing he pushed aside when they entered. It might mean that Van Eden was right, as to its having been Mr. Priest himself who threw the key there, though to my mind the fingerprints on the revolver make nonsense of that. Then it might have been someone on whom that key, if it had been found, would have been suspicious. All the people who work in this place have a key like it anyway. So on the one hand, they wouldn't need this key. And on the other, if for some reason they'd taken it and it was found on them, they could always swear that they'd had a duplicate made of the one they had already. So it doesn't look as if the murderer was one of the people who work here. On the other hand, the key was manifestly taken from Mr. Priest after he was dead. So whoever took it got into the herbarium without using it. That suggests they owned the key themselves. But then it's possible, isn't it, that they got in without using the key at all? That's to say that Mr. Priest himself came down and let his murderer in at the door and took him along to his room. In that case, the murderer, after doing the shooting, took the key because he wanted to be able to get into the herbarium again later. And then he became afraid he might be searched, so he flipped the key out of the window into the flower bed. That's possible, that's quite possible. But there's still another theory. Tingy looked up from his notes. Suppose the murderer's a very clever man who reckons that if he flips the key into the flower bed, some clever detective is going to come to the very conclusion that I almost did. Namely, that the murderer's someone who has got a key. Now, he looked at Toby. Which of those theories do you like best, McCluskey? I'm not in a fit state to like any of them, Tingy. I don't know enough. Well, I'll tell you something in confidence. I don't like any of them myself. Inspector gave his notes a dispirited push. In fact, I'm inclined not to attach much importance to this key at all. And as for this letter that was or wasn't on the desk, as you say, I just don't know enough. Barnes cleared his throat. Cross me heart, the letter was there. Inspector sat frowning, drumming with his fingers on the table. Barnes began again. Cross me heart. Miss Priest, said Tinky, do you think Mr. Hyland would cross his heart that the letter wasn't there? Look here, Tingy, said Toby. Why not ask Gordon Wheaton? He was the next to come into the room. And hope that we'll get more truth out of two liars than one? Tingy gave him a pitying smile. I never expected to hear a thing like that from you, Mr. Dyke. Why assume that Wheaton's a liar? Because I happen to know that he is one. You know it? That's right. Come on, Tingy. Toby hitched his chair up nearer. Out with it. What are you keeping to yourself? What do you know? Think how useful I've been to you. Perhaps I'll go on being useful. Tell us what you've got on Wheaton. Tingy replied slowly. It's true you have been useful. Well, I don't mind telling you this. Mr. Wheaton isn't very good at making facts match up. He tried to explain certain of his actions yesterday in such a way as to, well, to put it mildly, cast doubts on his veracity. Why bother to put it mildly when you've just said he's a liar? And, yes. You see, Mr. Dyke, it's like this. Mr. Wheaton's landlady says that her phone rang at about 7:15. She answered it, and a voice, very agitated, asked for Mr. Wheaton. She went up and roused him, and Mr. Wheaton came down in his dressing gown. She didn't hear much of what he said, but then suddenly he yelled out, My God, don't do that. The next moment he was bolting up the stairs, and in another couple of minutes he was down again, dressed, and dashed out. Well, Mr. Wheaton admits all that, and says it was Miss Wimpole who rang him up. Now that won't hold water for a moment. First, your housekeeper, Miss Priest, says Miss Wimpole never made any call that morning. The Exchange says the same. Miss Wimpole says she did ring him up. But what with her being his fiancée, and his having had plenty of time to tip her off, I reckon we don't need to pay too much attention to that. Besides, the exchange managed to trace a call put through from the herbarium to Mr. Whedon's lodgings at 7:30. Joanna stiffened. From the herbarium? From my father? That's what it looks like, unless he was his murderer. But, said Toby in a puzzled way, was it a man's voice or a woman's that the landlady heard? Ah, that's just it. She says she's not sure. It might have been either. My father's voice was rather high, said Joanna thoughtfully. But if it wasn't Mr. Priest, if he was the murderer, said Toby, Whedon knows who it was. Just so, said Thingy. Toby gave a whistle. Well, when I put orders to Mr. Whedon, Thingy went on, he's next to it. It was Miss Wimpole rang him up. And all he did when he dashed out was go for a long walk. Which is silly, you know, very silly. Do you think he came up here? Asked Toby. Well, somebody did. Joanna shuddered. Toby said, but it was Whedon who only the evening before saved the life of Mr. Priest. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm only saying in certain circumstances he told a lie. I see. Well, Toby hitched himself off his chair. Thanks for talking. I think we may as well be getting along. Really, it's a pity it was Whedon who did the life-saving act the other evening. He'd do very nicely as a suspect. Yeah. It was George, diffidently drawing attention to himself. This is a very nice collection of stuff you've got on this table, Inspector. Does it mean anything? Tingley gestured at the scraps of paper, cigarette stubs, matches, pins, and ends of string. Had it up for yourself. For instance, George pointed at a torn-off corner of an envelope with part of an unused 3-halfpenny stamp sticking to it. What about this? It came from the floor in Mr. Priest's room. Now you know as much about it as I do, said Pinky. Well, where's the rest of the envelope? But just then, an exclamation broke from Joanna. It was followed by a crash, as in springing to her feet she overturned her chair. As they all looked round at her, they saw that she was gazing up at the fanlight over the door. Through the fanlight, a pair of bright eyes were staring down at them. Set in deep, bony sockets, they looked as if they were peering out of a skull. Even as Toby and Tingy looked, the eyes disappeared. Joanna gave a self-conscious laugh. She picked up the chair. I'm frightfully sorry. It startled me seeing those eyes like that. Of course, it's only Gerald. No one else would be tall enough to look in over the door. Hello, Gerald, as the door opened. You've just given me an awful fright. But Gerald Highland, coming into the room, took no notice of Joanna. A couple of his long, spidery strides brought him face to face with Tingy. He said, I've come to tell you something of the utmost importance. I've remembered. There was a letter. Tingy said, I think Mr. Highland and I had better talk this over. The others took the hint. But before they reached the door, Highland was already plunging through his explanation. It came with a rush and an expansive gesture. Memory, Inspector, can be a great deceiver. It keeps dealing one blank cards, absolute blanks. That's to say, that's what they look like. Blanks, complete blanks. Yet the pattern's there on them all the time. Only, he radiated enthusiastic earnestness at Tingy, who looks a short, squat man beside him. It's in invisible ink. You know all about invisible ink, of course. You heat it and then it shows. Well, that's how it works with these blanks that memory hands out to you. You steep them, perhaps with anger or desperation or drink. Different things work at different times, naturally, and with different people. Suddenly, the whole thing's plain to you. Well, Inspector, I don't know what made it happen this time with me, but I know there was a letter. Toby, George, and Joanna, outside in the passage, were still followed by Highland's harsh voice, each word audible through the open fanlight. Isn't it lovely I remembered? Probably it's something vital to the elucidation of all this. It might so easily have remained buried deep below the level of consciousness until it was too late. I'm terribly forgetful. Everyone will tell you so. If I hadn't had that flash of vision, But that was how it happened, a sort of vision. I suddenly saw poor Edgar sitting there, with the revolver on the floor, and a letter propped up against the inkstand in front of him. With a hand on her shoulder, Toby was pushing Joanna along the passage. "But that means," she said, "that perhaps there may have been something in Dr. Van Eden's theory." "Whatever it means, it doesn't mean that." "Don't you see," she said, "my father wrote that letter, as people who kill themselves nearly always do, and—" "Don't you see, my dear, innocent young thing," said Toby, pushing her on further from that communicative fanlight, and himself speaking softly, "that if your father wrote a letter saying his death was his own doing, he wouldn't then have thrown the key out of the window and done conjuring tricks with his fingerprints in order to make it look as if his death was someone else's doing. That letter doesn't fit in with your Dr. Van Eden's theory at all." She considered. "No, I suppose it doesn't." "Certainly it doesn't. But you're missing the really interesting point. The interesting point, Joanna," he showed his teeth in a grin, "is that your candid friend Gerald Highland forgot that letter, then had a vision and remembered it." "You mean you don't believe him?" "I don't believe in visions." Angry-eyed, she said, "You keep coming back to Gerald. He keeps doing such odd things. But you yourself know better than anyone that he couldn't have been there at the time my father was shot." "Yes." "Are you changing your mind about that? Are you beginning to wonder if he's got a double who cooked the liver and bacon for your breakfast, or whether it wasn't all done by mirrors?" He smiled at her turn. "You know, I wish I had someone with as much belief in me as you seem to have in that long-legged crank. I've got no one but George to believe in me, and George is subject to moods of skepticism which can be very trying. Meanwhile, I'd—" He broke off. "Where is George?" He was not in the passage with them. Joanna said, "I expect he's gone to have a quiet think about something." He turned on her. "Now, don't let's have any of that. You and I had better be careful to remain friends if we want to get anywhere. If you're annoyed with something about me, say so, but don't just vent your feelings of disgust by making that particular kind of suggestion. It gives me the jitters. Why do you keep venting your feelings of disgust on Gerald? Why does he do such damn suspicious things? Aren't you forgetting your friend's story about the wet Saturday afternoon in Manchester? Listen," said Toby, "can you look me in the face and swear there's absolutely nothing suspicious, making the utmost allowances for Highland's idiosyncrasies, in the way he forgot that letter, then remembered it?" She had a try at doing it. She failed. They had reached the street. With a dusty-looking film spread over the sky, the summer afternoon was settling into a tired stupor of heat. The air that fell on their faces smelt of orange peel and petrol. They paused on the steps outside the Gothic entrance. "Your friend Highland," said Toby, "wants a verdict of murder. It's a funny thing to want, but he wants it like hell. He hates the idea of suicide. The first kind that letter's mentioned, he says no, there wasn't one. Why? Because, like you, he leapt to the conclusion that the presence of the letter supported the idea of suicide. People expect suicides to lead letters behind them. But then he does a bit of thinking, and contrary to all appearances, I believe Highland's capable of quite a lot of thinking, and bearing in mind the key and the fingerprints, he suddenly realizes that a letter giving the whole game away makes no sense at all. As soon as he's arrived at that, he comes charging along to say that there was a letter." She answered stonily, "That's just a hypothesis." "Ah, you don't know what I can do with a hypothesis." "No, it's complete guesswork. You don't really know anything about it. I do know something. I know, and I'm not going to qualify it by agreeing that it's something one can't ever really know, but one can. I do. I know the kind of man that Gerald Highland is." "What a nice girl you are, Joanna. There's not much faith, hope, or charity in this world, but you've got lots of them all. There's not much horse sense either, but I've got some of that too." She was turning away, yet she stopped. "Anyway, was there a letter?" "I think so. Both Highland and Barnes supplied the detail that it was propped up against the inkstand. I don't think they've had a chance to consult on the matter. That might be a coincidence. My dear girl, he said in exasperation, the rising of the sun day after day might be a coincidence. You don't much like being argued with, do you? What became of the letter? But through the doorway behind them at that moment came George. Toby rounded on him, demanding where he'd been. Sniffing the sultry air, George halted in the doorway, then came down the steps towards them. Joining them, he observed thoughtfully, "Shouldn't wonder if there's another storm presently." "George, where have you been?" "Just been having a word with Mr. Barnes, Tobe. What are we going to do now? Have some tea?" "What were you asking, Barnes?" "Here, can't I have a quiet word with a chap without having to tell you all about it? Lucky you and I ain't married. You'd be the sort of wife who always read my letters." Toby rapped out the question. "George, what were you asking Barnes?" George sighed. "Just something about pods, Tobe. I was wondering whether they'd had one of those parcels of pods from Egypt, like Mr. Moon told us about any time recently. Seems there was one last week. I thought I'd like to take a look at it, but somehow Mr. Barnes and me, we couldn't seem to lay our hands on it. And then I was asking him—" George paused reflectively. "I was asking him whether they was troubled with mice in the herbarium." Toby exploded with a couple of fierce words. "There," said George. "I knew you wouldn't be interested. And it's all right, they aren't. I reckon probably they would, but I just had to make sure. Mice in the herbarium, bats in the belfry. I don't know what the hell's gone over you. Anyway, tea isn't a bad idea. What about some tea, Miss Priest?" They'd started walking along the pavement. She asked, as before, "What about that letter? What's become of it?" "Look here, suppose we drop the subject of that letter," said Toby. "Like Tingy, we don't really know anything about it." He sounded bad-tempered. When they reached a cafe, he turned abruptly in at the door and led the way to a corner table. But Joanna didn't sit down. She stood with both hands resting on the back of a wickerwork chair. "Do you think Gerald removed the letter? Does it matter what I think?" "You do think so?" "Sit down and have some tea. Haven't you learned yet that very few people's thoughts are worth taking seriously?" "You've got ideas about that letter. Why won't you tell me what you think? Is it something because it's to do with Gerald Highland and you know I won't believe you?" He said, "In God's name, why can't you sit down and make up your mind whether or not you want buttered toast?" "I don't want buttered toast. I want to know what you're going to do about that letter." "I'll tell you. I'm going to have a quiet think about it." She made a sound of disgust and turned to go. Then she came back again. "When you have a quiet think, does it mean the same kind of thing as when George has a quiet think?" He gave a laugh, leaning back in the wicker chair. "Be intelligent, Joanna," he said, "and grasp the fact that I'm not talking. You know, there are all sorts of occasions, quite intimate ones sometimes. I believe they even happen between husband and wife, when one has to reconcile oneself to a person not talking. Why not put in a little practice at it now? Actually, there's something I'm thinking about much harder than I am about that letter." He dropped his voice slightly. "I'm thinking about one of those blank cards that memories dealt out to me. You know, I liked that metaphor of Highland's. I'm trying to see whether or not some plain, hard thinking will bring up that invisible ink he talked about. I'm inclined to think something shadowy is just beginning to appear. And if you want to know what it's all about, the answer's Van Etten. I believe I've remembered where I've heard his name before. I'm not certain. I have to verify it. But there was something about two young women. One died in a motor accident, the other committed suicide. And both, I believe, and this is the thing I got to check up, were patients of a Dr. Van Etten. And," she added as he didn't continue, "there's some more to it, isn't there?" "Yes. And both took drugs." "Drugs?" The waitress broke in on them. She demanded what they wanted and took Toby's order for tea. As she whisked a few crumbs off the table and emptied an ashtray, she stared curiously at Joanna. As the waitress went away, Toby leant forward and laid a hand on Joanna's arm. He tried to put reassurance into his voice. "Don't look like that, Joanna. It's only an idea, you know. I've got to check it. I may be quite wrong, and even if I'm right about Van Eden, and it does explain Tingy's attitude to him, doesn't it? It may have nothing to do with your father. It may all be a coincidence. Like the sun rising day after day?" She gave a hoarse little laugh. "Those sums of money in notes. Drugs. Oh, it's horrible." With a jerk, she shook his hand off. As she walked out of the cafe, her wide, dark eyes had almost the blank look of blindness. Chapter 7. Outside, the heat was stupefying. The blue-black sky seemed to be slung only just higher than the chimney pots. No breath of freshness came from the oily, calm sea. The street was busy, but its noises made only a brittle crust of sound over a sinister stillness. She hurried along. Down a turning beyond the herbarium was the boarding house in which both Dan and Gordon had rooms. It was one of a row of bow-fronted buildings, each plastered in a different colour. If their facades failed to harmonize, their interiors sang in a thin, cracked unison the same song of comfortless gentility. Unmarried members of the herbarium staff nearly always lived at number 5. Once, possibly, some good reason had existed for this arrangement. As Joanna was hurrying down this street, a small figure with a crest of silver hair emerged suddenly from number 5, ran down the steps, and darted into the large black Cadillac that stood in the road. As the Cadillac drove off, Joanna saw an odd thing happen. Another car, that had been drawn into the curb, moved off after it. Joanna had passed this car without paying any attention to it. Now, as it passed her, she caught a glimpse of a man who sat at the wheel. It was the same man she had seen that morning, sitting on the grass near the bungalow reading a newspaper, smoking a pipe. The man who had got up and strolled after her as she went to Highlands Cottage. There was grimness on Joanna's face when she rang the bell of number 5. And when the tired-eyed landlady came to the door, she asked if Gordon Wheaton was in. But the landlady's reply was lost in the thud of swift feet on the stairs as Dan Moon came down them at a run. He jerked to a startled standstill when he saw Joanna. "I was just coming to look for you," she answered. "I'm looking for Gordon. There's something I want to ask him." Both spoke in matter-of-fact tones. Both were too excited to note the excitement of the other. Dan said, "I don't think he's in. Come upstairs. Van Eden's just been here. I was going looking for you to tell you about it. It's given me an idea. But where's Gordon? It's something awfully important." However, she was following him up the stairs. Mrs. Brandon, the landlady, shambled off. "With Peggy, I expect," said Dan. "Joe, did you see Van Eden just now?" "Yes, and the man following him." He looked round. "What man?" "The man I thought was following me this morning when I went to see Gerald. But Van Eden was at Gerald's cottage then. It may have been Van Eden he was following all the time. It's true I didn't notice him anywhere when I left Gerald's cottage." "You didn't say anything to me this morning about a man following you?" "It didn't seem important. I thought he was just a policeman keeping an eye on me." "Is he a policeman?" "Probably." They reached the second floor. As they went into Dan's bed-sitting room, Dan went on, "Joe, that man Van Eden knows something, and he's trying damned hard to find out how many other people know it. That's what he was here for just now, and I bet that was why he was out at Highlands Place this morning." The pressure of heat in the room was almost intolerable, though both windows were wide open. The sky was such a low-slung, solid blackness that inside it was almost dark. It was an untidy, shabby room, furnished haphazard from the second-hand dealers, though its proportions had a sober pre-Regency stateliness. "Van Eden arrived here about half an hour ago," said Dan, going to the window and trying to breathe some air into his lungs. "He was wearing flannels and a shirt, the shirt clinging to him damply while his face was pale and strained with the heat. He started straight in asking me what I thought had been the cause of your father's attempt at suicide. I told him I hadn't an idea. He talked about other things, made me talk about my job and so on. And he kept coming back to that. Why had your father tried to kill himself? I said, sorry, I couldn't oblige. And about the third time I said it, I started getting a queer impression that he was pleased I couldn't oblige. After a bit, I felt absolutely certain of it. He wouldn't have liked it at all if I'd been able to tell him anything. In fact, what he'd come for was to check up that I didn't know. And I can tell you, with him sitting looking at me, never taking those queer eyes of his off me, and asking the most sympathetic questions possible about just what a botanist does and why, I felt rather glad I couldn't tell him anything. I've a feeling that if I'd dropped a single hint I knew anything, I might still be sitting in that chair there, oozing nice red blood over the carpet. Joe, what's the matter? You aren't listening. Yes, I am. You aren't. She murmured, oozing nice red blood over the carpet. That's what you said, isn't it? I'm listening, all right. What's the matter? He repeated. She didn't look at him. How long have we known each other, Dan? He considered. Off and on, 3 years. As a matter of fact, from my point of view, there have been 3 rather unsatisfactory years. Why? Oh, nothing seems to have turned out quite as I intended. This job, or anything. Peru's a bloody silly scheme, really, but it's better than anything else I can think of at the moment. I thought, perhaps now that Father was dead, you might have stopped thinking of Peru. Well, I don't know. But why not tell me what's up, Joanna? You're looking white and queer. I've had a shock, Dan. Slowly she drew a fingernail along a crack in the paint in the window frame. It's funny. I always thought I was the sort of person who's rather good at standing shocks. Not the Peggy Wimpole kind that goes to pieces straight away. And this is a shock I ought almost to have been expecting. Everything pointed to something of the kind. Yet ever since I heard it, I've been feeling shaky and sick inside. Then when I got here, seeing that man Van Eden... Anyway, she added in a low voice, there's something I've made up my mind about. I'm not going to take that life insurance. I'm not going to take any of it. He said, well, that's your own business. She went on, it was Toby Dyke suddenly saying he remembered where he'd heard the name Van Eden that did it. He'd heard it in connection with some girl who was killed in a motor accident, and another who committed suicide. Both were patients of Van Eden's, and both took drugs. Drugs, Dan. Her voice made one of those sudden, betraying changes of pitch. Do you see what that implies? Do you remember how the inspector seemed to know an extraordinary amount about Van Eden? Well, they must suspect Van Eden of being the person who supplied the drugs, only they can't have been able to prove that he did. But that must be why they've got a man watching him now, and somehow or other, you see, in a way none of us could understand, Van Eden was connected with my father. And somehow or other also my father kept getting hold of large sums of money in notes, which came from God knows where. Do you see what it all means? I don't know at all how the thing arranges itself in detail. I don't know if my father had something to do with getting hold of the drugs or with distributing them, or whether he simply knew about Dr. Van Eden and was forcing him to pay. Doesn't matter much. Somehow all that money came from drugs. Cocaine or something, stuff that makes people go off their heads and kill themselves and go driving cars in such a crazy way that they smash themselves to bits. Drugs are things that degrade people and then destroy them. And my father... No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all where he comes into the pattern. At the very least he knew of it, and put all the money he got out of it into a life insurance for me. For me. Hi. His hand gripped her about the elbow. His voice was rougher than usual. You aren't taking that money, you just said so. Right. That's all there is to that. But Dan, don't you see, these last few years, everything I've had, for God's sake. His hot, earnest face glared down at her. Didn't he pay for it himself, Joe? Didn't the whole thing get him so badly in the end that he tried to kill himself? Because that's why he did it. It's perfectly clear now. But look here. You're not to let on to Van Etten how much you've sorted out. That man's dangerous, and if he knew—" Dan broke off as a sudden vivid whiteness blazed in the room. "That was lightning," he said. Almost at once came the thunder. Joanna said quietly, "I don't know if Father paid for it or not. Is anything ever paid for?" He swung away from her and threw himself down in a chair. "That's not the sort of thing I've got opinions about. All I care about at the moment is that you shouldn't think you've got to try to pay for it." She was silent. Then she spoke restlessly. "I wonder if Gordon's come in yet. I want to see him." "We'd have heard him if he had," said Dan. "His room's next door." "What do you want to see him about?" "I wanted to ask him—" She paused again as the lightning came, slashing open the shadow that enclosed them. "I wanted to ask him about the letter Barnes said he saw. Toby Dyke's making something important out of it. I don't understand what. I only know he's trying to drag Gerald into it somehow. And that got me badly frightened. If anything happened to Gerald, can it, do you think, when he couldn't have had anything to do with it at all? Toby Dyke never seems to think about anyone else. I wish I'd never gone to him yesterday. I don't know why I thought he was to be trusted. I told you, you don't know the first thing about people. Anyone can take you in." Dan's eyes were full of disquiet. "Go on and tell me more about the letter." She told him of that afternoon's interview with Barnes, of the interview that had followed with Tingy, of Highland's change of opinion, of Toby's comments. While she was speaking, a few big drops of rain fell. They fell dead straight, and the sounds they made as they struck the street were as sharp as if it had been a handful of gravel falling. Dan drew a hand over his sticky forehead. Lightning and thunder were coming in quick succession. The air felt as if it might solidify in the lungs. Suddenly, as if with one tearing crash, the portly suspended blackness over their heads had burst. The rain smashed down in a dense, hissing torrent. Joanna, as she finished speaking of the letter, came away from the window. She wandered restlessly about the room, waiting for Dan's comment. He said after a moment, "I suppose Barnes might have invented it all. But Gerald said now he saw the letter too. Only after he'd had time to think about it. Do you mean you think the same about that as Toby Dyke does?" "I don't know. It's, odd, his remembering it like that afterwards. I should think either he must have known all the time that the letter was there, or else it was never there at all. I don't mean he mayn't have some excellent reason for answering as he did." Her mouth became a hard line. "Why are you all so certain that Gerald's a liar?" "I didn't say I was certain." "Oh, why dither about it? You made up your mind." "Well, you must be remarkably uneasy yourself, or you'd be more inclined to laugh about it instead of taking it so seriously." "I haven't felt very inclined to laugh at anything during the last 2 or 3 days. Oh, blast the whole business. For God's sake, let's get our minds off it." "What's the good of that?" She was back at the window, where a faint coolness was coming from the downpour. "You know, I'm finding it quite interesting, seeing the way people react at a time like this. Drop any odd, irrelevant grain of suspicion in their minds, and up it comes at once in a huge, horrible weed that chokes out all their natural sense and generosity. You were quite right when you said that. People don't seem to have any real standards of what's probable and what isn't." He chewed a thumbnail, looking sullen and irritated. "Well, there's one thing I'd like to know," he grunted, "and that's whether you ever kidded yourself, even for a moment, that either of those 2 poor fish you got engaged to mattered to you 1/10 as much as your sacrosanct idiot of a godfather, or whatever he happens to be. Dan, did you?" he asked interestedly. One of her fists clenched. Why do I ever try talking to you? I ought to know by now it isn't any good. The same thing always happens. First you start abusing someone I'm fond of, and then when you've had enough of that, you start abusing me. All the same, I'd really like to know if you ever believed you really cared for either of those 2 poor— Don't!" she shouted at him. "Don't call them poor fish." "Well, what else were they? Your advertising man mightn't have been so bad, but that divinity student— I'll tell you something about my divinity student." She advanced on him with twitching fingers. "He never went swimming with me, and when we were 100 yards from the shore, asked me what I thought was the function of a scientist in modern society. And he never took me out to dinner, and sat silent for about 2 hours, and then looked deep into my eyes and asked, 'Joanna, what is true democracy?' And he never—" "Hell!" cried Dan, jumping to his feet. "I didn't want to ask you that. I wanted to say something quite different. Then next morning you told me you were engaged to that creeping Jesus in a dog collar. So I was damn glad I hadn't said what I've been going to say, and oh, how I hate an unintelligent lie. If you hate unintelligent lies, you'd better get busy hating your dear old friend Highland, because there, you see, you're trying again to get at me through someone I'm fond of. There's nothing as mean as that. It's the meanest, cheapest way there is of getting at a person. You've always done it. You've always criticized everyone I like." "Like that man Dyke, I suppose. I was just getting at you, was I, when I told you hadn't the faintest idea who could be trusted?" Glaring at her with lightning and thunder to punctuate the sentence, he demanded, "Well, when are you going to announce your next engagement?" "What?" To Toby Dyke." Astonishment, for one instant, wiped the anger from Joanna's face. But as Dan turned away, red-faced, towards the empty grate, picking up a matchbox and beginning to break it to pieces, she turned abruptly on her heel. As she left the room, she heard a movement behind her, as if Dan were following. First she hastened, then she hesitated. But Dan did not appear. Joanna went on quickly down the stairs. Once more that evening, Joanna saw the black Cadillac. It was just after she had left the bus by which she returned from Aslington to the bungalow. She had descended out of the bus into the storm, and had gone a dozen yards down the track that led through the building estate. Soaked already, with her clothes clinging to her and her hair flattened to her head, she was almost blinded by the sting of the rain. She heard a car coming, but until it sent up a wave of grey-white mud that washed over her shoes, she didn't raise her head to look at it. Then she saw the long black car, and Dr. Van Eden crouched over the wheel. Peering through the streaming windscreen, he was forcing the car forward as fast as it could travel over the ruts and slime. There was something strange in his attitude, something tense and desperate. As the car lurched onto the high road, he opened the throttle. The Cadillac raced away into the obscuring rain. When Joanna, in shoes squelching mud, reached the bungalow, she found the door standing open. Inside, all was quiet. There seemed to be nobody about. On the tiles in the hall, a pattern of damp footmarks crisscrossed from door to door. They were such small, neat footmarks that only the feet of Dr. Van Eden could have made them. First they led into the kitchen, then into every single room in the bungalow. The door of each room stood slightly ajar. It gave the whole place a strange air of forsakenness. Like the footmarks, Joanna went first to the kitchen, looking for Mrs. Searle. But there was no Mrs. Searle. A note on the kitchen table explained her absence. The note informed Joanna that Mrs. Searle did not like the atmosphere of crime in which she found herself, and had departed with apologies to stay with her sister in Aslington. It was almost dusk in the kitchen. Twilight had come an hour ahead of its time, the daylight smothered by the darkness of the storm. Only the flashes of lightning showed up how the small, neat feet had come a few steps into the kitchen, then gone out again and into the sitting room, out of the sitting room and into the bedroom that had been Joanna's father's. Joanna followed the track of them, her own shoes making damp prints alongside the others. Swiftly, with the tightness of alarm about her lips, she went from empty room to empty room. It could have been only her own shrinking nerves that imposed on each room a sense of unnatural stillness. Nothing was out of place, nothing was unfamiliar. When the lightning flashed, sharply coloured glimpses of the books on their shelves, of the flowers in their vases, leapt out at her out of the dusk. Yet, entering one room after the other, she was as tautly poised as if from behind each door she expected some horror to spring out at her. But the horror that waited for her was not of the kind that lurks behind doors or gibbers in dark corners. It was a quiet, sleeping horror. Quiet and sleeping, in a room with drawn curtains and air that reeked of eau de cologne, lay Peggy Wimpole. She lay on the bed on top of the crumpled counterpane. Her crumpled cotton dress was tossed over a chair. Her shoes had been dropped on the floor. She was wearing her kimono over a limp lock-knit petticoat. With one arm crooked under her head and the other hanging down so that the hands just brushed the floor, she was lying rigidly still. She was very pale. She was so pale, and still, she might have been dead. But it was not death. It was sleep. Yet when Joanna, suddenly trembling violently, sprang to her side and started shaking her, Peggy's eyes did not open. Even cold water dashed in her face did not make them open. Her name, shouted in her ear, did not make her eyelids quiver. Joanna stood away from her, staring at this inert, impenetrable sleep with horrified, frightened eyes. Then she began to notice things. First, there were the footmarks. They went from the door to the bed. From the bed, they started towards the dressing table. But the carpet, unlike the tiles of the hall, had rapidly absorbed the damp from the soles. Before they reached the dressing table, they had faded out, and there was no sign of the route by which Dr. Van Eden had left the bungalow. Then there was the glass that stood on the bedside table. Peggy's spectacles lay beside it, also a damp handkerchief. There was a little liquid at the bottom of the glass, and in the liquid some scraps of a white powdery substance. There was a spoon in the glass. When Joanna saw the glass, the deposit of white powder and the spoon, she wasted no more time in attempting to waken Peggy. She ran to the sitting room. She picked up the telephone. She had the word police station quivering on her tongue. But there was something wrong with the telephone. Not a click, not a buzz sounded in the instrument she held against her ear. No operator addressed her. Slowly Joanna put the telephone down. She was suddenly cold and shivering inside her drenched clothes. Though the storm had passed its peak, when for the second time that evening Joanna plunged out of doors into the crashing rain, the thunder was still rattling like giant's dice round the dark cup of the sea. It was difficult to run on the slithery road. Cutting between two empty bungalows, Joanna tried running on the scorching turf instead. It was a little easier than on the road, yet twice she fell before she reached Gerald Hyland's cottage. That he was not in, she knew before she got there. If he had been, there would have been a light in one of the windows. Bursting in through his back door, squelching through the scullery into the sitting room, she snatched up his telephone. Ghostly in the dusk, the huge horn of his gramophone reared over her head. The shadows, oddly shaped, oddly overlapping in the small, packed room, crowded up to her. As, panting, she gasped "police station" into the telephone, one of the shadows stepped forward and stood at her side. She gave a sharp cry. But the shadow only said, "I'm frightfully sorry. I didn't realize you hadn't seen me." Out of a swarthy face with a beak of a nose, dark eyes gleamed down at her. She said, You startled me. What are you doing here?" But then she turned to the telephone again, and into the ear of a constable in Aslington poured the story of what she had seen. She demanded a doctor, an ambulance, and Inspector Tingey. Toby Dyke moved away from her side. A match spurted in the dusk as he lit a cigarette. A second shadow stirred in the room. It was George, coming through the door that led straight onto the steep cottage staircase. The plump little man had a completely soundless way of moving, as if he were light as a bubble. Something passed from him to Toby. It showed white for an instant between their two hands, then disappeared into one of Toby's pockets. Joanna jammed the telephone back on its stand. "Where's Gerald? What are you two doing here?" Toby replied, "Let's be getting along to the bungalow. If I've understood your message to Tingey correctly, that woman oughtn't to be left alone, even if there's nothing much we can do for her." "I had to leave her. I had to get her to telephone." "What's wrong with your own?" "I don't know. Perhaps the storm's done something. She stooped and looked at a knee she'd grazed in falling. Where's Gerald? I don't know, said Toby. Does he know you're here? I hope not. Then what are you doing here? He took hold of her by the arm. We ought to get back to the bungalow as soon as we can. It oughtn't to be left for a moment longer than necessary with no one to keep an eye on things. You can tell me all the things you didn't tell to that policeman when we get there, and I'll tell you what George and I have been doing here. But we oughtn't to waste time. All right, she agreed. Are you up to another dash through the rain? She nodded. Come on then, let's get going. Peggy's condition, when a few minutes later the three of them came into her bedroom, appeared to Joanna just the same as when she had left her. Leaving Toby staring grim-faced at the sleeping woman, Joanna went to her own room to change out of her wet clothes. When she came out again, dressed in a skirt and jumper, she found him in the hall, looking at the crisscrossing of the footmarks. There were unusual lines about his mouth. He said to her, I'm not a doctor. I don't know much about medicine, but I've seen a few people die. I think they'll have to do some remarkable things at the hospital to pull that woman round. I wish they'd hurry up and get here, she said, shivering. Joanna, he said, I want you to talk and talk quickly. They won't be long getting here. Tell me, have you any idea what poison she could have got hold of? Yes, I think I know. What was it? What were you doing in Gerald's cottage? Come on, he said. Let's not waste time. Let's get as much of this straightened out as we can before the whole place is filled up with policemen and doctors and ambulance men. What do you think it is she's taken? What's the white stuff in the glass? Tell me first what you were doing in Gerald's cottage. He frowned with impatience. Checking an alibi, if you got to know. Whose? Filan's, of course. I've been saying that he didn't leave the cottage before we did that morning. But that doesn't mean we were with him the whole time. He was up long before we were, cooking breakfast and so on. And part of the time, all we knew of his being about was that he kept putting records on the gramophone. Well, I wanted to look at that gramophone. I wanted to see if it had a mechanism for changing the records by itself. It hasn't. I know it hasn't. But I couldn't know that until I'd taken a look at it, could I? You could if you'd asked me. I'm afraid, his voice had an unpleasant edge to it, I mightn't be particularly inclined to believe anything you told me about that man if you thought the truth might endanger him. What was your friend George doing upstairs? I saw him hand you something white when he came down. He was looking for a handkerchief I'd left under the pillow. He was fuming. Joanna, did you come to me yesterday asking me to help you, or didn't you? She said stubbornly. It wasn't a handkerchief he handed to you when he came downstairs. It looked like a piece of paper. Joanna, the police will be here at any moment. Are you going to tell me what you know about that poison? But I don't see what need there is for you to know any sooner than the police. And I know you aren't being honest with me about what you were doing in Gerald's cottage. My dear girl, I want to do some thinking. I've got to think quick, because I know some things that the police don't know, and I've got to make up my mind before they come just how much of what I know I'm going to tell them. Why don't you tell them the truth? He gave her a steady look, and something like a smile twitched at his lips. Because, he said, you came to me and asked me to help you. I'm trying to help you. There was silence. Suddenly, on his noiseless feet, George appeared between them. There's nothing wrong with the telephone, Tobe, he said. To pick it up and wait, and then after a bit the operator sings out, Half a mo, just let me finish my chapter. All same as usual. Joanna's face blanched. But it was dead. Absolutely dead when I tried it. All at once there were cars, splashings, footsteps, voices outside. Toby said, Hell, the police. Joanna said, Thank God, the doctor. The doctor was helpless. A few minutes after his arrival, Peggy's breathing ceased. Joanna, with Toby and George, waited in the sitting room while policemen came and went, while orders were given, while Tingy did some thinking. They sat silent. The dead woman had meant nothing to Toby or George, while Joanna had felt for her a contemptuous, uneasy dislike. in which resentment at the knack Peggy had had of drawing to the surface all that was least generous, least gracious in Joanna's nature, had had its part. But death is a silencing fact. The rain went on. The dusk became darkness. Though Toby several times seemed about to say something, it was Joanna who actually spoke first. "The telephone was out of order." "I believe you." She searched his face. "Are you sure that you do?" "Oh, yes. The question is, will Tingey?" "Why shouldn't he?" "Because he entertains certain very grave doubts about you." At the look of surprise on her face, he added in exasperation, "Oh, God, I wish you'd got your wits about you." She bit her lip. He went on, "I don't want to talk about it now the police are here. We might be overheard. Before they came, it had been a good idea to go into it all. Now it's a rotten one." She said no more. Presently, Tingey came in. Joanna had to tell him everything from the beginning. She told him not only of her glimpse of Dr. Van Eden driving past her in the rain, but of how she'd seen him come out of the boarding house in Spencer Street, and of Dan Moon's theory about the reason for that visit. But Tingey said, "We won't go into Mr. Moon's ideas at this stage, Miss Brace. Just tell me what actually happened." So she picked up the thread again at the point where the Cadillac had driven by, splashing her with mud. "I came straight up to the bungalow," she said. "I'm not sure why. I expected something to be wrong. I think it was Dr. Van Eden himself who made me feel like that. He looked terrified, as if he were running away from something. By the way, there wasn't any sign of that man who'd been following him." "Never mind about him," said Tingey. "Go on." "Oh, then did you know about him? It was someone to do with the police?" He only waited for her to go on with the story. She continued, "I found the door open, and I saw all those footmarks. I followed them. I was careful not to let my own get mixed up with them. They went into the kitchen first. It looked as if he'd gone as far as the table and read Mrs. Searle's note and then gone out again. And then they came in here." "I saw the note," said Tingey. "Well, I didn't see anything wrong until I came to Miss Winpole's bedroom. Then I found her. At first I thought she was just asleep, and I tried to wake her. But I couldn't. It wasn't possible. I got frightened. She made a short break in the staccato sentences. "I knew there was something very much the matter. Then I saw the glass with a spoon in it and the fragments of white powder, and then I knew what she'd done. She'd taken an overdose of some sleeping tablets. I warned her about them this morning when I found a whole lot of them missing. Again she stopped herself to take careful command of her voice. "I'm afraid I'm telling this very incoherently. I'd better go back some way. You see, my father had some sleeping tablets prescribed for him by Dr. Jones. I'm not certain of just what was in them, but I know they were something to do with barbiturate. I know that's dangerous. I heard Dr. Jones telling my father that he mustn't ever take more than 2 at a time. Well, the night before last, my father asked me to give him a couple. I did. And then something made me slip them into my pocket. I was afraid, I suppose, that father might try again to kill himself. Later, I put the box on the mantelpiece in my room. And then, last night, I couldn't sleep, and I took a couple of them myself. But I found the box was almost empty. The night before, there must have been 30 or 40 tablets in the box, but last night there were only 7. I'm worried about it a good deal. In the morning I asked Peggy if it was she who'd taken them. She said yes, she'd taken 2. I was sure she'd taken more, so I told her about their being dangerous, and that she mustn't ever take more than 2, and she went on insisting that she hadn't. But she did it in that awfully emphatic way that always makes one sure a person isn't telling the truth. I felt certain she'd got the rest of them somewhere. Then I forgot all about it until I saw the powder in the glass this evening. You see, Peggy was one of those people who can't swallow tablets. She always broke them up. She'd used a spoon for that, I suppose." "Now, please be very careful, Miss Brace," said Tingey. His tone was remote and severe. "You mentioned that spoon before. You maintain, as I understand it, that when you first entered Miss Winpole's room this evening, there was a spoon in the glass on the bedside table." "Yes," said Joanna. "Then what did you do with that spoon, Miss Priest?" "Do with it?" "I'm asking you, what did you do with the spoon?" She was puzzled. I left it there, of course. I didn't touch anything." "Then why isn't it there now?" Bewildered lines on her forehead deepened. Toby put in quietly, "There was no spoon in the glass when I got here." "But there must have been oh, I don't know. I don't believe I ever looked at the glass after we got back from the cottage. I really don't remember if the spoon was there then or not, but I know it was there when I first found Peggy. I sort of noted that was what she'd used to smash up the tablets. I know there was a spoon there." Tingy's face said nothing. "Well," he said, "what did you do next?" She told him of her attempt to telephone, and then of her dash to the cottage. But she paused expectantly for his objection, and when it came, "But there's nothing wrong with the telephone now. I used it to ring the police station as soon as I got here." She merely looked at him silently. Tingy made some notes. She put a question to him. "Would you mind telling me, did Miss Wimpole see you today, or try to see you?" "Not to my knowledge," he replied. "Were you expecting her to do so?" "She told me this morning she was going to," said Joanna. "She told me she was going to tell you all the things she wouldn't tell me. You see, I think she knew quite a lot. I believe she knew the reason why my father tried to commit suicide, and the reason why he was murdered." "Not very safe things to know, perhaps," said Tingy. "And there's something I think I ought to tell you," said Joanna. "I was in Mr. Hyland's cottage this morning, telling him about it, when suddenly we realized that Dr. Van Eden was just outside the window. I'm not sure if he heard what we said, but I think he might have done. And I couldn't help thinking, you know how those footmarks of his started from Peggy's bed towards her dressing table. Well, was he starting a search in case she'd left a letter to you, telling you all she knew? And if there wasn't one, did he think she must have already posted it, and that was why he was looking so terrified as he was driving away?" "You're jumping to a great many conclusions, Miss Priest." Tingy was a sterner-faced man today. Toby murmured, "So Hyland as well as Van Eden knew of Miss Winpole's intention to spill it all. By the way, Tingy, going to tell us now what you know about Van Eden? Matter of fact, I think I've got that on my own. Drug distributor. Isn't that the trouble?" A constable came in. He said, "Whedon's out here, sir. What shall we do with them?" Tingy rose to his feet. "I'll come." He turned to Toby. "Always being quick at smelling things out, haven't you, Mr. Dyke? You and McTwusky here. But we've no evidence against him. Don't you forget that. It's true there were 2 or 3 cases. Women, heroin, the stuff was. The women were all patients of Dr. Van Eden's, but none of them ever said a thing to give him away. We never traced any transactions or source of supply. And we've kept an eye on him ever since." His dark gaze shifted to Joanna. "I reckon your father could have saved us a lot of trouble if he'd been so minded, Miss Priest. I don't know how he got onto it in the first place, but it looks as if he were another of the people who have queer, individualistic ideas of what they've a right to do with their knowledge. Well, he paid for it. But," and now his gaze swept the 3 of them, "as you all seem to be giving this problem a lot of thought, there's something I might as well tell you. Dr. Van Eden didn't murder Edgar Priest or Peggy Wimpole. At the time when Edgar Priest was killed, Van Eden was having an early morning dip, and then spent an hour or more tinkering with the little motorboat he's got. There are several men from the bathing tents and book stores who can swear to that. And at the time when Miss Wimpole must have swallowed those ground-up tablets, assuming for the moment that the autopsy will bear out your theory, Miss Priest, we had a man of our own keeping an eye on him. Van Eden got away from him because our man had a puncture. But to do about 3/4 of an hour before the time when we received Miss Priest's telephone message from the cottage, our man can give an exact account of what Van Eden was doing. And Miss Wimpole took more than 3/4 of an hour to die. So whatever other ideas you may have about Van Eden, You could knock him off your list of possible murderers. Toby leant forward. Are you certain Peggy Wimpole was murdered? Always asking for certainties, aren't you, Mr. Dyke? At your age, you ought to know better. Dingy had gone to the door. It was with an unfamiliar grimness that he added over his shoulder. Suppose you and Miss Priest have a try at working it out together. Joanna's chair scraped against one of the bookshelves as she pushed it back and rose. He doesn't believe me about the spoon and the telephone, she said. Toby Dyke shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, he's feeling uncommonly serious. It's one of the first times I've heard him talk without bringing in Irene Dawn. I think I can do some of that working out, he suggested. She went on. Someone must have got into the bungalow while I was at the cottage and removed the spoon, and also removed whatever it was that was stopping the telephone working. I expect there was a wad of paper or something I didn't notice jammed in so that the receiver rest didn't move. I think I know, too, why the telephone had been fixed like that. It wasn't to stop me getting through. I dare say I wasn't even expected. It was to stop Peggy getting through. She might have had time to realize before she really went under with the poison there was something the matter with her, and have tried to get hold of a doctor. And I think I know also why the spoon had to be moved. Peggy was poisoned by taking too many of those tablets. But she didn't necessarily mean to take too many. She may have thought she was only taking 2 or 3. Someone else had broken them up for her. Smashed up in water, she wouldn't have known how many she was taking. But the wrong person's fingerprints would have been on the spoon. I dare say the glass itself could have been wiped clean, and then Peggy's hand put round it. But it would have been very difficult to do the same with a spoon. People don't hold spoons simply with 2 fingers. They keep shifting the fingers about. There'd be a smudging and overlapping it would be very difficult to fake. So the spoon had to be removed. Toby said, You've got it all very pat, haven't you? I've the advantage, she replied, of knowing it's true that the spoon was there and that the telephone wouldn't work. As a matter of fact, he said, I believe you. I wonder why. For the simple reason that Dr. Van Eden's footsteps went first into the kitchen. Didn't it seem to you odd that they should do that? Think. He arrives at the bungalow, he knocks, nobody answers. He goes in, and then he goes straight to the kitchen. Why? Is he hear something? I think so. There was someone in the kitchen. But whoever it was went out on hearing Van Eden. When Van Eden saw your housekeeper's note on the table, he concluded it was she whom he just heard leave. And how do you know it wasn't? Listen, those footsteps were still damp when we got here, weren't they? They hadn't been there long. Very well. If Mrs. Sir had left just as Dr. Van Eden arrived, you'd have met her, wouldn't you, walking along to the bus? But the person he heard in that kitchen never left the bungalow. He waited outside the back door. As soon as you left, he came inside again, put the telephone right, removed the spoon, and cleared out. Why didn't he leave footmarks all over the place? Probably left his wet shoes on the mat. But where did he go to? We'll be able to start deducing that when certain people hand in their alibis. Joanna was stooping over a bowl of flowers. They were wilting. They'd been there for some days, and no one had thought of giving them fresh water. We're explaining it all very nicely between us, aren't we? She said. As she touched a fading rose, several crimson petals dropped onto the table. Now suppose we go back a bit. Why does Tingy entertain grave doubts about me? He reached out for her arm and drew her towards him. He spoke in her ear. I've told you, this isn't the place to have a showdown. If you'd kept up with it all, you'd be the last person who'd want me to talk about it where it might be overheard by policemen. At least, I think you would be. I wonder how love, affection and all that, and your sense of justice, balance up in you. I wonder what you'd do, for instance, if you knew that... His voice dropped lower still. I wonder what you'd do if you knew that a friend of yours had committed a crime?" But she didn't have to answer. The door opened, white-faced, shaking, with hands groping ahead of him, and with small steps which he was so careful to keep in a straight line that he might have been drunk. Gordon Wheaton came into the room. Chapter 8. Gordon took hold of the back of a chair. He sat down heavily. He still had on his dripping mackintosh, and his hair in the rain had sprung into little tight curls. He turned his white face to Joanna. There had been tears in the eyes. "She's dead, Joanna." Joanna answered something. "She's dead," he cried. "I don't understand it. I don't know what's happened. They won't tell me anything, except that it's some sleeping tablets that did it. Did she kill herself, or did somebody do it to her? I don't understand. I never thought she'd kill herself. I knew she felt she hadn't anything to live for once your father was dead, but I didn't realize it meant all that. Of course, I knew I could never make it up to her. I knew she cared for him in a way she'd never care for me. I didn't mind that. After all, what am I? I'm nothing. I never shall be. I'll never amount to anything. I'm one of those people no one ever takes any notice of. I'm dull and uncertain of myself and don't bother about creating a good impression. Peggy never really loved me. Now she's dead and I don't understand it." Toby tapped Joanna on the shoulder. He'd filled a glass with whiskey from the decanter on the table. He put it into her hand. She held it out to Gordon. Gordon coughed over the whiskey and hit himself on the chest, then drew a deep breath and sat staring straight before him. His lips moved as if a torrent of words were still pouring through them. All at once he jerked his head round to look sharply at Joanna. "Do you understand what's happened?" "No, Gordon, I don't." "Did she kill herself?" We don't know." She took the glass away from him. "That's what they said out there. They said they didn't know. I didn't believe them. Police never tell you anything you want to know. It's their way of exercising power over you. You have to tell them everything. When you ask them a question, they say they don't know. It isn't fair. When you're suffering, when you've had such a shock that you don't know what you're doing or saying. Well, I'm not going to answer any more questions at all. They can ask me anything they like. I shan't answer. I don't care what it makes them think. It doesn't matter to me what anyone thinks. I've lost everything that mattered to me. And if they take away the rest, I don't care." "Gordon, what are you talking about? For heaven's sake, don't behave like this." She glanced at the decanter of whiskey, as if pondering the wisdom of giving him some more. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. I know I've gone to pieces. But that's the kind of person I am. I can't help it. I just go to pieces. You know, she broke off our engagement this morning. After all this time. She was very sweet and kind about it, and I thought perhaps it had come right. Now it can't. We can't ever talk it over." "Joanna, was she murdered?" Toby replied for Joanna. "Miss Peace has told you we don't know." He put firmness and authority into his tone, and it seemed to have a steadying effect on Gordon. "The possibility has to be considered. If you'll think clearly for a moment, you'll realize that Miss Wimpole was the person who had the most intimate knowledge of Mr. Peace's affairs. With that knowledge, she may very well have been a menace to somebody. On the other hand, that knowledge itself may have been too much for her to face." "Oh, God," muttered Gordon. "It was all that old devil's fault. I wish I didn't go over the cliff the other night. Then perhaps this wouldn't have happened. He's always made use of her, got everything he could out of her. She did twice as much work for him as he'd any right to expect. I always thought that was why she kept having those frightful headaches. And then he goes and chucks her out." "I suppose," said Joanna curiously, "you don't know precisely why he sacked her?" "Oh, yes, I know that." She kept her excitement out of her voice. "Why did he?" "What do you think? What would it be?" It was because she tried to save him some trouble, of course. That's just the sort of thing he'd suck up for, isn't it? As a matter of fact, if she'd asked me about it beforehand, I could have told her she was being a fool. I knew he wouldn't stand it. But I don't suppose she'd have believed me. But what was it she'd done? Oh, he seemed impatient with the subject. She just dealt with some post for him while he was away with that bad throat last week. She opened a letter or something. But good heavens, there was something he hated, always. She must have known that. He couldn't stand anyone interfering with his post, or tidying things up for him, or touching anything that belonged to him. Really, she must have known it. I wonder what ever made her do it. I told you. If she'd asked me about it, I'd have told her not to. But all the same, that he'd go and sack us straight off like that, well, I could hardly believe it when she came and told me about it. Reckon it's true all the same. This comment, coming from George, who was sitting on the edge of a chair in an attitude of diffidence and discomfort, made Toby and Joanna look round at him in some surprise. Gordon only stared at the carpet. Fact is, George went on, when I was chatting with Mr. Barnes this afternoon, he told me he'd heard a bit of what went on between Mr. Priest and Miss Wimpole the day she was sacked. Seems the fanlight over his door was open. Matter of fact, it was noticing the way Mr. Hyland's voice carried through the fanlight made me think of asking Mr. Barnes if maybe he'd heard anything. And he had, but not much. But he says Mr. Priest was going for her, or having opened something or other. And then, he said, Mr. Priest and Mr. Whedon had a go at one another. Gordon laughed hollowly. Oh, yes, I made up my mind on the spot. I wasn't going to stand it. I told her to leave it to me. I told her I'd damn well see he changed his mind about it or else. Joanna interrupted. Oh, was that why she said what she did when you brought Father in from the cliffs? I don't know, he answered. What did she say? She said, Oh, my God, Gordon, what have you done? Did she? I don't remember. Yes, he laughed again. I suppose she was afraid I'd been putting the or else into practice. Of course, there wasn't anything I could do, really. I could point out to him what a rotten, inhuman thing he'd done, but that was all. I say, Joanna, he looked at her dully. I don't mean to speak like this about your father. I'm sorry. Go on, she said shortly. But I'd nothing particular to say. I say, thanks awfully for that whiskey. It does seem to have done me good. I was making an awful exhibition of myself when I came in here, wasn't I? I'm sorry. Toby Dyke had strolled forward. What happened when you pointed out to Mr. Priest what a rotten, inhuman thing he'd done? Did you make no impression? Gordon puckered his brows. What's this? Another interrogation? Not if you don't want it to be. I've had enough questioning. Out there just now, before I'd had time to recover from the blow or anything, it wasn't fair. I'm not going to answer any more questions. Not that I mind you knowing, I don't mean that. You were asking, did I make any impression on him? Of course I didn't. I don't suppose I should have at the best of times, and that night he was definitely queer. I sort of realized it and started worrying, really worrying, in spite of what I'd just been saying about him. I did admire him, respect him, and that evening he seemed so definitely queer. So when I saw him start to walk home of all things, I decided to follow him. He finished vaguely. I did follow. Toby, with a harsh lack of sympathy in his gaze, was glowering at the dainty cupids that supported the clock on the mantelpiece. He said to them, But I don't understand it. I simply don't understand where the death of Peggy Wimpole fits in. Unless it's repeating the same pattern, strengthening it, darkening the main lines. What are you mumbling about? Asked Joanna. Toby turned round. Whedon, who rang you up yesterday about 7:15? Gordon replied fretfully. I told you I don't think people ought to keep on asking me questions just at the moment. I told you I don't think it's fair. I don't mean I mind answering, but I don't think it shows much understanding. I mean, I can't really think clearly. Has the quality of your memory been impaired? I don't know. Gordon's hands fumbled up and down the arms of his chair. I don't suppose so, but I know I wouldn't put much faith in my own judgment at the moment. Some people keep their heads clear through anything. I wish I was like them, but I can't help it if I'm not. If your memory hasn't been impaired, can't you remember who rang you up yesterday at about 7:15? Anyway, said Gordon on a weak note of protest, why do you keep on asking me questions? I don't know what it's got to do with you. If Miss Priest put the same question to you, would you feel better about it? Would her desire to get as rapidly as possible at the truth about the death of her father and of Miss Wimpole seem less unsettling than mine? Joanna leant forward. Gordon, who was it rang you up yesterday morning? He looked at her in silence. Then with a slight sigh he surrendered to the steadiness of her gaze. But I went into all that with the inspector, Joanna. It was Peggy who rang up. The exchange says no call came through from the bungalow. Oh, good heavens, you know what they're like on this exchange. She agreed dubiously. Yes, pretty bad, but all the same. Anyway, his pale cheeks had flushed. It was Peg speaking. Toby took up the questioning again. Weedon, your landlady says that you shouted into the telephone, "For God's sake, don't do that," or words to that effect. Do you feel like giving us any explanation of that? Gordon gulped. No, he said. Why should I? Only that you will leave us with the impression that you may have been saying that to whoever murdered Edgar Priest. Gordon's eyes bulged slightly. And the fact is, said Toby, even if you were discouraging the idea of murder, even if you said, don't do that, to someone who just said to you, I'm about to bump off the curator, your keeping quiet about who it was makes you an accessory. But I tell you, it was Peg who rang me up, and I said, don't do that, because she'd just told me she'd made up her mind to pack her things and leave for London straight away. She said she couldn't bear staying now that Mr. Priest was angry with her. Then I got into some clothes and went dashing out because I wanted to make sure of stopping her. But somehow, well, once I got outside, I started thinking it mightn't be such a bad idea if she did go away. My God, how I wish she had. I changed my mind and didn't go out to the bungalow. I went for a long walk instead. Toby said sternly, the call was from the herbarium. There was no call from the bungalow that morning. Aren't I telling you you're all wrong? Why are you certain I'm a liar? Because you're such a rotten one. You won't face it when the facts are too strong for you. With a mutter of impatience, Toby flung himself down in a chair. After a short silence, Joanna said, Gordon, don't mind if I ask just one more question. He gave a soft, bitter laugh. Just one, she said. When you got to the hay box yesterday morning and went into my father's room, did you notice a letter in a blank envelope on the desk? No, he said shortly. You didn't? You're quite sure? I didn't. She looked dismayed. Toby said, It's all right. For once he's speaking the truth. I know all about that letter. When Weedon came into the room, there was no letter on the desk, that's correct. But that doesn't mean there can't have been one there earlier. As a matter of fact, he lowered his voice, there had been one. I take back my doubts about your friend Hyland's vision. It was a perfectly good one. Only he didn't communicate the whole of it to Tingy. He kept back something rather important. Well? She asked sharply. Well, Joanna, what he kept back was that when he saw that letter there, he happened to pocket it. For a moment there was only disbelief on her face. Then she spoke stiffly. I suppose you've got reasons for saying that? He put a hand into his pocket. Take a look at this. As they came round him, he drew out of his pocket a white envelope. It had been torn open. Holding it carefully by the very edge, he slid out of it a piece of paper. He unfolded the paper. It was a single sheet of notepaper. It had a few lines written on it. There was no date. It was not addressed to anyone in particular. Starting off abruptly about an inch from the top of the page, in a small, precise handwriting, the words ran, "My death is my own doing. I believe in my right to commit this act. I ask nobody's pardon. As I have explained, I have lived for others and not found my sacrifices appreciated. If my life was for their satisfaction, my death is for my own. Let there be no undue demonstrations at my funeral. Speaking as one whose interest in flowers has always been scientific, I should prefer an absence of floral tributes. Death is welcome. Edgar Preece." "Is that your father's handwriting, Joanna?" Toby held the letter out towards her. She made a show of reading it once more. Low-voiced, she replied, "I think so." "That's something that'll have to be checked." "Where did you find it?" "George found it when he was upstairs in the cottage. It was in the breast pocket of the flannel jacket Highland was wearing that morning when he went into Aslington. I thought it would be there. He's been wearing a dark suit since your father died, but I thought he was much too untidy-minded to have changed over the contents of all the pockets." "But look here," Gordon broke in excitedly as Toby started refolding the letter. "Why haven't you handed this over to the police? This will change everything for them." "I'm going to hand it over to them, only I'm going to do some thinking first." "But I'm sure it's illegal to hang on to it," cried Gordon. "I'm afraid it is. It's suppressing evidence." "Well, don't make such a noise about it." "I tell you, I've got to do some thinking about it." Suddenly, his fingers, busy returning the letter to its unaddressed envelope, moved swiftly. The paper crackled as he thrust it back into a pocket. The door opened, and Tingy came in. Tingy said, "I imagine, Miss Preece, you won't be too keen to spend the night here alone." She replied, "I hadn't thought about it." Reluctantly withdrawing her gaze from the pocket into which Toby had crammed the letter, she turned to face Tingy. He seemed anxious for her to leave. He said, "I know I shouldn't like a daughter of my own to stay here alone." "Ah, but what about your granddaughter?" cried Toby, giving him a clap on the shoulder. "Myself, I'd trust a child with a face like Irene Dawn's to look after herself in any circumstances." "You aren't serious, Mr. Dyke," Tingy replied stolidly. "Well, I expect I could sleep at the cottage," said Joanna. "That might be the best thing to do." "Mr. Hylands, you mean?" "I sent over to fetch him," said Tingy. "But he hadn't come home." "He'll be home later." Tingy looked uneasy. "You don't happen to know where he is?" "I haven't seen him since this afternoon," she answered. "But I know I can sleep there all right." Obviously relieved at her decision, which left him in charge of the bungalow, he went out again. Joanna went to her bedroom. She collected a few things for the night. She put on a raincoat and changed her shoes. With her belongings in a small leather case, she reappeared in the sitting room, and accompanied by Gordon, as well as by Toby and George, set off for the cottage. They blundered their way through the darkness. Highland had not yet returned. Switching on the light in the sitting room and dumping her case, she said, "I think I'll make some coffee. He won't mind." She left them in the sitting room. Plugging in the electric kettle in the kitchen, she hunted out cups and saucers and sugar and milk from the disorderly cupboards. She put 5 cups on the tray. But by the time the coffee was made, there was still no Highland. They drank the coffee and passed up their cups for more. Cigarette smoke drifted on the air, but only an occasional word was spoken. Toby's face had the hardness that goes with concentration. George looked as if he was having difficulty in keeping his eyes open. Gordon's white face was ravaged with emotional exhaustion. Still, Highland did not come. It was Joanna who returned to the subject of the letter. "All the same, why didn't you give it to Tingy?" Toby heaved himself off the cramped little settee where he'd been sitting. He said, "Earlier this evening I asked you a question. You didn't answer it. What question was that? I asked what you would do if you knew that a friend of yours had committed a crime. Was that what you meant, then? Gerald's removing that letter? He shook his head. That was only a part of it. Her coffee cup rocked slightly as she set it sharply down. Oh, heavens, I wish he'd come. Then she asked, prodding at some grounds in the cup. What's the rest of it? You haven't answered my question yet. What would I do if a friend of mine had committed a crime? That's right. A friend, someone I trusted. Exactly. I think I'd wait and ask him why he'd done it, what was behind it. That's what I thought you'd say. Well? Highland doesn't happen to be a friend of mine, said Toby, but he's certainly a friend of yours. And if you remember, when you came to me yesterday evening wanting me to help you, I agreed to do so, or at any rate implied that I would. So your friends, for the moment, shall stand as mine. That letter can stay in my pocket until Highland gets here. But even when the coffee left in the jug had grown cold, when George had dropped into a doze, and the cigarette stubs in the ashtray had grown into a pile, there was still no Highland. Toby had become restless. I don't know that we ought to leave you here if he isn't going to turn up, he said. Why not come back into Aslington with us and take a room somewhere? Oh, he'll turn up sometime. What do you think he's doing? Putting a trunk call through to the Dalai Lama to ask his opinion on the love life of boa constrictors. Oh, really, it might be absolutely anything. One never worries about Gerald. But I don't like the idea of leaving you here alone. I never mind being alone. I think you ought to come back to Aslington. Gordon said wearily, There's an empty room at our place. Mrs. Brandon had put you up. That's a very good idea, said Toby. Oh, don't bother about me, she said. I tell you I don't mind being alone. Besides, her face was troubled, I don't much want to go to Spencer Street. I had a sort of row with Dan this afternoon. I'm not keen on seeing him. Toby took no notice of her objections. Come on, let's get going. Hi, George. Suppose you wake up and collect the car from the road. Miss Priest is coming back to Aslington. Yawning and blear-eyed, George staggered to his feet. Right, Tog. And why couldn't you think of it a bit sooner, eh? Reckon if only your brain would work a bit quicker sometimes, the pubs wouldn't so often be closed. Mrs. Brandon was able to fit Joanna in a room on the top floor. She brought in a jug of hot water, put clean towels on the rails, told Joanna that breakfast was at 8 punctually, and wished her good night. A few minutes later there was a tap on the door. I say, said Gordon, you haven't had anything to eat. Phew. It's no good trying to get anything out of Mrs. Brandon at this hour, but I've got a tin of soup and some biscuits and things in my room, and I can make some tea or some more coffee if you'd like. I've just told Dan you're here, and about Peg. He's in my room now, heating up the soup. He said I wasn't to ask you to come down without telling you he was there, in case you're angry with him still, or something. I wish you'd come. It's easier somehow if I don't have to sit alone and think about it. All right, she said, I'll come. And thanks for the soup. It's a good idea. She followed him. It was a dreary little supper. Joanna and Dan were not at ease with one another, and though Gordon had asked for company, he met the attempts at talk made by the other two with unresponsive silence. His protuberant ears had a hot, nervous redness. In his eyes there was an over-alive intensity of thought. He kept chewing his fingernails. Dan and Joanna sat with him for about an hour. Then Joanna, whose head was drooping with weariness, said good night and rose to go. After a moment, Dan followed her. She was halfway up the stairs to the top landing when he looked up at her over the banisters. You know, Joe, I've been thinking. Wasn't it pretty stupid of us to flare up like that this afternoon? He said hesitantly. We ought to be getting past that sort of thing. She yawned. Ought we? Well, oughtn't we? Oh, I don't know. It comes in handy sometimes. Having someone to let it loose on, temper and so on, you know. Another yawn muffled the words. I don't agree. I think it's time we learnt to treat each other rationally. What's the point of learning something new like that when you're just off to Peru? I'm not off to Peru. You're... Suddenly her eyes looked as if all the sleep had been shaken out of them. You're not going to Peru? But why not? I always thought it a rotten idea. Why? Has someone else napped all the vegetation already? Or do you think you won't like the food? Or are they going to have a revolution or something? Listen, Joe. But Joanna, with a stiffening of her muscles, hissed at him sharply. Shh. You see, Shh. Listen. Is someone in your room? She came a step down the staircase. Dan's movement was so quick, so noiseless, that whoever was in his room could have had no warning. The door was suddenly flung open, and Dan charged into the darkness inside. The beam of an electric torch met him in the eyes. It dazzled him for a moment, then it vanished. Light feet padded softly on the linoleum. As Dan made a rush after the sound of them, Joanna at the door pressed down the light switch, but nothing happened. Dan had long ago arranged things so that the light was worked by the switch at his bedside. He himself had not wasted time groping for it. In the darkness, dodging furniture with the certainty of old acquaintance, he chased the intruder. Bedsprings sang and groaned as someone leapt onto the bed. There was a thud as feet came down again on the other side of it. Then someone pushed past Joanna and went racing down the stairs. As she spun quickly to catch a glimpse of him, she saw a short, plump form that moved as like as a bubble, a pink, grinning face turned back for a moment over a blue-clad shoulder, an eye that winked. With the slickness of a fish diving into a crack in a rock, George swooped down the stairs and out of sight into darkness. Dan, giving it up, switched on the light by the bed. Did you see who it was? Gordon had come out on the landing. I heard a noise. Whatever's happening? Doors up and down the staircase were opening. The voice of the schoolmistress on the second floor was demanding shrilly, Is it a fire? Mrs. Brandon was crying from the depths. What is it? What is it? The curate, who was in Aslington for his health, was calling, Please, nobody get excited. Leave it to me. I'll deal with it. Joanna whispered, It was that queer little man, George. He's been searching my room. Dan was looking round at the open drawers with socks, shirts, and ties hanging out of them, at the books jerked off the bookshelves on the floor, at the pictures taken down from the walls, at the soot in the fireplace, for even the chimney, it seemed, had had its swift examination. The voices up and down the staircase were still clamouring. Dan went out onto the landing. It's all right, Mrs. Brandon. It's just a visitor of mine. Remembered he had a train to catch and had to leave in a hurry. Peevish comments accompanied the closing of doors. Joanna and Gordon came into Dan's room and looked at the disorder. But what was he looking for? Gordon sounded shaken and nervous. I don't like it. Dan picked up an odd sock from the middle of the floor. Do you think I do? He'd got no right to do a thing like that. I should tell the police about it. I'm darn well going to. Haven't you any idea what he was looking for? Look. Joanna was picking up books and putting them back on their shelves. She straightened up, holding out a piece of paper. I think he must have left this on the dressing table, and it fluttered down to the floor. It tells you what he was looking for. Dan grabbed the piece of paper. In a large, clear, but uneducated handwriting, the words were written upon it. Sorry to make your room in such a mess, mate, but I had to look if you had the pods here. Without comment, Dan handed it on to Gordon. Gordon shook his head over it and handed it back to Joanna. Do you think he's perfectly normal? He asked. It doesn't make any sense at all, does it? It sounds like the act of a lunatic to me. I wonder. Do you think that's why that man Dyke always keeps such a close eye on him? Is he... Well, I don't want to make unpleasant suggestions about anybody, but do you think perhaps he isn't quite all there? Dan, tumbling shirts and ties back into a drawer, muttered, Well, he'd better look out for himself when I catch him. As soon as Gordon had gone, Dan slammed a drawer shut and crossed to Joanna's side. Joe, You've got some idea of all this, I can see it on your face. She inserted a book on statistical methods next to the latest Agatha Christie. Not really an idea, Dan. She sat back on her heels. George keeps coming back to those pods, that's all. This afternoon, he asked Barnes if a parcel of them had arrived recently. It seems one arrived last week, and now isn't to be found. And also, frowning, she searched her own thoughts. I'm just remembering something. Do you remember yesterday evening in that restaurant when you were telling Toby Dyke about why you were so mad with my father? You were telling us about the pods, and how they were always so mutilated when father gave them to you that you could never tell much about them. You used the phrase that it looked as if he'd let mice get at them. Well, ever since then, George doesn't appear to have been interested in anything but mice. He even went to the trouble of asking Barnes whether or not there are mice in the haybox, or so he says. I think what he meant was that he was thinking about the pods and why they were mutilated. Why should he be thinking about the pods? I don't know. She stood up and stretched tired limbs. I told you it wasn't really an idea. But there's another thing I'm just remembering. Last night he suddenly asked me if father had ever been to Egypt. Those plants you've been working on come from Egypt, don't they? But what if they do? Oh, I don't know. Heavens, I hope I'll get some decent sleep tonight. But I don't feel awfully like it. I feel all on edge. Dan, had those pods any possible connection with heroin? None whatever. You couldn't make it from them in some way? Heroin's a derivative of morphine, which is the active principle of opium. You're exceedingly ignorant, Joanna. But the pods themselves, had they nothing at all to do with opium? Definitely nothing. And I told you, they aren't really pods at all, they're sort of gourds. The plant they grow on sprawls along the ground, something like a vegetable marrow. She was still pursuing her thought. Could heroin have been packed up in the tin they came in? It always goes through the customs. She sighed. Oh dear, it doesn't seem to make sense, does it? I don't know. Perhaps it does. At least, perhaps it makes sense of George's actions, if not of the thing as a whole. After all, he might be just as ignorant as you, and be making a guess that heroin was derived from Citrullus colocynthus. Or he may not have realized about the tin going through the customs. But why did he leave a note to tell me what he was looking for? That seems to be rather queer. You know, I've an idea that this show tonight was just a stunt for putting the wind up me somehow. There's one other thing that's occurred to me. She'd got to her feet and had crossed to the mirror. Her sentence was broken off by her surprise at the pallor and tiredness of the face she saw there. Well, go on, said Dan. You see, she said, according to Gordon, Peggy was sacked because she opened some post at my father's. Well, that's something I don't comprehend at all. She knew what he was like. She knew it much better than any of us. I know she knew how he'd blow up if anyone touched or interfered with anything of his. Honestly, I can't see her opening a letter addressed to him. But suppose it wasn't a letter. Suppose it was simply a parcel of plants from Egypt. Plants she knew you needed. She'd think of it as addressed to the haybox in general, not particularly to father. And if father happened to be away ill... You're perfectly right. There was a parcel, and I actually suggested to her she might open it. But that's the last I heard of it. I forgot all about it because I suddenly got the letter from that Russian, and it put everything else out of my mind. I went up to London to check the thing up at the BM, but still, it doesn't help, you know. Anyway, where's that parcel got to now, Dan? I haven't an idea. And if you had, I don't suppose it'd get us anywhere. Discontentedly, she stuck a cigarette in her mouth. Well, good night, Dan. If I don't go up to my room soon, Mrs. Brandon will think you are keeping bad company. I have a horrid feeling, though. I'm just going to lie awake and go on thinking. I wish I could stop it and do some constructive thinking on my own future instead. That is as perplexing a problem as any. You know, I'm beginning to realize that people like Peggy have got something on people like me. It's a great pity it didn't occur to me 2 or 3 years ago to work hard and get myself properly trained for something. I'm tired of messing about. She grimaced, and the cigarette went into the fireplace. I'd been smoking too many of these things the last couple of days. My mouth's like sandpaper. Good night, she said again. And Joe, sitting on the edge of his bed, his elbows on his knees, squeezing his mouth up between 2 sets of knuckles, Dan was studying the pattern on the rug between his feet. There's something you might tell me. My brain feels as if it had been minced for cooking, she replied. I don't think I can do any more thinking about pods, dope, or murder. It's about that man, Dyke. Was I just making an awful fool of myself this afternoon, throwing him up at you, or wasn't I? She gave a little gasp of laughter. He waited, then said, You haven't said I was, so I suppose I wasn't. Oh, that doesn't follow at all. Light and unreal, her voice had a sudden tremor in it. Her hand groped for the door handle, groped blindly and couldn't find it. Whatever I thought, I wouldn't call you a fool to your face. You're always doing it, he pointed out. And I don't know. Perhaps I am one. Look at the mess I made over those pods. Don't suppose I'll ever live that down. All the same, I keep thinking we ought to manage to be reasonable with one another. I'm a pretty reasonable person. The trouble is, I've always been scared out of my wits about what you thought of me. Wish I could get straight about it. It's queer. I don't usually worry much about what people are thinking of me. That's why I get on with them all right, I suppose. Dan. She'd found the door handle by now. Holding onto it hard, she spoke with a quick rush of words. I think I'm going to start being reasonable now. I'm going to tell you just what I think of you. If that isn't any use to you, you can keep out of my way for the next few days, and after that, I expect I'll be going away somewhere, so it won't matter. The fact is, Dan, I'm in love with you. I nearly always have been. I didn't really want my advertising artist or my divinity student. I wanted you. But you wouldn't seem to realize I'd got anything but conversation, and Dan, will you please let me finish? She never did finish. Muffled, interrupted, she managed to add a detail or two to her explanation. For instance, about the function of the scientist. But Dan was not very interested in the details. Chapter 9. It was another misty morning. It was more damply, densely misty than those that had gone before. The tide of a silent, enshrouded sea edged slowly over the shingle. In the small island of visibility that each person carried along with them, everything was coated in dull silver. Objects were so closely hidden that when at the distance of 6 feet or so they suddenly revealed themselves, it was sometimes with an odd effect of shock. Certainly it was a shock when the grey nothingness suddenly solidified into the form of Inspector Tingey. Peering, listening, he was standing at the gate of Highland's cottage. He said, good morning, Miss Priest. I thought it might be you. There was something disturbing about the way he said it. But there are certain conditions in which the mind functions slowly. Joanna was in such a condition this morning. She had slept little. She was very tired, yet a drowsy, glowing calm pervaded her. She was not disturbed by the inspector's tone. When she put her hand on the gate, it slid wetly under her fingers. Brightly she said, "Good morning." Standing aside to let her through the gate, Tingey told her, "If it's Mr. Highland you're looking for, he hasn't come in yet." She stopped in the gateway. "Do you mean not since last night? Or just that he went out to something this morning and hasn't come back?" "Not since last night, I'm afraid. His bed hasn't been slept in." She went up the path. There was someone in the cottage. She heard a movement as she pushed open the door, but it was only Toby Dyke. As soon as he saw her, he replied to the question on her face. "No, he isn't here." She looked round the cramped, untidy room. "Of course he often does this kind of thing," she said. "With Gerald, it's nothing to worry about." "That's right. said Tingy. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Oh, no, it's nothing to worry about, said Toby Dyke. It isn't anything to worry about. She perched on the arm of a chair. Where's your little friend George? Did you know Dan had a visit from him last night? Did he? No, I didn't know. Toby sounded irritable. Where is he? I don't know, he snapped at her. What is he missing too? Looks like it. Oh, there's never any need to worry about him. He always turns up again, even if he's done 12 months in the interval. Where are Moon and Whedon? A shade of trouble crossed her face. I don't know. They'd both gone by the time I got up. I expect they'd gone back to work at the hay box. She didn't sound quite satisfied with her answer. She'd not been satisfied with it when she'd first offered it in answer to her own disappointment at not finding Dan waiting for her when she came down to breakfast. So everyone's missing, said Thurby. I can tell you who's missing, said Tingy, reconnoitering the gramophone, some records, and a mess of fishing tackle. I reckon he won't be for long, though. We're bound to catch up with him. Van Eden. Van Eden? I thought you were keeping an eye on him, said Toby. Or didn't your man manage to pick him up again yesterday afternoon? He picked him up all right. Van Eden simply went home and stayed there. It was an hour or so ago he gave us the slip. He went for a dip in the sea, as he always does, swam out into the fog, and never came back. Joanna exclaimed, You don't mean he's drowned? No, Miss Breese. That's just what I don't mean. Because his motorboat is missing too. He must have made up his mind about it last night and got it planned in advance. 'Cause he was relying on a fog coming up, but anyone who was used to the weather here could have counted on that. He simply swam out until he couldn't be seen, then had someone pick him up with the motorboat. And then he had someone to help him, said Toby. That's right. An accomplice who helped him with the murders? Asked Joanna. He looked at her curiously. Oh, you like that idea, do you, Miss Breese? Like it? No, What do you mean? Of course I don't like it. Ah, said Tingy. He sat down. He was not in the best of tempers this morning. Toby straddled a chair facing him. He asked in a bored tone, How's Miss Winklow's murder coming along? It sounded as if he were dutifully making conversation. Who said it was a murder? Toby's eyes went up. Well, he said, wasn't it? I asked who said it was a murder. Plenty of people feel inclined to say it. Just so. And if we accept the testimony of Miss Priest about the spoon and the glass, then it probably was one. Toby's quick glance at Joanna surprised an expression of dreaming contentment on her face. She seemed to feel its inappropriateness, for it vanished the moment she realized he was looking at her. Are you sticking to your story of the spoon and the telephone? He asked her. Of course. Well, he turned back to Tingy, why don't you believe her? Tingy shook his head. No, Mr. Dyke, there are some things I don't want to discuss with you. At the inquest, the evidence will all be brought forward in the proper way. I don't want to be unfair to anyone. If I went on, you'd only turn on me and say I was trying to trick Miss Priest into damaging admissions. And mind you, I never said I didn't believe her about the spoon and the telephone. Maybe there was a spoon in the glass. Maybe the telephone was out of order, I'm not saying. I'm not even hinting that she wasn't telling the truth. But, he sighed, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to convince a jury of it. Toby seemed nervous. He was biting the inside of one cheek. He seemed annoyed that Joanna's attention had strayed again into absent-minded serenity. I don't know what you're working up to, Tingy, he said, but you're making some unholy mistake. Well, I wish I were, said Tingy. But there you are, that's life. The times when one wants one's own estimate of the probabilities to come out right is the other fellow who's got the right horse. You haven't got the right horse this time, Tingy. I could show you that if only you'd talk. No, Mr. Dyke, I tell you it wouldn't be fair. If you like, I'll ask Miss Priest just one question. And mind you, Miss Priest, he eyed her gravely, you've no need to answer this question if you don't want to. but it's something I'm curious about. It'll be interesting to know just what was in your thoughts when you did it." He leant a cheek on one hand. A tinge of wistfulness had got into his gravity. He said very gently, "Why did you throw the key out of the window?" "You see," said Tingy to Toby after a long silence, "we have Miss Priest's account of her actions that morning. She took her father to the herbarium. She left him there. Now, she was bravely troubled about him. His condition undoubtedly suggested that suicide might still be in his mind. Well, she drove away. She left the car at the car park. She walked along the seafront. She walked back again. She had a cup of coffee. She sat on a bench. We'll check all that. It's all just as she said. There were plenty of people who noticed her. Next, she says she went back to the herbarium. She says she pushed and knocked on the door but couldn't get in. She says she went back to the bench and sat on it a bit longer. Now," Tingy had picked up a paper knife from Highland's table. He scraped one of his cheeks with its blunt edge. "Now," he said, "it's a funny thing. We've not been able to find anyone who saw that. Nobody saw her banging on that door and then coming away again. Of course, I know that doesn't necessarily mean it didn't happen precisely as she says. It doesn't necessarily mean she found the door ajar and slipped inside. Yet, that's what might have happened, isn't it? She might have found that the door wasn't really closed, although from a little way off it looked as if it was. She might have seen that the street was empty with no one to notice if she did just pop inside. She might have gone up to her father's room and found him." Tingy paused. "Go on, Tingy," said Toby grimly. "Found him writing a letter," said Tingy, "declaring his intention of committing suicide. Or perhaps holding a revolver at his own head. She might have— Go on, go on. She might have tried to get the revolver away from him, mightn't she? There might have been a struggle. She might have got her hands on it, not the trigger." "What a twisty rat you are, Tingy. Why did you say what's really in your mind?" "But I'm saying it, Mr. Dyke." "You aren't. You're making out a nice case for manslaughter. You'll go on that she then realized her own fingerprints were on the revolver, and that she might find herself in the very worst kind of trouble. That she then wiped off the fingerprints and pressed her father's on instead. Yes, that's the way your case for manslaughter goes. But it isn't what's in your mind." "I really don't see what call you got to say that, Mr. Dyke. And I don't see what call you got to call me a rat." Toby's hand came down with a smack on the table. "Because what's in your mind all the time is that she went up there and shot her father in cold blood, murdered him. That's what you're going to try and show at the inquest. You know that if she believed her father was really determined on suicide, then she'd have a motive for murder." "And you grown a bit fast," said Tingy. "I never asked. You asked what made her throw that key out of the window. You believe, I suppose, that she took the key off her father's chain and threw it out of the window, and then came and told me an unlikely story about a theory of Dr. Van Eden's, according to which that key was very probably to be found in the flower bed. That she then persuaded me to go to you and tell you just where to look for it." Mr. Dyke, pleaded Tingy, "you're going too fast." "It's true that's the way I reasoned that bit out, but—" Toby's palm again slams the table. "You're wrong from start to finish. But if you believe it was Miss Priest who threw the key out of the window, then you believe she killed her father on purpose. The fingerprints on the revolver might have been part of a clumsy attempt to make an accidental shooting look like suicide. But the key in the flower bed could only have meant that she wanted this death recognized as murder, and you know that killing her father would have been no use to her unless his death was recognized as murder. Manslaughter? I tell you, you're a dishonest rat, Tingy. You believe she went up there, shot her father, then deliberately pressed his fingers onto the revolver in the wrong places, and threw the key out of the window, all to make sure that she inherited the £10,000 life insurance, which would never come to her if her father's death turned out to be his own doing. Stop!" It was Joanna. They turned to her with slightly dazed expressions, as if she'd suddenly materialized there in the room with them, instead of having been there all the time. Tingy scraped the blunt paper knife up and down his cheek. He might have been desperately attempting to make up for an inadequate shave that morning. "Oh dear," he said. "Oh dear. I never meant to bring all this up at the moment." Joanna had bright patches on her cheeks. She was on her feet. "I don't know which of you is wrong, or why, or what either of you really think, but it all seems to me to make nonsense. I think the best thing will be if I simply tell you what really happened." "The best thing will be," said Toby, "if you keep your mouth shut." "I don't think so." She was breathing fast. "I think the only thing is to tell the truth. I'm sorry, Inspector, I didn't tell it before. I've been wishing I had. I'd have felt better if—" "Miss Brace," he checked her, "I really think Mr. Dyke may be right, that it'll be best for you to tell me nothing whatever. I've told you I don't want to take an unfair advantage. At the least, think very carefully indeed before you decide to say anything." "I have been thinking," she said. Toby Dyke was biting fiercely on a knuckle. She said, "I've thought a lot, and I'm sure the only thing to do is to tell you just what I actually did that morning. Well, when I went back to the herbarium that morning, the door, as you suggested, wasn't quite closed. I didn't look round to see if the street was empty, because of course it seemed to me a perfectly natural thing to do to go in. I've been in and out of the hay box ever since I was a child. I did go in. I went upstairs." She was speaking slowly, as if thoughtfully selecting each word in its turn. "I found my father. He was dead. There was a letter there, saying he'd killed himself. Of course I realized that meant I shouldn't inherit the £10,000 I'd been expecting. Well, I hadn't any other money, and I didn't see quite how I was going to set about earning it. And so, you see, I did polish the revolver, and I did deliberately press my father's fingertips onto it in the wrong places. And I threw the key out of the window, and I pocketed the letter. In fact, I faked his suicide to look like a murder, faked to look like suicide. But, well, there was something I didn't reckon on. I sort of forgot, I suppose, that where there's a murder, there's always a hunt for a murderer. I forgot about the suspicions, the fear, and everything. I don't want anyone to suffer for what I did, even if I don't get the £10,000. Tingy smiled faintly. "You certainly won't get that, Miss Brace." Consternation and incredulity were making Toby's face oddly naive. "Well, I'm proud." Tingy laid down the paper knife. He was still smiling. "I'm very glad you've told me all this," he said. "It's about the way I'd reckoned it out for myself. And it may be possible, for a certain reason, not to take a too serious view of your action. But there's still something I don't understand. Something that doesn't fit in with what you just told me. You said you forgot that where there's a murder, there's always a hunt for the murderer. You said you'd rather forego the money than let anyone suffer unjustly. Very well. But if that's so," he leant towards her, "why at the same time did you try to put the blame on Gordon Whedon?" "But I didn't." Her eyes at that moment lost their candour. They evaded his, they looked down. "Ah, but you did. And only the evening before, Whedon had saved your father's life at considerable risk of his own." Tingy looked harder now, less ready to listen sympathetically to explanations. "You prepared evidence, didn't you, while you were up there in the herbarium, to show that Whedon had been up there that morning? Perhaps you knew that he'd been up there. I think it's quite likely that when you were approaching the place, you saw Whedon suddenly come out and go walking off up the street." Taking no notice of her quick shake of the head, he went on, "As I understand things, your father telephoned Whedon and told him he was going to kill himself. That was a kind of revenge on Whedon for having interfered the day before. Whedon said, 'For God's sake, don't do that,' and raced round to try and stop him. But when he got there, your father was already dead. Now, perhaps you didn't see him come out. Perhaps he merely struck you as the easiest person to put the blame on. That's the sort of thing that happens to people like Whedon, these weak, indeterminate folk. They always get blamed for everything. Pathetic, really, when you come to think of it, considering they're pretty often brave and unselfish. But what did I do? She broke in, suddenly angry. I didn't put any blame on anybody. Miss Priest, are you going to deny that while you were up there in your father's room, it occurred to you to go into Whedon's room and switch on that electric oven affair with the little saucers of wax in it, that you waited until the wax was nicely melted, then switched the thing off again, that you then went away, and when you came back and I was questioning you in that room, you deliberately pressed a finger into the wax to demonstrate to me that the wax was still softish. In other words, that the oven had been on not long ago, and that therefore somebody, since the room was Whedon's, most probably Whedon, had been in there that morning. Sucking in a slow breath through parted lips, Joanna stared at the inspector. "This has gone off the rails," muttered Toby. But he waited for what she had to say. She said abruptly, "No, that's something I would stand, being blamed for something as thoroughly mean as that. I never even thought of Gordon while I was up there. I don't mind admitting that I tried to defraud an insurance company. Lots of people would do that if they got a chance. But certainly I didn't go potty to get someone I know quite well hanged for a murder." "Then tell me why," said Tinky. "Did you press your finger into the wax? You looked as if you knew it would be soft. But how could you know it would be soft if you didn't know the oven had been on?" "Yes, I did sort of know it had been on. Perhaps. Why, of course." Her face brightened. "Of course that was it. The smell of xylol. You see, when you want to make sections of plants, you embed them in wax. But if you simply melt it, you don't get the material properly impregnated. So you dissolve the wax in xylol, and then it's all right. Well, xylol's got an awfully strong smell while it's hot. Don't you remember the smell in the room that morning? And it hangs about, gradually getting fainter for a few hours afterwards. Well, I don't know anything much about botany, but I do know that when there's that smell of xylol, then somebody's been melting wax, and you can poke your fingers in it and mess it about. I used to love doing that when I was a child. It used to make my father furious." "Ah," said Tinky. Toby's sudden laugh rang out. "I never knew you had it in you, Joanna. You've been giving me surprise after surprise this morning. I don't know whether this stuff about xylol was true or not, but it's mighty ingenious, and so's the rest of it. I almost believe you got the inspector to swallow it." Tinky was shaving his cheek with the paper knife again. "Oh, Mr. Dyke," he said gently, "really, come now." "You mean you don't believe me?" said Joanna quickly. "No, Miss Priest, I don't." "You mean about the xylol? Because you've only to ask Dan Moon or Gordon or any botanist." "No, not about the xylol." Then her voice dropped. He grew stiff and strained. "You do think I went up there and shot my father?" The paper knife scraped up and down his cheek. Toby rapped out a couple of curses. "This can't go on," he said. "We've got to clear it all up. It's true, Tinky, Miss Priss has spun you a fantastic string of lies, but she'd a simple and quite characteristic reason for doing it. All the same, I'm not going to have you sitting there brooding on how she murdered her father. She didn't murder her father. What's more, nobody murdered her father. Edgar Priest wasn't murdered, and Peggy Wimpole wasn't murdered. Nobody's been murdered, and I can prove it to you." As Joanna, realizing what he was about to do, sprang towards him with a protest, he drew out the letter that George had found in the pocket of Gerald Highland's jacket. He laid it down before Tinky. "The place to begin, of course," said Toby, "is the attempted suicide. But that was an important part of the pattern, the key to the whole thing. Edgar Priest wanted to kill himself. He couldn't face life any longer. He wanted to die." He sat back comfortably. His long legs were woven between a pile of gramophone catalogues, a table leg, a wireless set, and a typewriter. "You remember when Gordon Whedon saved his life that evening on the edge of the cliff? Priest called it devil's work. Those were the actual words he used for it, devil's work. We can make a good guess, knowing what we do now, at what had brought him to such a state of mind. At some time or other, he got himself involved in Van Eden's drug traffic. I don't know how, nor just what part he was playing in it. It'll be much easier for you, Tinky, than for me to find out all the details of that. It seemed to me most probable that having somehow got to know of what Van Eden was up to, he was using his knowledge to extract large sums of money from him. If you can't quite see how the highly respectable curator of the herbarium attached to the famous Astington Botanical Gardens ever came to embark on such a course, I think I can explain it to you. A friendless, arrogant man, with a deep conviction of his own rectitude, it provided him with two things he had lacked all his life: excitement and power. Excitement and power that he would enjoy while he went on sitting in his armchair at home. He scarcely had to lift a finger to promote the scheme. It just functioned for him. At first, I imagine he experienced nothing but sheer enjoyment from it. He had knowledge that other people hadn't, not only of Van Eden, but of himself. He knew what a sham he was, and it must have given him a good deal of amusement. But unfortunately for him, he wasn't a man who was totally free from a conscience. From the time that the money started coming in, he had to convince himself that it wasn't for himself he was wringing it out of Van Etten, while letting Van Etten go on with his dirty trade. It was all for his daughter. Everything he did was so that she could have money, luxury, and a fine start in life. He was selling his immortal soul for his daughter. That's how he managed to persuade himself he felt about it. He was committing a selfless crime, taking the guilt on himself, but conferring the benefits derived from it on another. I'm certain he succeeded in feeling a hell of a suffering martyr because of it. Joanna stirred, but leaving no time for her to speak, he went straight on. The necessity, however, for that make-believe, the fact that he couldn't just sit back and take the funny business for granted, shows that there was a dangerous split in his nature. Van Eden could dish it all out to you in fancy terms, I expect, but the fact was, the old man's conscience kept gaining on him and upsetting him. When that happened, what he wanted was reassurance from his daughter. She had to show him that it was worth it. Hence his hysterical demands for gratitude, hence the wild exaggeration of his disappointment in her, when at the advanced age of 22 or 3, she hadn't yet achieved great things. She was turning all his endeavors to barrenness and waste. He began to come near hating her. You know, Joanna's low voice put in, I believe that's right. I believe that is what happened to him. As we know, said Toby, he'd been working up during the last few months to a complete breakdown. The conflict was too much for him, he cracked. But suicide wasn't only the natural climax to his own despair. It was a subtle act of vengeance on his daughter. I can remember very clearly that evening after we brought him home, how he looked at her and said in his cold, deliberate voice, I owe nothing to anyone. With those words, he was stating his own rejection of all her claims upon him. He was casting her off. An important part to him of his suicide was that he would leave her penniless. Tinky nodded and murmured agreement. Now, said Toby, if you think of what happened on the morning when he died, if you think of his actions before he disappeared into the herbarium, aren't they obviously the actions of a man whose mind is still bent on suicide? Personally, I never had any doubt that whatever might actually have happened inside the herbarium, his intention in going there was to get hold of his revolver and kill himself, this time in a place where no one could interfere with him. And yet someone, so the evidence seemed to say, did interfere with him. Murder interfered with him. It was an almost incredible irony, and most people found it incredible. You remember how everyone has kept trying to produce explanations so that the evidence of the wrongly placed fingerprints and the key in the flower bed could be ignored, and a verdict of suicide, which seemed so much more natural in the circumstances than the verdict of murder, could be returned. I've just said everyone kept trying to produce explanations. That isn't quite correct. One person was stubbornly averse to any suggestion of suicide, and that person also, I realized, wouldn't have been at all pleased if Edgar Priest had succeeded in dying by his own hand. I knew that person couldn't have been the murderer. While Edgar Priest was being shot, he was cooking liver and bacon for my breakfast. But Highland did have a few minutes alone with the dead body of Priest." He smiled suddenly at Joanna. "You must have thought all this out yourself since I last saw you," he said, "or you wouldn't have had your own explanation ready." "Yes," she said. "I thought it out last night. I got thinking about what it really meant, finding that letter in Gerald's pocket." "Exactly. You see, Tingy," Toby looked back at the inspector, "I don't know if you happen to have noticed it, but Joanna Priest means more than anything in the world to Gerald Highland. He'd do almost anything for her. I say almost. I don't believe he'd actually go to the length of committing a murder for her, but certainly he'd no hesitation about faking a suicide to look like murder, so that she could inherit her £10,000. And he did have those few minutes by himself with the dead body of Priest. Barnes was telephoning for the police. Whedon hadn't come in yet. Highland hadn't much time. He must have done his thinking pretty quickly and acted quickly too. He'd the revolver to wipe clean and then to mark again with the fingerprints in the wrong places. And the key. I don't think he really knew what he was up to with the key. Perhaps he began by thinking he might simply remove it, and then thought perhaps that might be dangerous. Anyway, throwing it out of the window added to the general confusion. And then there was the letter. As a matter of fact, until Barnes started talking about the letter, my ideas about Highland were very conjectural. I knew it was possible for him to have performed these actions. I knew he was the kind of person who was capable of having done them. I knew that he was acting queerly, that his friendliness towards George and me had turned to nervy suspicion, that he was excitable, and that he seemed to find the idea of murder much less upsetting than the idea of suicide. But with the letter, I got to something concrete. You see, suppose there had been a letter. Then it must have been Highland who removed it. And what would Highland have done with such a letter? Would he have destroyed it? I thought not. He showed no signs of being a vicious man, but only a somewhat over-individualistic and ill-balanced one. He would not, I thought, want someone else actually to be convicted for a murder that had never happened. I decided he would have kept the letter, and being obviously a man of uncommonly untidy and unmethodical habits, he would have kept it, I thought, in the same place where he first happened to put it. On this reasoning, I searched for the letter in the pockets of the grey flannel suit that he'd been wearing that morning in the herbarium. Well, that's where I found it. You've got it there in front of you, Tingy, and you've got the answer to this case. And what about Miss Wimpole, then? Toby began to look bored. Just a repetition of the same pattern. Suicide faked as murder. But why? And you mean it was Highland who tampered with the telephone and removed the spoon from the glass? I think, said Toby, it was Peggy Wimpole herself who tampered with the telephone, at least in the first place. She knew that when she took those tablets that she wouldn't die at once, and that if anyone found her, they'd telephone at once for a doctor. So she jammed something into the telephone so that the receiver rest got stuck, and so that if anyone tried to ring up, they wouldn't get through. After all, suicide in her case, just as in Priest's case, fits the probabilities very much better than murder. She was a neurotic, suicidal type anyhow, and she'd just suffered some blows that would have unsettled a much more stable person. I believe she'd somehow learnt not only what Priest had been doing, but of Van Eden's activities too. The two human beings she'd looked up to most and relied on most had suddenly been revealed to her as criminals. But if it was he who jammed the telephone, it was Highland, I think, who removed the obstruction. I think he was in the bungalow at the time when Van Eden arrived. Probably he had only just got there. His gumboots, I expect, were on the back doorstep. That's why he left no wet footmarks. When he heard Van Eden's car drive up, he went out by the back door again to avoid a meeting. After he'd heard Miss Priest go running off to his cottage, he came in once more, examined the telephone to see why it hadn't worked when Miss Priest tried to use it, found the paper or whatever it was, removed it, removed the spoon from the glass. But why? The question broke from Joanna like a protest. That's right. Why? said Tinky. I told you. The pattern. The same pattern. He thought it'd strengthen it, make it clearer. Instead, of course, he'd only caricatured it. That's where people of Highland's type always go wrong. They haven't a sense of proportion in anything. Perhaps his abnormal height's a part of the problem. He's out of proportion himself. But you see, he was afraid from the start that Van Eden's unlikely theory might be believed. And a second murder, he thought, would suggest that there really was a murderer roaming around. Inspector, breaking in before Toby had had time to finish, Joanna spoke in anxious haste. Inspector, when I told you it was I who faked the fingerprints and all, you said there was a certain reason why you thought you needn't take a too serious view of my actions. Does the same reason hold now that you know it was Gerald, not me at all? Tingy blinked. You and Mr. Dyke, you go at things so fast, he said. Perhaps it does. We'll see. It's true he did try to defraud the insurance company of £10,000. What is the reason? Simply that there isn't any £10,000. She gave a slight gasp, yet the expression that succeeded the surprise of her face looked like relief. But I don't understand, she said quietly. Tingy explained. Your father had been paying his premiums for 2 years, but for anything to be paid up on them, he'd have to have paid them for 3 years. The door was burst open. Out of the mist, dressed only in swimming shorts and dripping with water, came Dan Moon. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and blood on his arm in a curious gash that looked as if teeth might have torn it. There was a strange whiteness about his face, a look of dazzled horror. Holding on to the doorframe, he tried to subdue his gasping for breath. We've got Van Eden. Tingy leapt to his feet. We got him. But we couldn't stop him. We couldn't stop him killing Gordon. We saw it. Oh, my God, we saw it, and we weren't in time. George had Dr. Van Eden's motorboat. He also had Dr. Van Eden. He also had the tin containing the dried specimens of Citrallus colocynthus. He showed Inspector Tingy the locker in the motorboat where he'd found it. He also showed Inspector Tingy what else was in the motorboat. Hunched in it, with bloodied, battered face and broken skull, was the body of Gordon Wheaton. Like Dan, Gordon had been wearing swimming shorts. His skin was wet with seawater. He looked as if a great, ruthless thumb had come down upon him and crushed the life out of him. But it was the small, delicate, dirty hands of Dr. Van Eden that had done it. Using a jagged piece of rock, they had smashed down onto Gordon's head, smashed again and again, until Gordon was sunk beneath the water. And it was only then that I got hold of him. Gordon, you know. If George hadn't come up in the motorboat, that devil had got away. Shivering as if he were frozen to the bone, with his teeth chattering, Dan was pouring out to Joanna his story of what had happened that morning. The fog steamed around them. They had not followed the others to the beach. He had stopped her at the head of the path when Tingy and Toby went racing down it. The edge of the cliff was there, a few feet ahead of them, of rough grass with its coating of dull silver. Slippery chalk, there was no more, but only a soft grey sea of mist 100 feet deep. Its face, Joanna, I had never seen anything like it. I'd never seen real evil before. Dan's fingers felt like claws of steel digging into her arm. She said, "You'd better come back to the cottage, Jack, and get some clothes on." "Oh, all right," he said. But he didn't move. "They'll be coming up here, and they'll bring Van Eden. I'd like to see his face again to make sure it's human. That's quite stupid of me, I know, but it's how I feel. You go back to the cottage, Joanna. But what happened? Go on and tell me." "You see, George turned up early this morning. He was in a tearing hurry. He said Van Eden had just gone in swimming. Would I follow him? I asked why the hell, and he said there was such a thick fog, anything could happen in it. I asked him why the hell didn't he follow Van Eden himself? It seemed to him important. He went red in the face and said he couldn't swim. So I went. I went where he pointed, though I couldn't see anything, and didn't see the point of it all, and couldn't hear anything. And then I realized suddenly it came from that diving raft 60 or 70 yards out. Scream, Joanna. God, it was horrible. I raced for it. But there was Gordon, slipping off the raft into the sea, his face just a red jelly, and Van Eden hitting at him. Do come back to the cottage, Dan. You're freezing. I couldn't do a thing for him, Joe. I tried. I did all I could. Yes, of course you did. Oh, do come back to the cottage. He was dead, you see, when I got him. Oh, when I got near, Van Eden tried to do the same trick on me. Then the motorboat came up. Van Eden's own motorboat with George in it, and he tackled Van Eden. He got him down on the raft all right and strapped up his wrists and ankles and shoved him into the motorboat. Then we got Gordon in. I thought we'd go straight back to the shore, but George said there were a good many people about already, so we came up the coast a bit instead and brought the boat in here. I got a shock when I saw you there in the cottage. I mean, thinking of your seeing what Gordon looks like. I'm glad you were there, Joe. It's good to have you to keep one's eyes on, instead of that face. But what was Gordon doing there on the raft? What was Van Eden doing? Well, George told me a certain amount on the way here. It seems that late last night, Gordon went downstairs and telephoned. George was still in the house. When he ran downstairs after searching my room, he didn't go out. He just banged the front door and then hid somewhere. I suppose he meant to go on and hunt Gordon's room for the pods or something. Anyway, when Gordon came down to the telephone, George heard all he said. Gordon was ringing up Van Eden and making an appointment to meet him next day. George couldn't make out where, because it seemed to be Van Eden who fixed the spot. And Gordon just said it was a good idea. Nobody'd see them there. You see, Van Eden must have known already this fog was coming up, and told Gordon to meet him on the raft. Then Gordon said, just before he rang off, "You've been caught up with Van Eden. You're going to have to pay for what you've done." But he'd realized, don't you see, that it was Van Eden and his beastly drugs that had really killed both your father and Peggy. Gordon meant to have some sort of reckoning, and that was why Van Eden murdered him. By the way, the pods were in the motorboat. We found them in the locker while we were bringing the boat round. Yes, but what had the pods got to do with it? He pulled her closer to him. I've been awfully stupid about them, Joe. I've been working on those damn things for a year, and it never occurred to me. After all, what are pods? Sort of containers, aren't they? Seed containers. And these, well, I told you they were sort of gourds, really. They're quite big things, as big as my fist almost. The heroin was inside the pods. It was sewed up in little bags, and then the pods were sealed up round them. That's why the pods had always been mutilated when your father handed them over to me. At the customs, they looked inside the tins, but not inside the pods. They were used to the tins coming through and going to a respectable place like the herbarium. Dan, look, they're coming. Up the cliff path, through the mist, dark figures were advancing. But there were only 3 figures. Down below on the beach, George was still keeping watch on the body of Gordon Wheaton. It was Tingy and Toby who were coming up the path, with Van Eden between them. Joanna had a glimpse of Van Eden, a glimpse to be remembered. His cold grey eyes were as detached as ever. His skin was its usual smooth parchment colour. The dark eyebrows were slightly raised. His concern with the situation appeared to be an entirely impersonal one. But the glimpse was over in a moment. As, between Tingy and Toby, he reached the top of the path, he made a sudden leaping movement. Their hands lost him. Over the edge of the cliffs went the small figure with the crest of silver hair, to drown in a soft grey sea of mist 100 feet deep. There was something impersonal even about the cry that was torn from him as he fell. Tingy had gone. Toby and George had gone. Through the lifting mist, singing in a hoarse, jubilant voice, came a tall, striding figure. "Well, well," said Gerald Highland, coming to the cottage. "Congratulations." Joanna and Dan disentangled themselves. Highland's hands rested on their shoulders. His blue eyes beamed with affection. "This is grand, you know, simply grand. I tell you what, I've just had a good idea. I'll give you a wedding present, and I'll give it to you straight away. I don't mean I won't give you another when it actually comes to the point, but I'll give you one now to celebrate, so to speak." He gestured. "My gramophone. You can take it." "But Gerald—" "Oh, and the records, too. You'll find there's nothing so soothing and stabilizing as good music. Not that it's really in my line, of course. Matter of fact, it goes right over my head. It's no good pretending it doesn't. And besides, I haven't an inch to turn round in there. Besides, now that I've found something that really is in my line, something that's just what I need to give my life some value, some fullness, I shan't have time for that sort of thing any more. You see, from now on, I'm going to do some work for humanity. That's bound to take up a lot of time, isn't it? Incidentally, that's what I was doing last night. Of course, you weren't worried, were you? Am I not coming back? No, I knew you wouldn't be. Actually, I was sitting with a most remarkable group of people meditating. That's the work I'm going to do for humanity. I'm going to sit and meditate and increase my consciousness. And when I have increased my consciousness enough, I'm going to start to work on my self-consciousness. You see, when enough people have done that, the whole world becomes a better place. That's obvious. There's no need to argue about it. Wonderful, wasn't it, running into one of the people in the group? It was quite by chance. We met in a pub and got talking. Then he took me along, and we all meditated away until late into the night. Then I went home with him, and we talked till morning. Anyway, for God's sake, take away that gramophone, and I hope you'll both be very, very happy. Epilogue. "You know, George," said Toby Dyke one day in his flat in London some months later, "there's just one thing that sometimes worries me about that Athington affair last summer." "Eh?" said George. He was lying on his back on a divan with a newspaper over his face. It was not long since he'd eaten a large Sunday dinner. "I said there's one thing that sometimes worries me about that Athington affair. What was it that poor chap Whedon was doing in the herbarium the morning Edgar Priest shot himself through the head? Whedon never admitted he'd been up there, but clearly he had. There was the smell of drywall in his room, the soft wax. That embedding oven had been turned on sometime that morning. Had he simply been up there early doing some work? And was he then afraid to admit it? George." George's breath lifted the newspaper with a soft fluttering sound. "George, wake up and listen." "I'm listening," said George thickly. He had said, what was Whedon doing in the herbarium that morning when old man Priest was shot? Why, he was shooting him, of course. "I said, wake up, listen." "That's right," said George. "Shooting him. From the suicide faked to look like a murder, faked to look like a suicide. It was a murder faked to look like a suicide, faked to look like a murder, faked to look like a suicide. And of course it was Whedon who done it. Look here, will you stop talking in your sleep and listen?" George puffed at the newspaper and shifted it a little to one side. One eye looked over the edge. "Tobe," he said, "you and me are friends. We've been through a lot together. You done more for me than I can count. And I swear to you, I'll never give away to anyone but yourself just what a rotten detective you are. For the Lord's sake, rotten. Oh, I know all that stuff about Highland faking the fingerprints. That was all perfectly right. And Highland did think it was a suicide he was covering up. But that was because Whedon had left it looking like a suicide. But the motive, George, you know he hadn't any. He'd shown he hadn't any. He'd cause for rancour, all right, but he'd shown that didn't weigh much with him. I know, by saving Priest's life at the risk of his own. But he might have been saving it for something, mightn't he? Remember Priest called it devil's work? And then something might have happened between that night and the next morning to alter his view of things, mightn't it? Uneasiness gleamed in Toby's sunken eyes. "Yes, possibly, but the fact is you never paid enough attention to those pods, Tobe. What I reckon happened was this. Those pods arrived. Miss Wimpole opened the parcel, spotted something fishy about them, and found the heroin. It was a pretty big blow for her, but she didn't give the old man away. She tackled him instead, and got the sack for her pains. Well, when that happened, she told her fiancé about it, and Whedon certainly didn't feel about it the same way she did. What he saw was that he'd got the old man in his grip. He went along and told him so, told him he'd got to share the proceeds and all that. And that was just the last straw for Priest, whose nerves had been going anyway. He sets off for the cliffs and tries to make an end of it, and Whedon stops him. Why? Well, Priest is promising to be a nice source of income, isn't he? And at that stage, Whedon doesn't know there's anyone in it but Priest. He doesn't know about Van Eden. And if Priest dies, there's an end of the old business. And Priest knows all that, and calls it devil's work, see? George had sat up on the divan. He was sitting cross-legged, like a chubby pink idol. He went on. But Priest is a man of character. He never could stand being interfered with, or given in to other people. He isn't going to let Whedon get away with it. So next morning, he goes along to the herbarium to shoot himself. But first, he rings up Whedon and tells him he's trying to do it. And what's more, he tells him he's just written a letter to the police telling them the whole thing. Maybe he even said he told them about the part Whedon thought he'd like to play in it. Well, Whedon yells out, "My God, don't do that," and sprints round to the herbarium. He gets there just as Priest has put the address and stamp on the letter and is going to set off for the letterbox outside. Whedon got hold of that letter. He tries to grab it, but his strength ain't up to much. He can't do it. And he sees the only way to stop it being posted is to shoot the old man. He snatches up the revolver and does it. And then, of course, he arranges things to look like a suicide. And then he takes a look at the letter. Eyeing Toby gravely, George gave a slight shake of his head. You never said about these things in the right way, Tobe. That letter. You never did enough thinking about that letter either. You never said to yourself, why was it in a blank envelope? That's one of the things that struck me as real queer from the start. People scarcely never leave letters around for other people without putting their names on them. And then there was that torn bit of an unused stamp stuck onto the corner of an envelope that Tingy found on the floor. And then there was the letter itself. Don't you remember the way it started off abruptly, right up at the top of the sheet? Is that the way a man like Priest would start a letter? You bet he wouldn't. He'd start off with something nice and pompous and self-important. To the Chief Constable of the County of... You know the style of thing. No, Tobe. That letter you found was only the second, or for all I know, the third page of the letter Priest had written. The rest had been destroyed. Whedon had destroyed it. But seeing how the last part about the death being Priest's own doing was on a separate sheet of paper, he put that into a clean envelope and left it on the desk. He was too smart to try forging Priest's handwriting on it. He knew he couldn't do it. So he just left the envelope plain. He'd have been smarter still, of course, if he hadn't put it in an envelope at all, but had left the sheet just lying on the desk. Still, we all make mistakes sometime or other, eh, Tobe? Toby, sitting hunched in his chair, gnawing a knuckle, grunted. Well, George continued, I reckon it was just then, when he'd arranged everything and had just got ready to go, that he heard Barnes arrive. Must have been a nasty moment for you. So he slipped into his own room and hoped there'd be a minute when he could get downstairs and out. But there wasn't. Barnes went and took it into his head to clean that corridor and the entrance hall that morning. So Whedon was stuck. And realizing he was stuck, he thought it'd be best if he tried to make his being there look more or less natural. So he simply started some work, switching on that oven and going ahead with whatever those chaps do when they're working. He didn't get the chance to slip out until after Highland had turned up and sent Barnes off the telephone. Then, instead of trying to slip out of the place and maybe get spotted by someone just coming in, he went straight into Priest's room and claimed he'd only that minute got there. Toby grunted again. "And what about Peggy Wimpole?" "I reckon she'd guessed most of it," said George. "I don't know, though. Maybe she didn't. But breaking off her engagement to Whedon, it must have meant something, I should think. Anyway, Whedon knew she made up her mind to let on to the police about the heroin. I dropped a question or two to Miss Priest. I found out Whedon was in the bungalow the morning Miss Wimpole said she was going to tell the police all she knew. He overheard. Or perhaps she even told him. So, in the afternoon, when she said she was going to try and have a sleep, it was probably him who suggested she should take some tablets to make sure of it. And it was probably him who smashed them up for her in a glass of water. Remember Miss Priest saying how, snatched up like that, she'd never have known how many she was taking? Well then, he jammed up the telephone so she couldn't get through if she thought there was something the matter with her before she'd gone properly off, and then he waited around. Of course, it was him that popped in after Miss Priest went running off, and took the spoon out and washed it and put it back where it belonged, and put the telephone right again. And then, after a time, he came back and put on his show of woe. He had to do that. It was soaked with the rain, so he couldn't go home and pretend he'd never been out. And, too, he couldn't afford to be found walking away from the bungalow. So he put a bold face on it, got a little way away, and then walked back to it. And of course it was him who pinched the parcel of puds. I knew that, and I went round to the boarding house, hoping I'd get a chance to search his room. But he and Miss Priest and Moon were all having supper there, so I made out I'd done a search of Moon's room instead. I made a lot of mess in there, and left a note telling them just what I'd been searching for. And then I made a nice, noisy getaway. So of course Whedon knew someone was after the puds, and that probably his room would be next. Sure enough, down he came presently with a parcel, and after he'd rung up Van Eden and made an appointment to see him in the morning, he went out and planted the parcel in Van Eden's motorboat. Thought he'd worked it all out pretty nicely, I expect. But he ought never to have tried on a thing like that with a man like Van Eden. Van Eden wasn't going to have anyone sitting over him, bleeding him. He hit out with a heavy piece of rock. Didn't do him much good, of course, because I'd put Dan Moon on to swimming after him. That was his mistake. Oh, well, you know, Tobe, these criminals, they do keep one humble. They remind one that the best of us do make mistakes. George. There was a short silence. Then Toby began again. George, did Moon know all this when you sent him swimming after Van Eden? Not him. I told you, Tobe, I'd never give you away to anybody. I'm your friend. No, he believes your explanation of things just like the gospel. There's only the three of us now. The three of us? Did you say three of us? Why, yes, old man Dingy knows all about it, Tobe. He knew it all along. He said he was sure it was Whedon from the moment Miss Priest went and poked her finger into the wax. But you see, he was put off, like you, by Whedon's having saved the old man's life the night before. He couldn't find a motive. But he thought Joanna herself was guilty. Not him, Tobe. He told me afterwards. We were having a game of darts, and he's quite human over a game of darts. He told me it was you kept saying he thought Miss Priest was guilty. He says he never said so himself. He says he was trying to get her to explain the truth about the wax. But he says he never even thought of her being guilty. He only thought she'd been up there, and that she'd seen Whedon. He thought when she put her finger in the wax she was dropping him an hint. That was his mistake. But why did he let everything drop then? Why did he let my version of things get by? Ah, well, Whedon was dead. Van Eden was dead. Tingy had put his finger on the drug business, which is what he's really most interested in all along. And there wasn't any £10,000 for the insurance company to be swindled out of. So he thought he'd be best for the people remaining if the thing was just hushed up. He thought Miss Priest had been through enough already. He'd a soft spot for Miss Priest, you know. He told me, while he was playing darts, that she was really just the sort of girl he'd like Irene Dawn to grow up into. Toby gave a cackle of laughter. And that's your mistake, George. I don't believe there is an Irene Dawn. In fact, I'm certain there isn't an Irene Dawn. Dingy found she came in useful whenever he didn't want to answer questions. Irene Dawn is just an official myth. That is the end of Murder of a Suicide